When I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Share your energy. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Oh, it won't seem way out. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. And so, listen, today, I wanted to revisit a live that we done. I would like to say, I have over 2,000 videos on my channel. And it was really interesting as I combed through, because I was, trying to figure out what I was going to talk about today. And I was like, you know what? Instead of me covering other people's content and what they're talking about, Epstein, let me look back into my old archives and see what we were talking about. And oddly enough, the very thing that's happening right now was talked about 1 year ago, when Mighty Hebrew was doing his series on the Hebrew Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites, darn near were predicting a lot of the things that are happening now. And so I wanted to bring you guys a show that we did a year ago. And I want you guys to check out some of the things that were said. I hope that you guys enjoy it. And this was with Rabby Sheikh. He's a Hebrew Israelite, and I think he's in Dimona. He's a Dimona Israelite. And he had a lot to say. He was talking about a lot of different things, when it came down to civilization and the fall of Western democracy. So let's kind of get into it. Let's go.
Shalom Bahashem Yahweh Kodesh Israel. This is the tribal minister Prince Charlene Dean. Benami Montezorian being Yasha Allah Senior, the mighty Hebrew. I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers. Those struggle for righteousness' sake. I say unto the family, Shalom Aleichem. It's definitely an honor and a privilege to be here with Rabby Sheikh. What's going on, Rob?
Hey, man, what's going on?
Oh, man, excellent. How you doing over there in the Jordan, man?
Oh, man, I'm doing fantastic. You know what I'm saying? Still building, still growing. You know what I'm saying? Moving forward.
Hallelujah. So talk to us. Give the listener audience a brief synopsis of who you are, where you come from, and your purpose over in the Jordan.
All right. So I'm Rabby Sheikh. I'm from Brooklyn originally. But my family lineage, I am the great-great-grandson of King Jaja of Apabo. Now, whether people know about King Jaja or not remains to be, expressed, but he is one of the children of Bani. So Bani is from the tribe of Judah. That was Judah's son's nickname. Okay, his birth name was Faretz, but his nickname, everybody called him Bani, the son. And they're listed in the book of Ezra, which is the scrolls that I have passed down from generation to generation. The scrolls of Ezra the priest from Zerubbabel, Nehemiah the scribe. So a lot of my understanding comes from those Aramaic written scrolls. And I live here in Jordan, and the first thing I want to do is give honor to the Honorable Sheikh Aid, my mentor and my teacher, a true brother and a true inspiration to the Hebraic family as a whole. He's an Ishmaelite, I am an Israelite, but there is perfect peace between us and perfect understanding. So
Hallelujah.
that's what I'm doing here is I'm building our own Israelite village, a traditional village in the Abrahamic style, in the Abrahamic fashion, under the Abrahamic customs and traditions. No religion, no beliefs, just what we were supposed to have passed down from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, and Musa. Straight. No outside of anything, no conflict, no politics, straight.
Absolutely. Hallelujah. And I want to give a shout out to Sheikh Me. I had seen him when I think the last time I seen him was 2023 when I was over in Demona, and I had such a excellent time with your mentor. He's definitely a inspiration. And I know you're going to get into the history of things because he gave me some information that was mind-boggling. And one of the pieces, Jules, that he gave me is that it was his family that actually those, scalp the land. You know what I'm saying? And we can get into all that. So tonight's discussion is about the fall of Western liberal democracy. And I know you see what's going on right now all over the world, but mainly the Western powers. We see what's going on in the UK. We see what's going on in France. It just been revealed that, the president or prime minister of France, his wife is really a man. I mean, it's just a lot of things that's going on right now. We see the Puff Daddy situation. We see just a whole bunch of different things going on right now. So tell us your understanding of the fall of Western liberal democracy and the role that the original children of Israel will play within this dispensation of time.
All right. So this is like the cornerstone of my teaching. So for 8 years, I have been warning everybody about this war. Now, I knew the war was coming early because of my U.S. military background and experience. So I kind of saw the red flags because of the training. They were preparing us for it. Now, I'm not in the military anymore. I have been out for a while now. But knowing that this was coming, I was like, there's certain rules about warfare that people don't, or our people don't understand. Our people don't understand having a base of operations. Our people don't understand how much planning, preparations, and logistics go into surviving a fall. They don't know. And when you talk about the fall of the West, it's not just democracy that goes out the window. The West culture goes out the window. The entire culture of the West is leaving. It's leaving the region. It's losing its grasp of influence. And with that, you're going to face challenges. People are going to die because of lack of preparation.
Now, let me say, you guys, this was recorded back in a year ago. So it's almost like he was prophesizing. It was crazy. Like when I look back on this, I'm like, damn, he was already talking about this a year ago. Let's go.
So when we talk about, and I talk to you because, we have been in relation for, 8-9 years now, right?
Absolutely.
So we've talked about sovereignty a lot. We've talked about history. We talked about family because your father is a very close friend to my teacher. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Prince ICL, they are very close. And, my teacher has educated me about the history of the community, the history of your father. And so we're like brothers as princes who kind of grew up under the same teaching to try to bring our people in to sovereignty or the understanding of sovereignty. And you see, so as we start looking at this fall, you're talking about there's news lines in the headlines today, right now. It is what, the 25th of October? Iran is planning an invasion of Israel. Mm-hmm. Now, how does this affect us as a people? Well, if you put the Hasidi out, now I'm calling them by their tribal name. They are called the Hasidi or the Chaldeans. So when you read the Chaldeans in the scriptures or in history, you're talking about the Hasidic people. They added on Jewishness as a religion and the pretext to just kind of say and do whatever they want in the confusion of our exile as the people. So while we are talking about the fall of the West, people don't know that the Americans and the Hasidic people are the same people. So when they are being pushed out of the land, they are also being attacked economically. They are being attacked socially. They are being attacked through media and propaganda. And when this falls, our people are going to have to survive. People are looking for nuclear warfare. The problem isn't so much as nuclear warfare. Nuclear warfare only lasts 7 minutes. 7 minutes. That's all. It's one day. And the time span of 7 minutes, the rest, we will be dealing with the fallout.
That's right. That's right. Talk about it.
So the nuclear fallout, when you are talking about nuclear fallout, you're talking about a crash of the ecology. The ecology crash is going to kill people. People are going to die of contamination. People are going to die from starvation. People are going to die from illness and disease. When you talk about the crash of the economy, the logistics goes down. You're talking about a population of our people of 55 million at estimate in the US alone. They all get food at the supermarket. Nobody's growing food. So what happens to those people? Because the trucks are going to stop. The shipping is going to stop. Everything is done.
Welcome to the panel, Prince, aka Mighty Hebrew. When I saw this video, I said, dang, this is almost like he was prophesying what was going to happen a year ago. This when he said all these things, I went back and I watched it, said, dang, he's pretty much saying everything that's going to happen. And that's exactly what ended up happening. What are your thoughts on what he's saying?
Absolutely. Hallelujah. First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahweh. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, definitely. We can hear you.
Okay. Giving all praise to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Those striving for righteousness' sake, I say unto the family, Shalom Aleichem. It's an honor to be on Alchemizing Energy, but absolutely getting straight to the point. When you understand, one of the key understandings is the book of Daniel or Daniel, and the rise and fall of the image of gold, silver, bronze, and iron being symbolic to the Babylonian Empire, 586 BCE, then the Medo-Persian Empire, 444 BCE, then you get the Greek Empire, 332 BCE, and then the Roman Empire, 146 BCE, and then the breakdown of the Roman Empire by the Visigoths, the Vandals, the Goths, and all them breaking into Western Europe, which is the 10 toes, and then the clay mixed with iron. Now you're seeing the rise of bricks and other things. So when you understand it from that retrospect, the Rabby is definitely on point. I remember we did this October last year, and he was saying the things, and I mean, we've talked about this for many years, because remember what he just said. He was talking about my grandfather, the late Prince Asiel, and he was like, yeah, me and you, we've been discussing all this for at least over 9 years. So not only did you play this a year ago or do this interview a year ago, and the things that the Sheik said was going to happen, it's happening now. But at the same time, we was already talking about this stuff like 9 years ago, and boom, it's going on right now. So you definitely on point, DJ Genesis. I'm just waiting for you to hit play again and
Yeah,
to
I'm
listen
gonna
to
do
all
that. I
the.
just wanted at least give a good introduction so you people understand where we're going with all this, because like I said, I think that this is very prophetic, and also I want to also get into like a little bit of this Epstein situation with this whole worship of Baal and the calling people the goyim and all this other stuff, and what exactly is that, because it's one thing that we could like say, okay, well, we could just think what it means, but what does it really mean? What are they really talking about? And what is this whole thing? What is the difference between Zionist and a Hebrew, a Israelite and a Jew? Is it all the same thing? I wanted to like kind of ask certain questions. That's why I wanted to bring you up here, because like I don't think that everybody kind of knows the difference. I don't know the difference between a Zionist and a Jew, you know.
Right.
So I wanted to
Absolutely.
be clear about what each thing is. Are they the same? Is the worship of
they're
Baal in Jewish religion? Do people
Right.
that are in the Torah, is there a worship of Baal? Is Baal the god of the Torah? Like things like that. But before we get into that, I just wanted to like show some of the prophetic things that Rabbi Sheikh said, because I think that he really did a very great job at really breaking things down. So let's go.
Don't worry. And one more thing. Don't worry. I'll be going back and forth because I'm on 2 shows at one time. So go ahead. Go ahead. Do your thing. I'm listening. I'm here.
All right.
So how are you going to survive?
Right.
And then some people may talk about, oh, well, I got a bunker. I have, I got stores of canned goods, so I'm going to be good. This idea of I will be okay and all of you will not is not a part of our Hebrew culture.
Facts.
We, as a village, have to survive.
I'm glad he mentioned that. Speaking of this Hebrew culture, what is there a part of Hebrew culture that is like that where it talks about like a delineating an FBA and this, that, the other? Is that a part of Hebrew culture? Or is that becoming a part of Hebrew culture?
I mean, it does talk about the separation of Israel, from the rest of the nations. And the first that will rise amongst the 12 tribes will be Yehuda or Judah. When you go to Zechariah chapter 12, verse 7, it talks about the tents of Judah would be first. And when for us as Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals, Judah would be, foundational Black Americans or African Americans, whatever they want to, call us. But the deliberation of what we're seeing right now from an FBA perspective may be a little different from what we're saying as Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals. The deliberation for us is coming because of the fact that we've always been the forefront of all the resistant movements, when it comes to trends, fashion, whatever the case may be. Black Americans or African Americans have always been the forefront. And then when we see in Zechariah chapter 12, verse 7, that the tents of Judah will be first, it's not a surprise for Hebrew Israelites to see. And I mean, when I say Hebrew Israelite, I'm talking about those that are astute in Torah and Tanakh, to see what Tariq Nasheed and others are doing. For us, it's prophetic. You know what I'm saying? There are going to be some casualties on the way, but the process is at hand. The separation is at hand. And there's going to be, different movements that's going to manifest this idea of separating the true children of Israel from the nations of the earth. You know what I mean? And Judah has always been the spearhead of that. And this is why we're seeing the deliberation, just like we're seeing, the situation where I show speed going all throughout Africa. And a lot of those that were against FBA, they try to use that as a base to make it seem like, oh, they love Black Americans in Africa, when in fact we understand geopolitically with that's really, dealing with right there, because we know Asha and I enjoyed his his tour, and it also showed a lot that's going on in Africa as well. But we got to understand, this man is a celebrity. He gets millions of views at a time. So naturally, they're going to, like I've always said since I came on this show, you know, you got that bag, they love you. You know what I mean? So the concept didn't change. It's just confirming. But if you ain't got that bag, let's see how much love is going to be shown. That's not everyday Black Americans going over or coming over here to the continent and they getting that red carpet. So we got to
Speaking of
stop
that, for
playing.
those that don't know, you do live in Africa at the moment. Just want to let people know that you do live on the
Absolutely.
continent. Yes. And so
Yeah,
one question I want to ask
I'm FBA, so everybody know I'm FBA all day. Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Judah. Both my parents are quote unquote African Americans or Black Americans raised in Philly. Now I live in two locations: Tanzania, East Africa, and Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa. But go ahead, DJ
So here's the
Genesis.
question, because I know at one point, you know, the Hebrew Israelites were saying that Puerto Ricans, Jamaicans, and people from the Caribbean, as well as like people from North America, are all Hebrew Israelites. So is that going to change now that, you know, there's like this new FBA movement, or is it going to be like that you guys are, you know, that they're going to separate from?
Well, we got to make something clear. That's not a monolithic understanding of the Hebrew Israelite community. That is a one West doctrine. Like we got to make that clear. When you see the 12 tribe chart, that comes specifically from those of what is known as universal practical knowledge that was created in 1969 out in Harlem, New York, 125th and Madison, 1 West. All right. And then you got splinter groups, the House of Israel, the Sons of Thunder, the Lions of Israel, Sakari, all those that you see on YouTube, and they got the GMS, the 12 tribe chart. All of them are descended from what you know as the original UPK that was founded by the late Rabbi Bivens. He was originally from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and then shot over there to New York. So we got to make that clear. Most Hebrew Israelites don't believe in the 12 tribe chart. I do not believe that the Native Americans as a whole are Israelites. Are there Israelites amongst Native? Sure. Are Puerto Ricans Israelites for the most part? No. Are there Israelites amongst them? Sure. If you talking about the Afro Latinos and stuff like that, but to sit back and say that Ephraim is the Puerto Ricans, Reuben is the Seminole Indians, etc., we don't acknowledge that. Are the Jamaicans Israelites? Absolutely. Are the Haitians Israelites? You know, for the most part, absolutely. But we don't subscribe that all the slaves that came on the slave ships are Israelites. There was a conglomerate of Israelites along with other indigenous, you know, African Edenic tribes that came over, you know, into the Western Hemisphere. So we're not them Israelites that are under the persuasion that, you know, all the Native American Indians are Israelites from North, South, and Central America. All the slaves that came over on the slave ships, they're all Israelites. That's just historically inaccurate. But there were Israelites in the midst of them people. So we got to make that clear. That concept of people looking at, you know, the Eskimos, the Hawaiians, and all these different people as Israelites, that is all a one West doctrine. The Eskimos being Israelites, Sakari can't believe that. The Hawaiians and the Samoans being Israelites, that's GOCC. So we don't acknowledge that stuff.
All right. So
Our understanding, one more thing. Our understanding, let's make it clear, that our Israelites are those that are connected to the Bantu expansion. What if you talking about, you know, the Yoruba, the Ashanti, the Chaga, the Haya, the Narumbo, the Party, the Black Americans, Jamaicans, all these type of people, they are the Israelites.
so here's another question. Like, so when you say that they're okay, so you have a different separation between one West and the what would that be considered the Dimona Hebrew Israelites, or who are the Hebrew Israelites that are separate from one
I'm
West?
saying the most Israelites are not a part of one West. people, when you got to understand, first we got to understand YouTube and how YouTube, you know, and when YouTube came out, you had people like Sinet and others. They were the first ones to jump on YouTube and start bringing out this consciousness, so to say. So you had Sinetta, he was putting up 10-minute clippings because that's how it was back in the day. The reason why he's known as the godfather of consciousness, because he was the first one on YouTube to do that. So by him being the first, he became what you know as the controlling element. So the very first Hebrews to be on the scene on House of Consciousness was myself and Priest Zabot. I was representing the Torah Tanakh understanding. Y'all know I don't subscribe to the New Testament. I'm Torah centered. And then you had Priest Zabot and all of them, which was a splinter group of the original UPK. So by me, you know, being like an ambassador at large for the Hebrew Israelite nation coming from out of Demona, you know, and stuff like that, I was constantly traveling. So by me traveling and teaching and doing lectures, I wasn't really heavily in the midst of the House of Consciousness. When I would have like time off, I would go shoot, see Sinetta, do things like that. But by Sinetta constantly filming on the streets, he was more in tune with the One West, you know, Israelites. So the main ones he was dealing with was a group known as the Ambassadors of Christ, which was ran by a man by the name of General Hashar. And then you had the House of Israel, which he was recording, which was Priest Zabot in them. And then you had an off branch of them that became known as the Lions of Israel, with the late priest Loyal, who passed away and passed the torch over the priest Danaala, right? So now you get in Sinetta being more in tune with these One West camps. And then as time developed, somewhere around early 2013, you see Sinetta connected. At the time, he was known as Officer Tazariak, which is now known as Captain Tazariak, and ISUPK, ran by the Commanding General Yohana. So now this is another One West camp. So now you got Sinetta constantly posting up on YouTube these One West camps. So the watching audience, this is who they're gravitating to. Number one, Sinetta is the godfather of consciousness. Remember, he was the first one on YouTube to put these types of videos out. So now people that are watching this, they're being influenced. So in their minds, the Israelites are these guys that are on the street corners. This is their introduction to that. So now as this is going on, now you got the common watching audience being influenced to the point some people even start getting involved in the Israelite community by watching these guys on street corners, to the point they start making their own splinter groups by watching what they see on YouTube. Versus when I was coming up and I got in the culture 34 years ago, you had to actually sit amongst elders. The point that I'm saying is because most people are brainwashed on what they see on social media. When they talk about Israelites, the first thing they think about is the One West Israelites that they see on the street corner, because that's what was introduced on social media. But most Israelites are not a part of the One West. Most Israelites have nothing to do with the One West camps. Most Israelites don't believe in the 12 tribe chart. Most Israelites are nationalists. So you got camps that were around, the Abati Hebrew Cultural Center, Beni Yadat, Shema Yisrael, Brit HaTorah, toward the kingdom of Yah, the kingdom of Yahweh, coming to the house of Yahudi. And the list goes on and on that existed. Bani Zakwain, the Israelite communities that existed way before UBK. So that has to, you know, be made clear, and the record has to be set straight that most people today in this new generation that talk about Israelites, they never sat amongst Israelite communities. They never sat amongst no elders. Everything they know about Israelites is what they see on social media, and what they see is a one West understanding, and that's because the influences coming from out of who posted them up, who promoted these people to such a point when you bring up Israelites, that's who you think about.
So what happened? I think that happened with Kyrie Irving, and when he came out, where he was showing that video, and then he had to apologize and this, that, the other, and you had other people kind of converting over to be Hebrew Israelites, including Nick Cannon. I think Kanye West is saying he's an Israelite, and so you have a lot of like really well-known stars that are like, you know, saying, "Hey, I'm an Israelite." But
Hold on. Let me stop for a minute because I'm seeing some comments. When people say Hebrew Israelites is a joke, I gotta attack your statement. No, what you saying is a joke is what you see on social media. Because anybody that's involved, I'm talking about really boots on the ground in the Hebrew Israelite community, they know that Hebrew Israelites are basically the trailblazers of even returning back to Africa and creating communities. The community I'm a part of, the African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem, ran by the late Ben Ami, ran by my late grandfather, the late Prince Askiel, ran by the late Prince Dr. Shaliat ben Yahuda, know that it was the Hebrew Israelites that were the first to repatriate back to Africa and build communities. I'm talking about satellite communities all throughout Africa. Nobody else was doing that. Even when you start talking about Marcus Garvey and the Black Star, it didn't even make it. It was the Hebrew Israelites that were the first ones to trailblaze in the form of repatriation and build communities throughout Africa. This repatriating back to Africa, and you seeing people returning back to Africa, that's a new phenomenon. Israelites been doing that since the 1930s. The first one that we got documented is a man by the name of Rabby Arnold Josiah Ford that created what was known as the Beth B'nai Hebrew congregation in Harlem, New York. And he was second in command and musical director of the UNIA, Universal Negro Improvement Association. He's the one that did the Universal Negro Anthem, all the bylaws, everything that you see in the UNIA, that was actually written by Arnold Josiah Ford, Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford. These are just historical facts. And after the collapse of the UNIA movement, you see Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford and his congregation move over there to Ethiopia. And to this day, they got what is known as the Miriam Ford Literacy Center in Ethiopia that came by the way of the late Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford's wife. You understand what I'm saying? So you see this repatriating idea of Israelites returning back to Africa, even back in the 30s. And then you see people like Ben Ami and all of them that rose up in power, and they start doing that. To this day, you can come to our community in Dimona, Israel, which is the only successful African-American or foundational Black American community outside of America in history. There's no other community amongst Black Americans that have ever done that. So that's not be on the side talking about the Hebrew Israelites is a joke. That's why I'm here to set the record straight. You know what I mean? Because most people, when they talk about Israelites again, they're highly uneducated. They're highly uneducated. When they talk about Israelites, it's what they see on social media. That's my whole point. This is why, if you notice, when people talk to Israelites that are intelligent and they're in scholarship like myself, most of the questions are preconceived questions about Israelites that they see on social media. Like, for instance, let's say hypothetically, if DJ Genesis is interviewing me and she really don't know about Israelites, and the only thing she know about Israelites is what she see on social media, The questions that she's going to be asking me are questions predicated on what she see on social media. Like she can be like, okay, Mighty Hebrew, so tell me how the Native Americans are the tribe of Gad on this 12 tribe chart, not knowing that the Israelite community is not a monolith. So automatically she already got these preconceived notions and questions about what Israelites believe in, not understand that's a one West doctrine. And to say that the Israelites were a joke, I'm going to tell you this. Back in the day, and anybody that's my age, I'll be 50 July 17th. People know for a fact that in the 90s, the 80s, and the 70s, you couldn't even fuck with the Israelites because we ain't play no games. People that were known to be Israelites back in the day, they were always known as men of respect, men of renown. Like you could not come amongst the Israelites back in the day and manifest slanderous remarks because we'll fold you up like a pretzel. I remember there was a time, if let's say hypothetically, if a man put his hands on an Israelite woman, you have like 8, 9 Israelite men knocking on your door to fold you the fuck up. There was a type of a way that you had to conduct yourself amongst Israelite communities back in the day. You couldn't back in the day just say, I got from Babylon to Timbuktu, the King James Bible. I read some history books for the past 4 months. Now I'm a teacher. No, you couldn't even wrap a turban up unless you had knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of Torah at least 10 years. This is a fact. You know how people right now, they could just say they're Israelite and wrap a turban up on their head? You couldn't do that when I was coming up in the Israelite community. You had to sit amongst the Zakwanim, which in Hebrew, it means the elders in our community, for at least 10 years to get permission to wrap a turban up. You could not just get up on the podium and say, I'm a teacher. You have to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that you are a teacher. Like me, for instance, I'm a Nasi, I'm a prince. I didn't just take that title prince. I was appointed a prince and went through the ceremonial rites to be a prince by the late Prince Asiel bin Shaliach bin Yisrael. When you go amongst these Israelites on social media, I'm giving it to y'all real with no chasers, straight up, right? You know how these dudes that they say they're Israelites, ask them who their teachers are. Who did they sit on under that gave them the accolade to say, yo, you know what? I'm a teacher in the Israelite community. What footwork that these guys put in to say, yo, I'm a teacher in the Israelite community. No, these are guys that are sitting on social media, watching YouTube videos, getting teachings from YouTube, and then turn around and say, I'm a teacher. And then when you ask them, well, who were your teachers? Who gave y'all the green light to say it's okay for you to teach? Who did you sit under? I sat under the likes of, you know, Dr. Kazriel Ben Yahu, the dean of the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa. I sat under the late Zaquain Ishkael Ben Yisrael of the late school Beit Hetzabah. Professor Rudolph R. Windsor, who wrote From Babylon to Timbuktu. His brother, Rabby Cole Windsor, taught me Ivri, taught me Hebrew. I sat under Dr. Moreh Yoel Ben Yisrael. I'm talking about who were these guys teachers for us to respect these people to say, yo, they're teachers, they're leaders in our community. So to say that the Hebrew Israelites are a joke, let's rephrase that and say, well, maybe the people that you've seen on social media, but when you actually go on the ground, we talking about the Hebrew Israelite movement is an international phenomenon that's involved in African geopolitical affairs in Africa right now. So we want to be careful with our words. Hallelujah.
All right. So you're also an anthropologist who actually has traveled around Africa. You have a book coming out pretty soon.
My second book.
Your second book about like all the things that you found out by traveling around Africa. Can you go a little bit into that book? And then we're going to get into like the fall of Western liberal democracy and how all these things are connecting together. Let's go into that. But I want to hear about your book. Let's go into that real quick.
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, giving all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one, our forefathers out there in East Scott. Yeah, cool. Yeah, my first book came out 2017. Y'all can still get that, you know, online. It's called Our True History of the Diaspora and Our Freedom. That was just breaking down you know, you know, the different oral traditions of Israelites going by the way of ancient Israel through the Levant, by the way of the Bantu expansion, pushing into East Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa, and West Africa, and then coming into the Americas. Very powerful book. I get into the brief synopsis of who I am, raised up in the Hunting Park section of Philly, North Philly, you know what I mean? And, being raised up by a father and mother is very interesting. My background, my father's side, anybody from Philly, they might have heard of my father. He was one of the original OG gang members out of 8th and Oxford. His name is Peacock. And anybody that from Philly, and they know who my father is. You know what I mean? He passed away 2015. So on my father's side, they came out of the Nation of Islam. You know what I'm saying? Heavy hitters in the Nation of Islam, had affiliate ties with the Black Mafia, but I'm not going to get into all that too much. And then on my mother's side, you got, that Native American side along with the Black American side, because on my mother's side, heavy, into the Native American culture. And then when they came into Christianity, they was in a Christian movement known as the Hebrew Pentecostals. So since a young son, I've always heard on my mother's side that we were the original Israelites. Even on my father's side, even though they subscribed themselves to being the lost tribe of Sabas and, the Nation of Islam teachers, they also had an understanding that they were the true Hebrews. They had the understanding they were that, but they didn't have the concrete practice of it. So as a young son, my mother had me reading Miseducation of a Negro when I was 9 years old, even though I was on them streets, you know what I mean? I was already reading the lost books of the Bible, the forgotten books of Edom. When I was 12 years old, I was already reading Dr. Malachi Z. York books when I was 11, 12, 13 years. So none of this stuff surprised me. I already knew that ancient Kemet or Egypt, they were Black people. And the crazy thing, even when you see what's going on right now, this argument, if with Chief X and Uncle Cat and all these people, and and now you're seeing a shifting that they're trying to say the ancient Egyptians now are white people, you know what I mean? Or yeah, they African, but they're this. We've seen this, this recycling of historical eras go on for years. And we've seen pioneers such as Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Yosef A. Ben Yochanan, Sheikh Auntie Droop or Sheikh Auntie Diop. We've seen Obanga, we've seen Dr. Shaka Musa Barashingo, and many others have these arguments in the 80s and 70s, and even as far as the 60s, even in the 50s, we got George G. James with Stolen Legacy, arguing amongst the academia that, Egypt was an African civilization, or we in amongst African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem, we would correctly say African Edenic society, you know what I'm saying? And now you see in the argument today that that's not the case. And you got to remember back in them times, those that came before us amongst Western academia, they were considered pseudo. Dr. John Henry Clark was considered amongst the academic world as pseudo. Dr. Shaka Musa Barashingo, Dr. Ben, all them amongst Western Euro-Gentile academia, they were known as the pseudos of that time. And it's funny, like we are here today, we will be considered amongst our own peers pseudo by saying that the people of ancient Kemet or Egypt are African Edenic. We're being looked at as pseudo. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny, those that are saying we're pseudo, we got clippings of them just 10 years ago saying that the people of Kemet were African Edenic. So now you're seeing this paradigm shift, so to say, or this change that's being taken place. You know what I'm saying? Because we know in the book of Daniel, it said knowledge shall increase and it'll run to and fro the earth. A lot of people look at that verse as, yeah, knowledge will increase. That's a good thing. But it's not talking about good knowledge. You know what I mean? It's talking about the worldly knowledge that you receiving, not digging when y'all hit that Google link or that Yahoo link, y'all ain't even dig the fact that the word Yahoo is a short term for Yahuwah or Yahuwah. So when they talk about going on the web, yahoo.com, they basically saying this is the mind of the creator Yahweh, but y'all ain't get to that point yet. What these people are trying to do here when it defines, not define, when it comes to having knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So again, to set the point, yes, ancient Egypt is an African civilization, African Edenic civilization. Ancient Israel is an African or African Edenic civilization. The land of Israel sits right on the African tectonic plate. When we study flora and fauna, when we look at the Negev Desert, which I sat there, I went there myself and look at the flora and fauna of the Negev Desert. It's the same as the Sahara Desert. The Negev Desert of southern Israel is an extension of the Sahara Desert. That brings me into my second book, 311 trillion, 40 billion BCE. And now, that is going to be one of the most shaking, most breathtaking and shaking books within one's foundation within the Hebrew Israelite nation, and even through the Black conscious Afrocentric community, because I'm one to say that the book of Genesis is not talking about literal days, but it's talking about epochs of the time, starting at 311 trillion, 40 billion BCE, hitting into 1000 BCE, and that we are the Elohim embodied in human form. So this is what I'm saying, that the Israelite community is not a monolith. You know what I mean? Because you might have some Israelites that are more esoteric in their understanding, that understand that we are Elohim embodied in human form, that we don't subscribe to the New Testament. I don't believe that JC died for our sins. That goes against Debarim or Deuteronomy chapter 24:16, Ezekiel chapter 18, and many other verses within the Tanakh, miscalled the Old Testament, that no man can die for another man's sins. So this is what I'm saying. When one say, that the Hebrew Israelites is a joke, because I find that very disrespectful, because the Israelites have done a lot of good within the Black American or quote unquote African American community. And just because you got some knuckleheads that come on social media and say stupid things out of their mouth, that the whole Hebrew Israelite community is getting this bad taste. But to me, that's all COINTELPRO. That's all COINTELPRO tactics. You know what I mean? Even when you go to the House of Consciousness, right? Even when you go over there, right? Now, Sa-Neter know, and much respect to Elder Sa-Neter, Sa-Neter know that the things when he be attacking the Israel, he know that's not the greater body of the Israelite community. He knows that. But when you get caught in promotion and height, stuff like that, nobody, it sounds like I'm getting an echo. Nobody is like separating the Israelite community from the foolishness. That's why I say people need to come on the ground and see what we build. People talk about Demona, the Israelites in Demona, but most people that talk about us over here in Demona, they never even came to our community. They only talking about what they heard and not what they know. So it's very important for us to understand that all Israelites don't acknowledge the same thing. Most Israelite scholars that are in our midst, y'all don't even know about them scholars. DJ Genesis had a few of them on her show, but most of y'all only know what y'all see on social media, and that's it. Hallelujah.
Welcome to the panel, Mel Smith. Did you have a question to ask brother Hebrew Israelite? I'm sorry, Hebrew Israelite. Mighty Hebrew.
No, I don't have a question. I just came through because you sent me the link. But I had been wanting to talk to him for quite some time, just to give him a shout out. I see him all the time,
Yeah, for sure, man. It's always a blessing to have you on the channel, Mel, because I know you if there's any person that's gonna like ask some good questions when it really comes down to all this, I know it's you. So please feel free to chime in whenever you get a chance. So here's a question I do have. So there's a separation in between the Hebrew Israelite camps, but in the meantime, you have this whole thing going on where also it seems now to be a separation in the Jewish world, where you have Zionism, you have Israel, and you have the Jews, and then you have the people that want to call you the anti-Semite if you even talk about Jew. So can you kind of go into that, and what is your take on that? Like, because it kind of even goes into this whole thing where you have like this thing with Epstein and all these different things coming out. And that's the reason why I wanted to bring this video up, because I'm like, he was predicting a lot of the things that were being said in these files on a broader scale. Not exactly, but it was interesting that you guys have been talking about this for years and years beforehand. And another question I wanted to ask now is a twofold question. If you guys, maybe I should ask the second question separate, because I wanted to go into like the FBA aspect, because people will say, well, foundational Black Americans, but then there's a Pan-African aspect to the Hebrew Israelites. So, and you talk about Africa, you talk about repatriating Africa, like, so what part of that is different than where would you find other Hebrew Israelite factions?
I understand. Let's go back a little bit. Yeah, there is a difference. What you know as the Zionist movement, right? That's an organization. That's, first of all, that term Zion, the Hebrew way to pronounce it would be Zion, which means dry land, dry ground. And it was a poetic term that we used throughout our history within the Tanakh. It's called the Old Testament, talking about the Hebrew Israelite nation. You have two types of Zionism. You have prophetic Zionism, and then you have what you know as political Zionism. The first Zionists were not Theodore Herzl. That's false. The very first ones that we see documented is a man by the name of Prophet William S. Crawley. He was the first one to call his followers Zionists before Theodore even came into existence. We see this amongst Black Americans starting around 1847. You see in dudes like Prophet Frank S. Cherry, 1886. We see in cats like Rabbi Richelieu or Leon Richelieu that created the Moorish Zionist Temple of the Moorish Jews in Brooklyn, New York, back in 1899. So you're seeing amongst Black Americans or African Americans calling themselves Zionists before the Zionist movement was even in existence. That was something. They done took that term that was scripturally based and came up with a geopolitical position amongst themselves. Those that call themselves Jews today, we know historically, anthropologically, archaeologically, we know that these are not the people of the book. The book alone describes the Israelites as an African Edenic people. We see the Israelites being described throughout the scripture with woolly hair, black skin. We see these things, even when you go to Nineveh and you start to study the archaeological remains of Israelite images, going into the Babylonian exile, we see the Israelites with woolly hair, broad noses, being carved in rock. There's no way that we can get around this information. And our people been put this out for years. So it must be clear. The Zionist movement that we understand today is a geopolitical organization that came about to upshur land that did not belong to them. What they call them, the state of Israel, has nothing to do with these people. These people just came in 1948, upshered up the Palestinians, who in fact are not. They're also invaders of the land too, because I know we become synthesizers, of the Palestinians, and we don't know the history of that word Palestine. That word Palestine came from the Romans that was trying to mock the Israelites, because one of our enemies in history was known as the Philistines. The word Palestine is a Greco-Latin corruption of the word Philistine, and the Philistines themselves were also an African Edenic people that were actually Chemedians. They were Egyptians. They were Egyptian tribe. When you go into the book of Bereshit or Genesis, the 10th chapter, you'll see that the Philistines were descendants of Mizraim. Mizraim is, or pronounced Mizraim, means the embanker of the sea, talking about Menes the first, they were Chemedians. Because I be hearing people on Sinetta talking about the Philistines were Europeans. No, they weren't. The Philistines were Chemedians. They were Egyptians. They were seafaring Egyptians. Y'all didn't know that? But this is what I'm saying when you're dealing with people that lack history and lack understanding. So the Zionist movement is a political movement that was created by Theodore Herzl, that his objective was to find a land for the Jews that's supposed to have been persecuted throughout Europe. Originally, the promised land for them was going to be Uganda. And the reason why they was looking at Uganda first, because there's a Ugandan tradition amongst the Ugandan people that acknowledge that their royalty over there, they had a line of 33 kings going back to King David. You can find this in the book. I think it's called White and Black in Uganda, if I'm not mistaken. But if I have the name wrong, I get, because I'm not at home right now, I'll get, the name and send it to DJ Genesis. And in that book, they go into the traditions of the Ugandan people. And one of the traditions is that they descended from a line of 33 kings going back to King David. And there were different Israelite communities throughout Uganda. So now you're seeing they focusing on Uganda. That didn't happen. Then they start focusing on Israel. And what's real crazy about this is that DJ Genesis just put up here the interview that I did with Rabbi Sheik, right? And Rabbi Sheik's, his family are indigenous to the southern Negev in Israel. His family was monumental when it came to the Rothschilds coming into Israel in the 1890s, because they didn't know nothing about the land of Israel. They had to go amongst the indigenous Black Ishmaelite population that was still there to scalp out the land. This is historical facts. This is Rabbi Sheik's teacher family that actually showed the Rothschilds the ins and outs of the land of Israel. There are old clippings on YouTube right now of footage of 1910, even back in 1890s, of the Black presence of Israel. That there were Black people in Israel, blacker than me and you. Even to this day, you can go through the sacred visitation amongst the African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem and Dimona, Israel, northeastern Africa, and you can go through our sacred visitation tour, and you can go to Prison Gate. You can go amongst the Black Bedouins. You can go amongst the Black Ishmaelites. You can even go amongst the Black Israelites, because they all didn't leave the land, and you will see a Black population throughout Israel. But what they do, they show you on TV all these white people. But I'm here to tell you that most people in Israel are dark-hued people. Anybody that been to the land of Israel know that it's very multicultural. That's number one. Number two, you got alone 500,000 Black Palestinians. That's just alone. And when I say Black Palestinians, I'm talking about people that look like me and you with woolly hair, dark skin. Then we ain't even talking about the other 500,000 Black asylum people that declared asylum from the Sudan. And then you talking about the indigenous Ishmaelite people, hundreds of thousands. Our community in Dimona, the Beta Israel, falsely called Falasha. There are many, the Black Israelites from India. There are Israelites all over, the Igbo Israelites that live in Israel. So it's many Black people that live in what we call Israel today. But because of social media and the media, they show these white images of Israel. In y'all mind, y'all think Israel is white people. But most people that live in Israel, they're not even white. You know what I'm saying? But you will only know this if you're on the ground. You have to come on the ground. We can't no longer just look at social media and say, see, this is what it is. Oh, this is what's going on over in Dimona. That there's a nuclear reactor in Dimona. No, there's a nuclear reactor 20 miles outside of Dimona. It was there before we even got, you know what I'm saying, to Dimona. We left, remember, we left in 1967. We didn't get into Israel until 1969. Because when we left in 67, we went to Liberia. And we stayed in Liberia for 2.5 years. And then after we broke the niggitudes in the wilderness, 20 miles outside of Monrovia, Liberia, then from there we treaded into Israel. And we went into Dimona, Mitzpe Ramon, Arad, Jericho. So we got to really know the history of our people before we get on social media and start just throwing outbursts out there and don't know what's going on. So yeah, there's definitely a difference from prophetic Zionism and geopolitical Zionism. And the first Zionists were in fact Black Americans acknowledging themselves as Israelites before political Zionism even existed.
So so when you talk about this whole Zionist movement, when you talk about this thing, one of the things that came up in the Epstein files was this thing called Baal. Now, is Baal a part of Baal? What does Baal have to do with any of this?
I mean, yeah. This is all regurgitated information. You can get books like New World Order by Ralph Ellis, and and what's the other book?
So is Baal like a fake god, or is it a real thing? Is it something people really believe in?
Yeah, I'm about to get into that. Yeah. Again, I'm gonna be honest with you. The whole Epstein files to me is bullshit, and let me tell you why. Because let's look at it for what it is. There are 6 million pieces to this file. They give you a little over 3 million. And all they giving you is shit that we already knew about. Because social media is already in the mind state that Jay-Z is a part of a cabal, a luministic organization. Notice what's standing out in the Epstein files. Baal worship, Jay-Z, stuff, Beyonce. But these are things that that people already been talking about. They're not giving us nothing deep. We've been heard about the Clintons and the Bushes and all them Baal worshiping and Moloch worshiping at the Bohemian Groves, you know what I mean, in California with the owl and all. So none of this stuff is new to us, you know what I mean? And Nicki Minaj putting out there just a comment without facts. And I'm not here to defend Jay-Z, by the way. He's a wicked nigga. I'm just dealing with the facts. Because, you got Candace Owens. You know what's crazy? They'll see somebody like Candace Owens open up a book and say, oh, the Star of David, which is really the, dealing with the inverted horizontal. They have no knowledge. They're aligning this with Baal worship and all that, when that's dealing with geometry and have nothing to do with Baal worship. And it was just incorporated into Baal worship. You know what I mean? You have these people like Candace Owens and people like, oh my gosh, she is so deep. But Israelites been on the street corners talking about this stuff for decades. This ain't new to us. Yes, these people are Baal worshiping. Baal worship go back to the ancient Canaanites. The word Baal means my master. Originally, it was just a term that a wife would use towards their husband. But as years developed and you had Canaanite worship, they incorporated that word Baal with Canaanite worship. And within the Canaanite pantheon, they believe that giving their firstborn offering to Baal, they would get greater blessings. Whether you're talking about your firstborn child, whether you're talking about your firstborn crop, whatever. And as time went on, this became incorporated within different secret societies. So now you got cats like Candace Owens and all them that put this out there, and they mentioned about it within the you know, the Epstein files. Oh, that's deep. But Israelites been on the street corner saying this stuff for years, and people walked up and down the street and laughed at them. None of this stuff surprised me. It's only deep to people that really don't know what's going on. So, and the reason why I'm saying the Epstein's files is bullshit, because let's be honest with ourselves. What are they really exposing that we didn't already know? Give us something that we don't know. Like y'all say, oh, Jay-Z are in these files. Supposedly him and Pusha T supposed to have been at this Epstein Island back in 1996. So then I say to myself, Pusha T is a part of the clips that
hold on real quick.
supposedly.
What they were saying was that they were trying to remember like that time where they were talking about there was like this whole meeting they had with a bunch of hip hop artists, and they said that they were trying to control the hip hop industry. And so what it sounds like to me is that's what it really was about. Not necessarily that Jay-Z, he might have been involved in some stuff, but I think that they probably, if they did, it was more or less to like, you know, be able to blackmail him.
But guess who exposed that though? Professor Griff. Anybody in the listening audience that's watching that keep up with what we talking about, Professor Griff was the very first one to write books and do DVDs about the hip hop conspiracy and the Illuminati. And Cash was laughing at him, and he was talking about Epstein Island 25 years ago. So this stuff is not. Yeah.
Wait, so Epstein.
Listen. The reason why I'm saying all this is bullshit is because we can turn right now on YouTube and show people like Professor Griff exposing this back in 1998. Remember, anybody that's listening right now, if y'all know what I'm talking about, put something in the comment. Am I lying? Was not Professor Griff from Public Enemy? He got books, literally thick books, 400 or 500 pages at a time. He done wrote like 6-7 books on this topic. DVDs talking about how hip hop was infiltrated by the Illuminati. That was what he was specializing in. Anybody that know about that DVD era in the early millennium,
did he say something about the Jews, and then he got kicked out of Public Enemy?
I can't. I think it did have something to do with that. My point that I'm stressing is when people talk about Jay-Z, the Illuminati, P. Diddy, all that stuff, Professor Griff Ben was exposing that. He was the first one to expose all that. That is nothing new. The problem that I'm having is because white people told y'all that now it's deep. When black, and I'm not saying you, DJ Genesis, I'm speaking in general. When black people Ben was saying this stuff and the conspiracy theories about Baal worship, Moloch worship with these different organizations, whether you're talking about the Trilateral Commission, the Rothschilds, the DuPonts, the Bilderbergs, the Rockefeller, we've been exposing this as Israelites. We've been exposing this. So now you get these Epstein files, it's deep. But when you really look at it, what the fuck did they really tell us? They ain't telling us nothing. Okay. The reason why
the white people, like they're flabbergasted. They're the ones like, oh my God.
White people been knew about that because white people were the first ones to be whistleblowers on themselves. Look at the dude, for instance, David Icke.
Yep.
Like David Icke Ben was exposing this stuff. When you talk about what's that dude they blackball, riverball down the street,
William Cooper, something Jordan,
Maxwell Jordan, Alex Jones. All these dudes been exposing this stuff. None of this stuff is new to us. Do you know what I'm saying? So my question is, okay, you put out to me, I believe the Epstein files. I believe all that shit is fake. I believe it's all fake because not saying the island and all the wicked stuff, that stuff was real. But what they given to the world is fake because the reason why I'm saying this, you saying Epstein did all this crazy shit. You saying that he did all this stuff.
He seemed like he
They
was a
think,
god at the time. Like he could do
yeah,
anything.
like he was. But the thing that I'm saying, why isn't these Epstein files exposing this stuff? You just exposing Jay-Z and Beyonce, man, fuck all that. Show us in these files these people being trapped in these dungeons, the sex slaves, the child trafficking. That's what I want to read about. This is what I want y'all to expose in the Epstein files. They're not exposing none of that. They only giving us what we already knew about Jay-Z online.
Oh,
And
so
to
you're
his
not watching. So you're not watching the white. You got to watch my channel because the white people are talking about everything. They're talking about all the stuff that he did. They're talking about Donald Trump.
they're talking about it, but they're not showing it directly in the files. Like, for instance, they might say, yeah, you know, we got these Epstein files, and yeah, you know, Epstein, he was doing this and human trafficking, but they're not going in the file and showing it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'll be watching.
The ones I'm seeing is that they're actually showing the actual document, the emails. They're reading the emails that he sent and all this other crazy stuff that he was saying. Like, there was a time where he was talking about that he was saying that all the people were goyim and I don't even know what
I've seen that. I'm talking about, listen, that concept that all the people are going, that's nothing new. You can get a book called The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. And in that book, goyim originally was a term in the Hebrew language that meant the nations of the earth. But they took that word goyim as a code to talk about the control of the population through the banking system. You see this in the Protocol of the Learned Elders of Zion. So Epstein calling people goyim is nothing to me, because I know people, I know those that are involved in these secret organizations. That's how they look at the populations of the earth. We understand that. My thing is, show us in the files. I want to see human trafficking. I want to see it directly written down in these files. And it's not doing that. The things that they're exposing is what people already been talking about. We already been talking about this man being a monster. We already been talking about Jay-Z having interconnections with these people and Beyonce. Remember, they was talking about how Beyonce had an alter ego within her named Sasa. And it was really an evil deity or a demon that was possessing her. So, and that they were into snake cult worship. So we've already been hearing this stuff. My thing is this. They're focusing on Jay-Z, Beyonce, you know, what's my man named Yeezy, and all these people, because that's what we already been focusing on. You know, okay, yeah, Jay-Z got 50-something acres of land in Britain, which we already knew about, and he lived down the street from Ellen DeGeneres. So what? We already know that they all in the bed with each other. Give us something new. I mean, okay, we know that. Give us the global plot.
Oh, you haven't been watching my no, you haven't been watching my channel, bro. You haven't been watching my channel.
I've been watching you.
On my channel, I'm showing how this whole thing is all linked. Because here's the thing, is that I was showing how China, how they have this whole, like, you know, child, like, it's a weird thing going on with the children. You know, I broke down the trains. I broke down the immigrant trains, how they were doing the what's it called, the orphan train. I talked about how the immigrants came over from Ellis Island, all the kids, right? And then so all this stuff similar, yeah. And now
but what I'm saying to you, you're correct in your presentations, but notice you're linking things. I'm saying, let somebody alone just use the Epstein files alone. You're not going to find all that. You have to link it. You have to go outside them Epstein files, and like how you did, you talking about Ellis Island, you was talking about China and the connection with these human trafficking with children and all that. It's like you're piecing a puzzle together, which all this stuff is true.
You know, yesterday I brought up the fact that Epstein actually was working with Putin, and Putin was sending over children, and even Melania Trump. You know, Putin was sending over children and young women over to Epstein Island, and Trump actually Epstein introduced Melania to Trump from
And,
Russia. So
and
all
look,
this stuff is
and all that may be true, but it's not directly in the Epstein files. Like when you talking about Putin, the president of Russia, we've heard these things. Yes, we heard that he was sending children to Epstein Island. You know, we've heard these things. My thing, when people was hyping up the Epstein files, I thought we was going to see some real crazy shit up in these files. That's what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking for what I already know. That's all I'm saying. Like, okay, you bringing up some stuff about Jay-Z. Okay, you going into, because I watched Epstein's whole interview and how he was talking about people don't understand banking and or I'm like, okay, so you know, what are you talking about? I want to hear Epstein say, listen, this is what was going on in the island. P. Diddy was fucking these little kids. We sacrificing. We doing this. We doing that. We doing this. I don't see it in the files. Now, what I see is that people are taking outside sources and connecting it to the files. That's what I'm seeing.
no. Depending on what source you're watching, you will see them bring out actual files where when they're talking to Epstein, they're saying, "Hey, you know that last little girl I got." You know, they'll really like say this, like pretty much on some like that girl, pretty much like
Who?
saying that they did some wild stuff, like they, huh?
I'm saying, what's the names of the people? Who in the Epstein files did they go? Okay,
Okay.
this is my question to you. Who in the Epstein files was literally exposed based on what we didn't know?
Well, I
That's
think
my
that there
question.
were certain politicians that were contacting Epstein.
What's
Hold on,
their
there was
names?
one.
What's their names?
Dang, I forget what the name is. I gotta like go back to the video, but
But
I can
but
show you
but
the video
notice
right now.
how this is what I'm saying. All I'm saying is we got to stop giving credit to these people, man. We've been exposing these people. My thing is, if it was so deep, these Epstein files, we should be flooded with names. Like, I want the celebrities, I want the name, these politicians, I want them all. I don't want what I call shadow people. You know, Epstein, such. Oh, yeah. And the little girl. Okay, who are these people? Who are these people?
Well, they're
And then
redacted. They're redacted. They're redacted. But yeah, Bill.
they listen, they were, and I'm glad you.
They're
No,
redacted.
you're correct. They were redacted. But why didn't they redact Jay-Z? Why didn't they redact Pusha T? Why did they redact Beyonce? You want to know why? Because they are what is selling right now. You put out something out there a while ago talking about generational wealth. And you see in the black community amongst P. Diddy and all them, they was building what they would consider generational wealth. In the Epstein files, you redacted all these people, right? But when it come to black people, you ain't redacting their names. Their names is clearly in them Epstein files. But I'm talking about where did we see Donald Trump name in the Epstein files? Yes or no? Doing anything crazy?
Well, they said he killed the girl. There was some actual.
Where in the Epstein files? Where in the Epstein files? Who said he killed the girl? Who said this in the Epstein files?
Hold on, I actually was watching that earlier.
I don't want to hear somebody. Where's the proof that Trump killed this girl?
Raping and threatening to kill. All right, here we go.
Yeah, read that to me. I want to hear that.
In Bill and Hillary Clinton is because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times. In those files, there's highly disturbing allegations of Donald Trump raping children. of Donald Trump threatening to kill children. So I encourage your press
Stop.
to go look
Stop
at
that. Stop that.
allegations.
Stop
And
that.
I'm highly
Stop
disturbed
it.
that Deputy
Is that who's that? A Chinese? Oh no. Go ahead. Now I can see it now. Go ahead. Press
Yeah,
play.
he's
Press
a Republican. He's a Republican. Wait. Is he Representative Lou?
Yeah.
So let me just start it over. Is he a
Yeah,
Republican?
sorry, no. But now I
So
can see it. I can see it.
Rep Lou says Epstein files have allegations of Trump. Let's go.
So why are Republicans so interested in Bill and Hillary Clinton? It's because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times. In those files, there's highly disturbing allegations of Donald Trump raping children, of Donald Trump threatening to kill children. So I encourage your press to go look at these allegations. And I'm highly disturbed that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just got the law wrong. Yesterday, he said essentially that it is not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's actually not correct. If Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking minors for these sex parties, and you show up and patronize the establishment at that party, yes, you're guilty, because patronizing is part of the law, the federal sex.
Do you got copies of the Epstein files? You got copies?
It's it's on the Department of Justice website.
Can you type in real quick? Can you type in something like real quick, like Donald Trump and the child rape allegations of children in the Epstein files? The reason why I want to see who's saying these things, because he said there's thousands of accusations of this taking place. I mean, from what I've read so far, I haven't seen it. Is there a way you could type it up so we can see some of these allegations? Because it's like a blanket statement, like, okay, you saying that there's allegations of Donald Trump raping these children and threatening to murder children. So I want to know who's doing the allegations or throwing these allegations out there, and the responder of these allegations. I want to know the name.
So I don't,
because I've heard this, but I want to see it like actually in the document, if y'all understand what I'm saying. Because a person can throw out a blanket statement, and I'm not saying it's not in there. I'm saying, like, if these allegations are out there, like, this stuff got to be addressed. You know what I'm saying? For him to just be sitting in the president's seat and these allegations are out there like that, are these allegations being taken as legitimate allegations or just hearsay? You know what I'm saying? I want to see if somebody, let me ask the listening audience, anybody in the listening audience, if y'all seen that allegation, could y'all put the name of the person that's saying the allegations and the responders of the allegations? Because I know the listening audience, they've dealt with it too.
Bring my phone back. So this is actually, I don't know if this is not the Epstein file, but when you said go take a look, and
somebody said that Trump even was talking about sexual stuff on his own daughter.
Yeah,
somebody said
so if you look at this,
saying he's seen it. He said, I've seen this before.
All right, so this is an actual case that was filed the September.
Hold on. One more thing. The guy said we wouldn't be saying that if Donald Trump wasn't in a mess with the Khazars.
What are the Khazars?
Khazars are the so-called Jews. Somebody said Post Malone is in the Epstein files. Bill Gates According to, I'm just reading some of the comments too. They
All right,
said,
so are you
according
looking
to
at this right here?
hold on, let me go to it.
All right, if you look
They
right
said
here,
Patty LaBelle. They said Patty LaBelle name was in it too.
so it says in the United States District Court, Southern District of New York, it says complaint for rape. So this was filed
Don't say that word. We don't want this to get struck.
right. So this is what it's saying: complaint for all these different things, right? Duress, false
All right.
imprisonment, and defamation. Plaintiff Jane Doe, proceeding under the pseudonym, brings this action against Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey E. Epstein and alleges that parties, plaintiff is the individual residing in and a citizen of the state of California. Upon information and belief, defendants Donald Trump and Jeffrey E. Epstein each reside in this district and are citizens of the state of New York. So let's go. This is jurisdiction. So it says
So
plaintiff was
there's
subject to acts of GRAPE, misconduct, acts, abuse, touching, battery, intentional erectness, infliction of emotional distress, duress, false imprisonment, and threats of serious bodily harm and death. Injury by the defendants that took place in several parties during the summer months of 1994. The parties were held by defendant Epstein at a New York City residence that was being used by defendant Epstein at 9 East 71st Street in Manhattan. During this period, Plaintiff was a minor at the age of 13 and was legally incapable under New York law of consenting to sexual.
Oh yeah, I know. I know about that. I know about this case.
Yeah, so that
no,
right
I'm talking about this. Yeah, I know about this, and they even trying to say, this was the time when he was in his 50s, and they even got this picture of the 13-year-old girl with him and stuff. No, is this from the Epstein files?
I mean, that's like a case that's based on the Epstein.
I'm talking about. Listen, I'm talking about, and that's supposed to happen in New York in '94. I heard about that, and they swept down to the rug. I heard about that. I'm talking about the man made a statement that there are thousands. There like thousands of you. See, I listen to the verbiage of people, man. He's saying there are thousands of either hundreds. He even said hundreds or thousands. I believe he said thousands. You can rewind it. Matter of fact, rewind it. When you say there's thousands of accusations, it should be easy for us to go into these Epstein files and just find it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Like, okay.
So right here we go. All right. So I just typed
in
Donald Trump. I just typed in Donald Trump. This is the Department of Justice website, the Epstein Library.
Right.
Okay?
Good.
And these are all of the files, and let's go for the last one. So there's like
So just give me a name of the person that's saying it and the responder. Just read something. I'm not saying that it's not in there. I'm just saying let's hear what the files are saying. Like, you should be able to just spot it.
I mean, I have to go through hundreds of files to go through.
So
I'm not gonna be able to. You know what I'll do?
Okay.
What I will do is
it don't have to necessarily. But it don't have to necessarily be something with sexual. It can be anything. It can be murder. It can be whatever. Just read something that's being said negative. Because I mean, I know his name is in them files. I just want to hear, the accuser saying it, who the accuser is, and the responder. And then that case that you read in '94, listen, under the so-called laws of the United States, you got a right to approach your accuser. And my thing is, when it comes to the grapes, like, these accusers' names are being concealed. So you saying, okay, Jane Doe, and then from there, like, so we can't investigate the background. We can't do nothing. Like, you understand what I'm saying? That's like me saying, yeah, John Doe was beat down by DJ Genesis. We don't even know who John Doe is to even go into the background to find out if it's true or false. Yeah, I mean, because they covering up the I didn't know. If a person is being accused of something that heinous, man, the people supposed to know who this person is. I don't care if it's murder, rape, whatever. These are heinous accusations. And those that are accusing these people of these crimes, we need to know their names so we can properly investigate. How you going to investigate if you don't even know the name of the person?
I heard that there was like 400 like files that got like deleted, you know. So even if they did have it in them, they might not be in them no more because they
right. But what I'm saying, I understand that, but I notice even with these P. Diddy accusations, when it comes to these people saying this, that, the third, why are they all Jane and John Does? We can't do no investigation.
Well,
we can't go into these people's background, nothing.
Well, no, they did the invest. We're not the ones that do the investigation. They just released it because it's a Freedom of Information Act.
No. I know. I'm saying that we do be doing the investigation. Listen, when you look at the P. Diddy situation, Jay-Z, all them, a lot of this information is coming from minor investigators from YouTube, because you got now, I don't know if y'all know, you got the YouTube police, just like you had the hip hop police that was investigating. I was just watching the new Old Dirty Bastard documentary, and the FBI and the CIA was investigating Wu-Tang Clan for over 20 years. And they just released them files. So what I'm saying is, yes. So yeah, like the FBI and the CIA was investigating Wu-Tang Clan for gun trafficking, all kinds of stuff. But to come to find out, none of that stuff was true. But the facts that I'm saying is, when it come to our people, they naming names. When it comes, my whole thing is, most of these cases that we're seeing today is a product of minor researchers on YouTube complaining about these people and these parties. Like with the P. Diddy situation, I believe social media, YouTube, is the one that put the nail in his coffin. When you got these different, even though they may covertly not know what they're doing, but they're doing it. They're basically snitching on each other. And I'm not saying, and I'm not going to get geopolitical. I don't deal with snitches and rats, but that's a different story, a different topic. But I'm saying that this is what you're seeing on social media right now. You're seeing these investigators go through this snitch routine. And I believe that these YouTube police, whether the FBI, the CIA, they also use that as leverage. Let me point it out. There was a situation not too long ago with the Tariq Nasheed and the what's his name, Tahaka Bay, and they was going back and forth to court. So Tariq Nasheed,
I covered that. I covered it on my channel.
Right? Yeah, they used Sinetta making the statement. He was like, well, because they asked Tariq Nasheed, well, where did you get that information at about Tahaka Bay, dust, and nuts? He brings up Sinetta and showed a video and all that inside, the court, right? And Tariq Nasheed lost his case by the way of defamation of character. And then the other day, there was a show on Sinetta. I think it was our elder, what's his name, Yara. There was something that Captain Tazariak said about Elder Yara. You know what I'm saying? And Elder Yara, he responded as he's supposed to. He's a man. He's going to respond. But within his response, General Yohana was brought up in a heinous way. So when that was brought up of some allegation in 1993, I'm not going to repeat it because I'm not trying to get sued, period. So when that was brought up, you had Brother Reggie come on there, right? And he was saying some, things that Chief X said about him. And then it was brought up that, Sinetta may need to cut that out of what Yara said about Commanding General Yohana, because it is a known fact that ISUBK do be in them courtrooms crushing shit. Like, it's a known fact that ISUBK is known to take the city of New York, and they beat them several times. Like the lawyers that General Yohana got, them boys ain't no joke. And they go, and when they coming at you, they're gonna destroy you if you ain't on point. And right now, that Tariq Nasheed and Tahaka Bay is like a president. Like, you cannot just say what you want to people no more on social media. You're gonna get sued. And you seen that also with the Tasha K, and I believe, what was it, Nicki Minaj and Cardi B and all the, and they sued the hell out of her. You know what I mean? For defamation of character. So we want to be on point. That's why when you hear me keep saying, well, I want to hear the person that's doing the accusing, and I want to hear those that are spitting out, like they responding to the accusation. So that's why I said bring up the Donald Trump, because this man said it's thousands upon thousands and notice the word he's saying, he's being careful. Accusations. And I'm just saying, I just wanted to hear some of the accusations in the Epstein files. But we all know that.
Check this out right quick. Check this out real quick.
Because again, they deleted it. They deleted the information as soon as they realized, I guess, that Trump was there. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump told them to take it down. What are they going to do? Tell him no? So listen to this. Epstein files. Breaking news. Underage girl claims that Trump forced sex. It's bad. It's bad. So brace yourself for this as we get into these here. Bombshell allegation in the latest Epstein file document released. An underage girl claims that she was forced to perform oral on Donald Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. And here is a screenshot of that. Here again, they're going to be in different places because people are taking different screenshots, but this is the person's name redacted. Blank reported an unidentifiable female friend who was forced to perform oral on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred. And the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing the act. We're on YouTube. I have to be PC about this. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. Response. Spoke with caller who identified blank as friend. Lead was sent to Washington office to conduct interview. That's one piece of it. We'll get to the other ones in just a second. The document says the feds forwarded the lead to the Washington office to conduct an interview. And I got to say this. So that person was apparently 13 or 14 years old at the time. All of these people that you have seen in the past couple of months try to normalize the behavior, sexualization of someone who is not pre-adolescent. This all just says a lot. And I have continued to push back on that. And I told you guys that teenagers, 15, 16 years old, their brains are not fully developed and they do not have this ability to consent, especially to an adult.
Oh, man. Reading is fundamental, right? So 35 years ago, right, would be what, 1993-ish, somewhere around there, right?
Right.
Okay. The Epstein files was in existence. Okay. When did Epstein die? What year did he die?
I don't know. When did he die? Like 2000?
No, I don't.
10?
What was it, 2000? I don't know. But which she read, it didn't come from out of the Epstein files. They're talking about it. That's the point. Because remember, it's saying, well, 35 years ago, thus. because in the Epstein files, it's conversations. That statement that she read, it's talking about it. I need a direct statement. This unknown person, such and such bit 35 years ago. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, we heard about that. We know that. I'm saying I want to read the document itself where the conversation is taking place. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear Epstein say to such and such, well, you know, such and such at the party and whoop and Trump. And there was this girl named Dust. And the thing that's being said now is the actual file where this is all mentioned. It was, you know, it disappeared. And people are taking snapshots. Show us the direct snapshot of Epstein having this conversation, because what she's saying is basically, and I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm saying it's possible it did happen. The thing is, right now, what she's giving us is hearsay. That's what she's giving us.
Does anybody in the chat know more about like the details? Because I've just been watching.
Right, because I think you see what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm from an era where paperwork is necessary.
You know what? Hold on. You know what? Because Mel is actually in the courtroom with the whole thing.
Which you say who?
Mel. He was just here.
And I'm pretty sure it's people in the listening audience that may have read these things directly. I was born in the 70s, 1976. In the era I came out of, you couldn't just say anything about anybody. You had to have actually the actual paperwork itself, because this is people's lives on the line. I don't give a damn about Donald Trump, none of them devils. But the point is, if we going to say something, let's have the direct link itself versus, well, it was alleged and 35 years ago and thus. No, I ain't trying to hear none of that. I want to see it in the file from the direct person that was there. Okay, Epstein is one that was accused of this as well. Okay, Epstein, who are you telling this to? Let's hear you say it out your mouth. And from there, and I mean, you ain't even got to even name the person. It can be blank. But if we talking about the Epstein files, then whatever's going on, let's hear these direct links. Versus, you know, it was alleged that this happened at this time, and this person said that. No, that's hearsay. That's hearsay. I want the direct link. Let me look at some of the comments real quick, and let's see if anybody in the comments is giving any direct links. Hold on.
In the article, another allegation, which the feds deem not credible, is from a female who claims she was a victim and a witness to a sex trafficking ring at Trump Golf Course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California, between 1995 and 1996, involving big orgy parties with young girls, older Victoria's Secret models, and celebs like Trump, Bill Clinton, and Robin Leach. Robin Leach is this guy. He used to host the show called the Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, for the younger people who are not aware. So interesting, his name is here, but they said they're not sure about that one. The documents say the feds got a call from a female who claimed to be a prisoner, and they referenced Lisa Marie Presley, the British royal family, Trump, Jeffrey Epstein. The feds say they were unable to contact the woman who lived in Australia. And we all know that Virginia Giuffre was also, we don't need to read that again. I just want to show you the actual where these files exist. You can also see here's the one about the 16 years old. At 16, while modeling, caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, the caller reported she was assaulted by Epstein. On another occasion, 2 twin brothers, Alan and Orrin, lured the caller and her friend upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Caller said that Orrin assaulted her best friend, and a third brother, Tall, assaulted a 14-year-old girl named Blank. The caller named other individuals involved in big orgy parties with her and other young girls, Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. You see the second column here, it says notable names, so they list the names here. We talked about the Rancho Palos Verdes one. That's the one they said they weren't sure about. And here's another one. Complainant claims to have video of high-profile sex party dealing with cartels, having witnessed Robin Leach, strangle a young girl to death at a party. So again, allegedly, Robin Leach, the guy who hosts the lifestyles of the rich and famous. So again, we're starting to see some similarities with what we heard from that alleged audio from Sasha, who was a boy at that point in time, that said he was also trafficked in this ring. It gets crazier. Let's go on more. I am so sorry it's so tiny, you guys, and it doesn't let me make it bigger because it's on Twitter, but I'm going to do the best that I can here. Just coming right about here. Here's the one about Texas. Complainant reported his ex-girlfriend blank were victims of Epstein and one was murdered. There's another one that says someone was murdered. While working as a limousine driver, the complainant recalled picking up Donald Trump in 1995 to take him to Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. During that ride, the complainant recalled some of the things Trump spoke about on his cell phone were very concerning and described being a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median. It's the lane in between lanes on the road. And within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying. The complainant noted Trump repeatedly stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone. One of the complainant's ex-girlfriends named blank told the complainant Trump assaulted her, as did Epstein. This is the part about Lisa Marie Presley, which we got into that part. Let's get to this one here. Complainant following up after a call with NYPD officer regarding her previous tip, reporting that she was forced to perform sex acts when she was 13 years old. And pregnant in 1984. Complainant also reported there were high-profile individuals involved in sex trafficking and the murder and disposal of her newborn daughter. This is one of the ones I told you guys about before. Complainant reported Donald Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to perform sex acts with him, and alleged Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. So we know about that story as well. Here's another one. Caller was taken by boat to Epstein's Island. Caller said it was complicated and involved Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. She said, it says the caller became a school counselor and had a meeting with the school principal, Linda Kitts, and a police officer where the caller was informed there were pictures of herself with Epstein. The caller reported the school was mad at her for not being a Trump person and that the school wanted her to testify and say things against Andrew Cuomo. The FBI and Donald Trump were on the phone during the meeting. The caller believes the FBI has baby pictures of her with Epstein. So all these names that are being mentioned, Andrew Cuomo, right? And here you see the school was basically wanting her to protect Donald Trump. They wanted to protect him. You see how they cover for the wealthy and the powerful?
All right. So all these are like the notes taken from people that called in or wherever they were getting the different witnesses that had been through different
Right.
things.
Right.
But you said you wanted to actually see a real person that actually says that they have been, and it's a guy named, have you heard of a Sasha Riley?
No, that name, I never heard of him before until just now right here. Can you hear me? Are you there?
Yeah. All right. Here. All right. Let's see. Let me.
This is from the Epstein files, right?
Yeah. Those particular this is the actual files that they took screenshots of because they actually deleted them from. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is
so that's from the Epstein files, and who's the one that right there? Who's talking?
She has a page called Sabby Sab. So she's
no, not the lady that's talking, but what she's reading from. Who's that talking? Like saying, "Well, this date, this happened, that date." Who's that doing?
The FBI is
okay.
Taking
That's
notes.
the FBI. Okay,
Yeah.
got you.
So these are the notes
okay.
that they took based on their investigation. This is like the files of who they interviewed and the notes that they took.
That's evidence. Now that's evidence right there. That's what I mean. Okay. So this right here, y'all saying was in the Epstein files, but they took them. They're not there no more.
Some of those things got taken out. But they got them before they were able to take them out. But so when they first released them, they had all this stuff in there. But then as a few days went on, things started getting like deleted. So they're not in there no more.
So that's why when you go into the Epstein files now, because I'm looking right now and I can't find nothing.
Right.
So the Epstein files that's up now, that stuff, anything about Trump or anybody like that, all that stuff is deleted now.
Yeah, and she talks about how things got deleted. She said she had covered it before and was talking about it on her channel but things got deleted. Let's go.
Shots of that information. And what I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is that it is very bad for Donald Trump. Let's go.
Hold on, let me go back.
We have breaking news, you guys. It appears the DOJ has released more Epstein files, and Donald Trump is implicated in the worst way. To make things crazier, he decided to then start deleting this information. Literally, if you go there now and you click on the DOJ's link, the information is gone. But luckily for us, there were people that captured screenshots of that information. And what I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is that it is very bad for Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let's start with the clip of the DOJ. They sound very, very nervous during this part of the conversation. Let's see what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we have breaking news here, ladies and gents. This is very damning for Donald Trump and his administration.
Some of the victims of Epstein have expressed frustration with the entire process. I want to give you the opportunity to speak directly to them.
Well, I don't know what you're speaking to. I mean, if there's frustration with, quote, the entire process, same here. I mean, you have a situation where for many, many years, nobody even breathed a word about Jeffrey Epstein. And then all of a sudden, it was all anybody would talk about going into the last spring and summer, culminating in the passage of the Transparency Act. And President Trump has said for years what I think everybody will find to be exactly true, which is detailing his relationship and lack thereof with Mr. Epstein and what he thought about Mr. Epstein. And notwithstanding what the department has been saying for a very long time.
Now, remember, they are not showing you what I'm going to show you. Remember, the information was released and immediately deleted, but we got screenshots. Okay. Also, to this point that he makes that nobody was talking about Jeffrey Epstein, this is 100% false. Whitney Webb has been talking about this for a long time. Journalists have been talking about it. So I find it very interesting. He's like, oh, all of a sudden people want to know about it. No. People committed serious, serious crimes, and you guys tried to cover it up to protect your buddies. And that is a problem.
We're still where we are today. Listen, victims of Mr. Epstein have gone through unspeakable pain, and there's nobody that should say anything differently. And I to the extent that there's frustration, I understand where that comes from, just from what we know about Mr. Epstein. I hope that the work that the men and women within this department have done over the past 2 months hopefully is able to bring closure. I think that what we told our reviewers is that was the goal. You know, there's this mantra out there that, the Department of Justice is supposed to protect Donald J. Trump. And that's what we were telling. That's not true. That was never the case.
It was the case. And notice how nervous he sounds during this press conference. It definitely was the case, but it wasn't just about protecting Donald Trump. It was about protecting some of these donors, the donor class, the billionaires, people that are very much in powerful positions. So it's not just about protecting Trump, but yes, they were trying to protect him. And when you see the information that was captured, I think you'll start to understand why.
We are always concerned about the victims. When we said that we were not legally allowed to release documents, that's a fact. That was true. It remains true today. And then with the Act's passage, we are able now and directed to release documents, which is what we are doing.
They're releasing documents and deleting them. So what are you releasing for them? You know? So what happens is that you then she gets into it and she's actually going through the files. And yeah, you're listening to the actual files that were released. And this was
here's the story about the Calendar Girls. Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring them in. Trump would auction them allegedly. And we've read this part here about, we don't need to read that again. I just want to show you the actual where these files exist. You can also see here's the one about the 16 years old. At 16, while modeling, caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York.
I think we already went through that one, and then I think she goes even further.
And here's another one. Complainant claims to have video of high-profile sex party dealing with cartels, having witnessed Robin Leach strangle a young girl to death at a party.
I think we talked about that.
Damn. Oh, stop.
Some of the things he was saying.
Stop. So they said they got evidence of Robin Leach. That was the guy from the Lifestyle Rich and Famous. Choked a girl to death, huh?
Yes, yeah, it gets crazy.
Oh.
Yeah, so
and he's dead now. He's dead now, so he can't even be charged. Ain't Robin Leach dead?
I don't know. Is he?
I think Robin Leach is dead.
Yeah, so it's a lot of stuff. Like I've been covering the people that got the actual that's reading the emails that's talking about what Epstein says when so here there's a whole thing with this guy named Peter Thiel.
So I see what's going on. So the files that I got, because I've been looking over these joints for almost a week. So the files I got is basically the files that everything been deleted. And those statements that are being said are basically snapshot copies before they were able to erase. So the only thing that the people can deal with is basically the snapshots of what people got.
Yes.
So they wouldn't even be
First of all, when they first put it out, they redacted some, but people figured out how to undo the redaction. So they had to undo it and put it back out again and actually make the redactions straight, because people figured out, oh, okay, you just like get rid of the black and then you will see the whole thing, the names and everything. And I don't know why everybody got on TikTok and told everybody, oh, you got to do it. Blah, blah. And so they let everybody know. And then now they just went back and then fixed that. So, and then, he was implicated. People started talking about it. Next thing you know, Trump stuff got deleted, like 400 files. Then, but the thing is, so I'm not sure if you know who Peter Thiel is. Peter Thiel or something like that.
Yeah. Yes.
The owner of Palantir, right? So it's a thing. It's almost like a thing where the way it looks like is almost like the way the whole conversation had went at some point was that he had put JD Vance into office because the way that it's going is like he was very close to Epstein. Like they were like pretty much like planning the end of, not the end of the world, but like the end of like global government together. They were planning the end of the global government. You know what I'm saying? Did you see that part? You there?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yes, they were pretty much planning the end of global government and stuff like this. It was getting really bizarre. You know what I'm saying? They were planning the end of the global government. And I think I even have that one here too. Let me see if I can find that. I'm gonna play this while I look for the other one. Let's go.
Here's the one about Texas. Complainant reported his ex-girlfriend blank were victims of Epstein and one was murdered. There's another one that says someone was murdered. While working as a limousine driver, the complainant recalled picking up Donald Trump in 1995 to take him to Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. During that ride, the complainant recalled some of the things Trump spoke about on his cell phone were very concerning and described being a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median. It's the lane in between lanes on the road. And within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying. The complainant noted Trump repeatedly stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone. One of the complainant's ex-girlfriends named blank told the complainant Trump assaulted her, as did Epstein. This is the part about Lisa Marie Presley, which we got into that part. Let's get to this one here. Complainant following up after a call with NYPD officer regarding her previous tip, reporting that she was forced to perform sex acts when she was 13 years old and pregnant in 1984. Complainant also reported there were high-profile individuals involved in sex trafficking and the murder and disposal of her newborn daughter. This is one of the ones I told you guys about before. Complainant reported Donald Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to perform sex acts with him, and alleged Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. So we know about that story. Andrew Cuomo. The FBI and Donald Trump were on the phone during the meeting. The caller believes the FBI has baby pictures of her with Epstein. So all these names that are being mentioned, Andrew Cuomo, right? And here you see the school was basically wanting her to protect Donald Trump. Victim one called the caller and told her she thought that she had been assaulted. Victim one did not go to a hospital to have a kit performed because she didn't think anyone would believe her, especially because she was drunk. And this is also not uncommon. People who are victims of SA, the majority are less likely to report it. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Let's go on here. Victim one, husband's business had problems with suppliers and victim one believed Trump was behind it. Victim one also started dating a lawyer, identifier unknown, who was married. Victim one had a fight with her lawyer boyfriend and went to a bar. Victim one left a bar with a man who no one in the bar recognized, but who seemed familiar with the victim. Victim one was never seen again. A few years ago, remains were discovered that matched the description of what victim one was wearing when she went missing. DNA tests at the time were inconclusive. It's getting really bad. It's not.
Yeah. So this stuff is wild. You know, this is not just some, you know, like, oh, you know.
Now that's proof. That's what I was looking for.
Well,
Because
we've been showing it over here. I'm not sure what channel you've been on, but honey, over here we have been going to the actual documents, reading them off the documents. Watch this one right here.
Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Thiel discussing how anti-globalization rhetoric, political chaos, and culture wars create opportunities for them to benefit financially. You know, all of the anti-woke rhetoric being pushed by the Republicans for years now that's caused a lot of division in this country? Well, it turns out those narratives did not appear out of nowhere. Here's what Epstein said: return to tribalism, counter to globalism, amazing new alliances. You and I both agree zero interest rates were too high. And as I said in your office, finding things on their way to collapse was much easier than finding the next bargain. Here's what that email essentially confirms. Modern political outrage did not happen out of nowhere. It's been rewarded and strategically amplified in ways that are meant to benefit the people at the very top. When society is divided into tribes through culture wars, it becomes a lot easier to distract people from the real enemy at the top. Now take a look at how culture war content works. It keeps people engaged, angry, and most importantly, loyal to personalities instead of people's policies. This makes it much easier for billionaires like Donald Trump to claim they're outsiders or anti-establishment, even while they're directly benefiting from the system. New emails show Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Thiel discussing how anti-globalization.
And so there was also this guy right here, Sasha Riley, that actually there's a whole interview with him where he was talking about how he all the crazy stuff that went with him. So let me see what I can go.
I'm here.
But you know what? There's even better. Like that's just the audio of a video of an interview, but it's that's the so let me see what I do. Who is Sasha Riley? Let's go into Sasha Riley real quick. So this was him prior to the files being released. And then I think he did this is his recorded testimony. Well, you can't hear it. Hold on. You can't hear it. Let me just stop it real quick and bring it back up.
I can't hear. No, I can't hear nothing.
All right, I'm about to bring it back up. All right, let's see.
Testimony, getting your testimony of what you experienced, what abuse you suffered, and what you were witness to.
I am for whatever puts a light on this, because in my mind, the powers that be are already aware of my position on it and aware that I have spoken up. And, you know, the more light that is shed on there, I don't think that I'm incurring more risk, except for some maybe lunatic that wants to be a soldier for Donald Trump. I don't mind whatever would bring a little bit more light to this, particularly the stuff, if we can get some of this stuff verified, you know. And I know that me speaking up is one thing, but then the verification process, you know, is important too. I am confident that it's there because somebody that I served with in the Army got put out of the Army. My chain of command talked to me and they said, hey, you know, some of these images, some of the films or whatever that he had looked just like you. And that was the first time I think I had ever talked to anybody about having done those films. And I told them, yes, when I was a child, I had to do those things. My name is William Sasha Riley. I was born Manuel.
If you get a chance, go ahead and check out Sasha Riley, you know. So the bottom line is that you have this whole like this group of people that's like meeting up, doing all this weird stuff, and they're also talking about like some things that have something to do with government. And that's why I thought it was interesting of the interview that you did with the brother, because I said, you know what, this actually is relevant. Let's go. Hold on 1 second. Let me go. Let's go.
Okay, it takes more than one, and if only one says to himself, I will be okay and I will let you die, the multitude will go and destroy him. So if I got 100 men with me and you got food to feed 100 people for one day, oh, we're not going to die today. Those 100 people are going to go and they're going to attack that one man and they're going to take his goods. They're going to take what he has. This is the American mindset because there is no village. However, our Hebrew mindset is not like that. When you come back to the original culture, in hardships and in hard times, we band together, we pull together, and we share.
Facts. All things.
We share. So when you talk about the tithe is food, basically. If you read it, it's food. And that food is shared on festival times, Shabbats, new moon feasts, and any other holy day. It is shared. We all eat from it. That's how it was done in tradition. Today, in modern times, everything has become money, 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 and people have lost the ancient understanding.
So when he talks about the ancient understanding, the bottom line is that you have these people that are claiming Israel and Jew and this, that, the other, but at the same time, it seems like the whole thing is being skewed. You can't talk about. I mean, do you know that Netanyahu gave Google like 45, some like crazy amount of billions of dollars, like I think last month, and you can't even talk about anything having to do with Israel or anything like this is considered anti-Semitism. Are you aware of that? Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Right. So, like, I believe that, like I said, all this stuff that he was talking about the fall. Let's go into. He talks about nuclear war. Let's go into that.
Themselves up slowly from a small amount. Most people don't know. You know that it's projected that the day after nuclear war, 90% of the population will die.
You know what's so crazy? I don't even think it's nuclear war is what we got to be worried about. Do you know that when President Trump went in to get the president of Venezuela, they had weapons that made people vomit and all type of different stuff. They don't even need no nuclear bomb. They are able to use, they have, and I think even Donald Trump said that we have technology and weapons that, I mean, that you couldn't even imagine in your mind. They have access to, right? And then you go and that's when it gets into Project Looking Glass and a lot of like stuff that they say is conspiracy theory. But that's what I wanted to like kind of get into is that, you know, a lot of times we're looking at things from a older standpoint, but you know, there's bigger weapons out there than nuclear bombs now. You know, so let's get more into the video.
Over the next 40 years. So it's not about the 90 dying in one day. Over the next 40 years, 90% will die. That means if we're at 55 million in the United States, only 1/10 of that will survive. In other countries, so what are people doing to prepare? We see the war. World War III is here. The United States and its military forces are in Israel right now, supporting and fighting against all of the factions that they're fighting against. So not only are they fighting Hezbollah and Hamas and these Iranian proxies in Iraq and in Syria, there is a superior force now coming to meet this fight head on. You have Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Turkey, and Iran directly coming to exercise these people from out of the land, to drive them out.
And it sounds like what you're talking about is reminding me of the visions of Daniel and the image of this image of this man, the gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Now we're in the portion of the clay and iron, and we're seeing that iron be on the Western European powers, and the clay is the opposition, because we know clay and iron can't mix. So we're seeing what you're saying, Sheikh, Rabby Sheikh, is absolutely true. There's going to be, and it's deep, that you've never seen this power force like you're seeing right now. Iran, Syria, Palestine, and one more. What's the other one?
So it's Iran, Turkey, Syria.
Turkey. Yep. And Turkey, like, come on.
So
I heard they bombed I think the president's one of his houses.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. So when I'm talking about it, when I was saying this is going to come 8 years ago, it's because the Aramaic text said a whole different timeline. The Aramaic text does not have the timeline that is written in the Bible.
Tell us about this timeline in the Aramaic text, the original Aramaic text.
So first of all, I want everyone to know, okay? So I not only am talking from some imaginary book somewhere, the books are available online. I published them. And not only did I publish the direct understanding and translations of the books, I published the scroll too.
Excellent, excellent.
And I was able to do it because of my birthright. Amazon couldn't say nothing when I printed it. You know, they try to say, you know, oh, this. And when I showed my right, the ownership of the scroll, which belonged exclusively to me and my father's house, I published it. And it's under the ancient Hebrew manuscripts on Amazon.com. You can go get it right now. So in this timeline that comes from the Aramaic, so let's give people a little understanding of language history. Noah spoke Aramaic. Adam spoke Aramaic. Shem spoke Aramaic. Abraham spoke Aramaic. This was the source language. Later, the Hebrew dialect was changed when they came out of Egypt to Shami. It was called the Shami dialect. Sham, or Shem, is the father of the Hebrew nations. So everybody that is birthed from Shem is considered Hebraic in nature. And each family has a branch: the Ishmaelite branch, the Israelite branch, the Syrian branch. Each of the descendants of Shem has a branch. And when you talk about language, Aramaic was first. It is the first understanding. Out of Aramaic, all the other languages of the Arab nations broke off.
And
like the sister languages.
Make this clear. He's not talking about Arabic. He's saying Aramaic. That's two different. So I want to make that clear.
Arabic is new. It is later. Aramaic, A-R-A-M-A-I-C, which was called Aramite in the land, is the source language. And one of the languages that came out of it was Arabic. So in the Aramaic text is written that they will win the war, but the world will become small. We will return to using swords and bows. So what are they attacking in this war? Everything is ran by computers. So every day there's all type of cyber attacks. So the computers are going to end up being useless at some point. They're attacking energy sources. That's oil and electricity. They're attacking food resources. So the international shipping lanes are coming into jeopardy. So what happens when you lose energy? They're going to still be making guns and bullets? With what? The machinery to make the weapons runs on electricity, oil, coal, and gas.
That's a
They ain't
fact.
hand cranked. So they're going to lose the weapons after they use the weapons. They're going to use them all.
The only part that I'm worried about is, did he talk about AI in this? I don't remember. Did he discuss the advent of AI? And how the current AI, I don't know if he got into this because
I don't know. I don't know if he does. I know Elder Yehoshaphat did when he was on here. And a lot of people don't even know AI was created by a black man by the name of David Blackwell. He actually created AI. If y'all didn't know. He was a
happy Black History Month. Well, happy Black History Month. You know, we're only 6 days into Black History Month, and the Epstein files has been overshadowing all type of Black history. So shouts out to that. Yeah. Yes, Black people.
Right.
Black people, we got to know what we created, and let's not forget.
Absolutely. And you could type them up real quick. You can type in like founder of AI, David Blackwell, and put up image and put his picture up so people can see him. His granddaughter right now is doing a documentary on him. I can give you the link. It's like 10 minutes. It's giving you the introduction of the new documentary coming out on David Blackwell. And it's dope. It's dope. His granddaughter hooking this documentary up, you know, and he was like one of the greatest mathematicians in history.
No, this is, I don't
What's
think
that?
I was trying to show about David Blackwell. Let me go.
Just type in new documentary of David Blackwell, founder of AI. It should pop up. Let me get it real quick for you. Hold on. Let me get it. Hold on. Let me get that for you real quick.
This is a very important segment. So can we bring our guest up? Hey.
Hey,
how are you?
Hi guys, how are you?
Stop it. This is it. So fast forward a little bit because they're going to give, this is it right here. That's exactly what it is right here. Fast forward just a little bit, probably like less than 5 minutes. When it gets, you're not going to see their faces no more. Try to get there. Yeah, there it is right there. It's just giving you a little intro right here. Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Yep, that's
David
it right
Blackwell, University.
Sort of what that looks like. And again, this is the concept reel for the documentary.
Let's play it, shall we?
Let's do it.
Okay.
National Medal of Science 2, David Blackwell, University of California, Berkeley.
I would like to introduce you to a very, very big GPU named after David Blackwell.
For fundamental contributions to probability theory, mathematical statistics, information theory, mathematical logic, and Blackwell games.
David Blackwell was a great amongst greats. He was the great mathematician among great mathematicians.
Blackwell was a pioneer who was ahead of his time.
I thought I knew my grandfather. Eggs at dawn, martinis at dusk, and a 5% dividend man all the way. Years later, NVIDIA named their platform Blackwell. That's when I start digging and discovered my grandfather, Professor Blackwell, architect of the mathematics behind artificial intelligence.
a lot of his ideas really caused people to rethink, how do we interpret data?
There are many, many standard tools that people use all the time that are named after David. You know, Blackwell spaces and the Rao-Blackwell theorem.
Blackwell nowadays is known for what's called the Blackwell-Rao theorem. Sort of like saying if something happens frequently enough, you should be able to kind of predict what's going to happen next. However, there might be some bias in some of that data. That's essentially what the Blackwell-Rao theorem tells you, is that there's a way you can kind of estimate what should happen, but then minimize the bias that you would have there in the data. And this is an amazing approach to doing statistics. If Blackwell were alive today, he would certainly be the one to raise up his hand and say, you know, look, there's bias in AI, there's bias in the training data that we're using, and we really need to think about minimizing these as more and more people use these models.
I was very clear that I was going to be a school teacher. My father had a friend who was on the school board, and before I finished high school, he already told my father that if I went to college and got a degree, he would get me a job teaching. And this was in the Depression. And it was a great relief to me and everybody else when it was clear what my future was going to be. After I got my bachelor's degree in 3 years, I decided to spend my 4th year getting a master's degree. But then at the end of my 4th year, I was encouraged to apply for a fellowship to go on for a PhD, and I did. And then, of course, my objective changed. There were perhaps 25 awards. 22 of them required teaching assistant responsibilities. 3 of them were pure fellowships.
In Berkeley, he had the problems of not being hired in the 1950s because the wife of the chairman of the Berkeley math department said, well, I wouldn't want to see us hire somebody that I couldn't invite to my home. Yet Jersey Neyman realized that David Blackwell was David Blackwell and did hire him over these awful people's dead bodies. But to try to get David to tell any story of that sort, he just wasn't a negative person.
My grandfather came to UC Berkeley in 1954. That was the same year that the Brown versus the Board of Education came down, 1954. And my grandparents are driving across the country with their 7 kids with the Green Book. There was this book that they had to use to get across the country so they knew where they could sleep, safe places that they could sleep. Then when he got here, he wasn't offered the customary hospitality. And so he went and they didn't have housing. They slept in Tilden Park for 2 months. Wow, and he would go commute and teach at the school. 7 children.
When we traveled, and we did travel a lot in the car, in the station wagon, when we would travel, he would have a map and he would give each of us a map, and he would have gasoline estimates, time estimates for how long it was going to take us, estimates for how long we go to the bathroom, estimates for what the traffic was going to be. But along the way, he kept us all engaged at our own level. And it was remarkable to have children 10 years apart, one is very young, the other one is much more mature, and still keep them all engaged. They somehow felt equal to the challenge. It was just reflective of his considerate manner of teaching.
Your grandfather was the most delightful, friendly, warmest person. I just remember him with a smile on his face.
All the years I had heard people talk about David Blackwell, they never talked about him being angry or bitter. Most importantly, they never talked about him saying anything negative about anyone else. And that, I think, truly is a testament to his character. That's what I strive to do, is to really say, maybe things have happened negatively, but let me not try to dwell on that. And let me try to move forward to say, what are positive things that are happening and what are ways that I can make this world a better place?
You have arrived at a developers conference. There will be a lot of science described, algorithms, computer architecture, mathematics.
Damn.
You know, another
Happy Black
person,
History Month.
you know, another person that people don't even know about is David Tarver out of Detroit, Michigan. Have you heard of him?
No.
Man, that's crazy. You know what? David Tarver.
No, I never heard of him.
He built a lot of like the testing ground for all of your like telecommunications. Let me look, David.
Wow.
Let me see if I can find him.
You there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me just show you this one. This is another one. Like, you know, shouts out to Black History Month. We're gonna shine some light on these people right here.
Right. We didn't even know that was a black man that's called AI.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we're gonna take a second out to promote, you know, Black History Month and our developers and our really smart people that are making waves in the community. Because, you know, all this stuff about Epstein, that's cool and everything, but hell, bump all that. Like, these guys are they paved the way. Let's go.
My name is David Tarver, as you may know, and I'm the instructor for urban entrepreneurship in the College of Engineering, University of Michigan. I want to give you a little brief history of myself. So let me start by telling you about my family. My wife is Kishna. My son is Aaron. He graduated from University of Michigan School of Business in 2011, and he's living and working in San Francisco. My daughter, Stacy, graduated from NYU and got a master's from Columbia. She's worked in New York, San Francisco, China, Portland. Right now, she's between San Francisco and New York. And my daughter, Nadia, is 12 years old now. She's going to 7th grade in school in the Birmingham, Michigan area. So I grew up in Flint, Michigan. From a young age, I was interested in electronics. In fact, I developed an abiding love of electronics, and I got it from my father, who loved electronics himself and repaired radios and TVs for people in our neighborhood. But the Flint, Michigan of my youth was a boom town, and it was home to a thriving automobile industry, had the second highest per capita income in the United States. And everywhere you look, there was progress. It was progress generated and inspired by entrepreneurs. During all 4 of my high school years, I was a finalist in the Flint Science Fair, and my projects always involved electronics. And consequently, or maybe just it happened, I decided in high school that one day I would start my own electronics manufacturing company. So I started my college career at General Motors Institute. It was called GMI, and now it's called Kettering University. in Flint. And I went there because it was nearby and it was cheap. The money that I earned as a GM co-op student more than paid for my education. So financially, it was a good deal. While attending GMI, one night I stumbled in on a live electronic music concert. And I became fascinated with electronic music synthesizers. And I decided that I would start a business building and selling digital electronic music synthesizers that employed a brand new technology at the time, something called a microcomputer. So after 2 years at GMI, I transferred to the University of Michigan to study in the College of Engineering, to study for an electrical engineering degree. And I continued to work on my music synthesizer. And that music synthesizer ultimately became the subject of my master's degree thesis. And I was determined that this synthesizer was going to form the basis of this business that I wanted to start. After receiving my master's degree in electrical engineering from the University of Michigan, I began working at AT&T Bell Laboratories in New Jersey. Bell Labs was like Mecca for an electrical engineer. And I thought it was the perfect place to gain the experience I needed to start my own electronics company. Bell Labs was just incredible, futuristic. It was just a great place to work, and it employed thousands of the world's best researchers and engineers and computer scientists. So I worked at Bell Labs by day, and I continued to work on my music synthesizer at night. But ultimately, my music synthesizer idea and business idea failed. I didn't know my customers. I had never even shown my music synthesizer to a musician until after the whole thing was done, and by then it was too late. I had spent years working alone, and in that time, the electronic music industry passed me by. But while I was doing my work at Bell Labs, I came upon an idea for a new product, and this was one that was aimed at communications product developers. This time, I knew my customers, and I was part of a community, and that community was the telecommunications industry. So I recruited two Bell Labs colleagues, one named Stephen Moore, the other one Charles Simmons, to work with me on this new venture. There was going to be no more working alone for me. I had learned my lesson. So my colleagues and I worked at our Bell Labs jobs by day, and then we worked nights and weekends on our startup in my basement. Nearly 3 years after the beginning of our basement skunk works, if you will, we launched our first product, and it was a device for testing analog data modems, which were a huge item at the time. And in the ensuing years, we added products for testing other kinds of communications equipment, including cell phones. Nearly 12 years after we started the company, we sold it. And the great thing about that was that we no longer had to worry about financial security. I wrote a memoir that I called Proving Ground to capture the story of my entrepreneurial journey. In 2007, I moved back to Michigan. It was a very different place from the Michigan I knew as a young man. There seemed to be no shortage of smart people and resources in Michigan when I came back, and yet the cities that I once knew looked like ghost towns. I asked myself the question over and over again, if we're so smart, why do our cities look like this? In 2014, I started the Urban Entrepreneurship Initiative to focus on answering that question and to focus on creating entrepreneurial solutions to address urban needs.
Let me just put out that he sold his company for billions. Okay. David Tarver, if you actually look up his information, go shouts out to the Black History Month moment that we're having right here. David Tarver, you look him up, David Tarver. You'll see that he actually sold his company for what? $250 million and a market value in excess of $2 billion. So shouts out, and this is 1995? 1996? So shouts out to, the urban entrepreneurs the ones that like are really good at like, you know, doing like their tech. We can't just think that these other people. So when we hear about a Peter Thiel, there's usually a person behind that Peter Thiel that's innovative and that's really constructive, and they just buy that tech from them. And a lot of times you will be surprised who it is. Let's go. So let's get back into the subject again. I just want to shout out. We had like a Black History Month moment. We had that moment. Let's finish up with the stream now.
How are you going to survive that to rebuild? So now I'm explaining to you the Aramaic of the prophet Amos. Only 10% of the world will survive this war. 10%. So now if you don't have an ancient Hebraic lifestyle of multiple wives, you're not going to reproduce fast enough. But the Aramaic, the teaching of Isaac says, the rule in that day will be 7-1. So one Hebrew man will have 7 Hebrew wives at that time.
That's a fact. And we see that in Jeremiah chapter 4. We see that there too. Mm-hmm.
So the puzzle
7
pieces
men.
now become easier to put together because you have the source materials details. The rules and the prophecies are instructions for us to survive the unstoppable doom. We are not involved in this war. We have neither the technology, the power, or the ability to participate in the war. We are the only people that don't have a unified leader. The last unified king of our people was King Jaja of Apabo, the son of Zerubbabel. The last unified leader of our people.
Yep. From our tribe, from the tribe of Judah. Absolutely.
Now, people don't understand how come we got so many princes in our Hebraic culture. How come we got so many kings? And that's because in our culture, it's a plural princehood. It's a plural kingdom. It's many kings. Your father's house and your father's land is ruled by your father.
Facts.
And there's no conflict because of level. Where you are appointed, whether it be this is your kingdom and you're the ambassador of agriculture, or you're the prince of commerce. That's a level thing. And each level has responsibilities, but that doesn't have nothing to do with your domain, your dominion, your princedom, your rulership over your people on your land. But you read it, they read it every day. Each man will have his own land of his father's house.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
So right now, our people have a matrix mentality. There can be only one. Hey, we not Irish people. We don't have a Highlander mindset. That's an old TV show, the Highlander.
Yeah, why you up here revealing our ages, brother? Stop it, man. That was my show. Get the energy out of cutting the dude.
You gotta kill all the other kings because there could be only one. We don't have that. That's not us. It's a nation of kings and priests. It never said it was a nation of kings and commoners.
Right.
It didn't say that.
Because each man was sovereign in his own right. You're correct.
Yes. So even though each man is sovereign, there was always national organization. We don't have the national organization today. Nobody can tell me who the leaders are. And for us, it's done by birthright and not election.
That's a fact. Gotta say that one more time so that people can hear you. It's done by what?
For us, our leaders are done by birthright and not election.
That's a fact.
So when you see Rabby Sheikh, that name, that title, it literally means chief of princes, chief over the sheikhdom. the kings. That title was given to me in the land, but I earned it. I had to bring my lineage paperwork. It had to get ratified throughout the tribes and other kings throughout Nigeria and South Africa. And it was consolidated in the community where it was accepted in Dimona.
Hallelujah.
Now,
Hallelujah.
that doesn't mean that anybody's got to listen to me. There is no demand on our people, our leaders, to listen to me. But my job as the birthright is to ask, what are you going to do about the present situation? You're watching the West fall, and to be honest, the majority, at least 75% of our people are looking for a supernatural event to whisk them away out of harm.
I just said that. Oh man, I just said that sheet yesterday that they waiting on a miracle. You know what I'm saying?
And there will be none.
We're gonna kill them.
And there will be no miracle. 90% will die. So when you read Jeremiah and it's written, I'll take one from a city and only two from a family, and I'll bring them to Zion. So 90% die in this global war. And of the 10% that's left, they make it after the war is over and slowly migrate back to the land. One from a city and two from a family?
I hope I'll be in that number because that's one of the reasons why I came to Tanzania.
You see what I'm saying? So now we're talking about the mass destruction, because here's the trick. Here's the trick, okay? The covenant of Abraham is on Abraham and his sons. There's 36 nations under Abraham. Only one is not in the land. There's only one branch. Okay? There are 4 branches that come from Abraham. You have the Ishmael branch, the Ishmaeli. That's one. You have the Esau branch, the Saudis. That's 2. Let me get it right on the camera. That's 2. You have the Arab branch, because Abraham had over 40-something concubines, and they were called Arabs. Then you have the branch of Isaac. 4 branches. 12 sons for Ishmael, 12 sons for Saudi, and 12 sons for Isaac. That's 36 nations. And the Arab is just Arab. It's a branch. It's here. But they don't have any covenant. These are what people don't know about the history. You know about Hagar. You know about Sarah. Nobody knows about the other concubines Abraham had, but it says he had concubines.
Right. They don't mention the names.
They don't mention the name.
That's right.
You see? They don't mention the name. Which is why the Arabs are just called Arab, which means mixed, commingled.
Right, because that word Arab goes back to the Hebrew and Aramaic word Ireb, which means evening, a mixture of day and night.
Yes, the mix. Okay.
Talk about
they mix some light, some dark, some in the middle. They mixed. Okay.
Well, you know what? Honestly, I didn't know it was going to get all into the Hagars and the Bagars and whatever. Let me go into the other one, because here's the thing: is that I did do a whole series where I did get into the Hebrew Israelites, and we did talk about a lot of this stuff. So listen, you didn't like it, whatever, it's okay. But the bottom line is that he was discussing certain stuff. So let me bring up this one, because
they say, "Oh yeah, don't let us die with them. Don't let us die in this."
let's go. Let's go. Because I did a lot of different conversations. I was like, rather than me like continually talking about, like what everybody else is talking about, I said, let me just try something different. We can go back to my old archives and see what they were talking about. And so here we go.
And so I was the type of person that always wanted to kind of reach out and to know about others. So I began to wonder, were there other brothers and sisters who understood the same thing that we understood? And so one day I was going to the library over at the, it was called Shelby State, now it's called Southwest. So one day I was going over to the library, and as I went to the library, I went through and skimmed through the books, and I picked up a book called The Small Six in America, S-E-C-T-S, The Small Six in America. And when I picked up that book called The Small Six in America, they had a piece on William Crowder, going back to 1896. They had a piece on Wentworth A. Matthew, going back to 1919. They had a piece on Prophet Cherry. And I had never heard of these people and didn't even know nothing about these people, because all I knew was this local class that I was a part of there in Memphis. And so I had no idea that this was as broad as it was. And the book said that we had Israelites at that time. This is back in 1980. This is about 1980, 81. At that time, they said they had Israelites in New York. They had Israelites.
So Boogie Nights, you gotta chill. I'm just playing old videos I've already had. I mean, everybody else is talking about the same thing. I was trying to do something different, going back into my old archives and playing some of the things I did. If you don't like it, I understand. But
Israelites in Philadelphia. They had Israelites in Cincinnati. They had Israelites in Warren, Ohio. They had Israelites in Detroit. They talked about Israelites in Washington, D.C. All this was in this book. And so I said to myself, at that time, that's when the thought came to my mind. I said to myself, it would be a good thing if somehow we could all link up. How could all of us link up since we were all here? Because like I say, I didn't know that we were here like that. And so I say, how could we possibly link up? And so that was the seed that went into my mind, thinking, how could we link up? And so what happened is that I had a flashback to a brother that I used to know at the University of Memphis named Umze. His name was Umze Adjanaku. And at that time, there was something like the Move movement in Philadelphia. You know how the Move brothers, the dreadlocks and stuff like that. He was a part of the Geopolitical family. There was an Afrocentric family located in North Memphis. But while I was going to college, he was the editor of a paper on the campus called the BSA Journal, the Black Student Association Journal. He ran that paper single-handedly. I used to go up there and look at him and see him laying the paper out, writing the stories and doing all that type of stuff. And if he didn't do that paper on the University of Memphis campus, we wouldn't have had no way for all of the students, the Black students especially, on the campus to have no way to disseminate mass information. So I saw him do that. And so the thought came to my mind, I need to do that. I need to do that with the Hebrew paper the same way that Umze had done the BSA Journal. So I went back to school and I took up graphics, and I went back to Tennessee Technology and I took up graphics, and I learned graphics. And so what I did is I mixed the graphics in with the mass communication. Like I said, it was earlier doing radio and TV. So I mixed in the mass communication from radio and TV and turned it over to print.
When you hear the history of our people and what they've done and all this stuff, it don't matter Hebrew Israelite or not. Like, they have done a lot of really good stuff, So I want to get into what he really talks about. Let's go into this.
Races. They didn't welcome no law return, no opening arms for them, although they claim in Israel and although they coming back under the law return. You see no open arms, you see no kindness, you see no welcoming from them. And so as time go on, and as the brothers and sisters claim their birthright, the state of Israel actually become very antagonistic. And as they become very antagonistic, the brothers were going to just not go for that. So they want to break out and march up to the city to actually protest what was happening to them. Do you know that the Israeli police came down and they circled the kippah, and they would not let the brothers and the sisters lead the kippah to go up to Jerusalem to make a statement? So the land has been very unreceptive to them, although the Most High has caused them to be able to persevere and actually prosper. The only reason that they're persevering and prospering is because of the spirit of Yah, not the kindness of the Jewish state. Even I can go back as late as 2022, before the war broke out. they were talking about deporting several families even then. And here we are, these brothers and sisters has been in the land ever since 1969. So they were still being antagonistic even up until that point. But again, the land belongs to these brothers and sisters and belongs to you and I and all of us so-called Black American in the United States of America. And that brings us to the book. And this is why the statement and the title of the book is Yah's prophetic utterance to Black America and all mankind. We have to understand our birthright. And our birthright is the land of Israel. Our birthright is that we are the Hebrew people. And our birthright is our nationality is the land of Israel. This is the majority of the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade who come to the United States of America in bondage, who come into Jamestown, Virginia, as of August the 19th of 1619, beginning a 400-year Holocaust in the United States of America. This land, the land of Israel, which is known as Palestine, ancient Canaan, that land belongs to the brothers and sisters who went there in 1969. And that was very prophetic, very prophetic. Think about it, what I just said. I said the American captivity started in 1619. I said the brothers and sisters, they entered Israel December the 19th, 1969. Actually, 350 years later, so 350 years after the beginning of the Holocaust in the United States of America, the Spirit of Yah moves upon these brothers and sisters. He moves upon these brothers and sisters, and they make the Aliyah, and they leave the captivity, the land of the enemy, 50 years before the 400 years. And so the Most High used them to move, to pave the way, and for us to begin to think outside of America. And this is the role that they played. They began to make brothers and sisters start thinking outside of America for the first time. Even, because our people, since Marcus Garvey, nobody had done that. And you know what happened to the Garvey movement? The Garvey movement was put down by the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover. And so nothing had been done since then as far as repatriation, as far as redemption, as far as our great return from the land of captivity, until the Most High rose up those brothers in Chicago and sisters in Chicago. And they came together and they unified and they made that prophetic, historic move toward the land. 350 years, only 50 years short of 2019. And so when 2019 came, it actually was a jubilee year for them. They had been there for 7 times 7. They had, plus that one, they had been there for 50 years. And the Most High had helped them to persevere. And so they were like the he-goat that led the way. Now, once the 400 years was completed, as of 2019, where we are right now, at this point, our people in the United States of America who continue to cry about racism and continue to cry about the conditions and continue to cry about the unfriendliness and the hostility of America, what they fail to realize is that the captivity is over. It's almost another spiritual Juneteenth for our people in this country. And we know what Juneteenth was. And Juneteenth, what happened is that Abraham Lincoln had already issued the Emancipation Proclamation as of January the 1st, 1863. But the people didn't get the message down in Galveston, Texas until June the 19th of 1865. We're talking about almost a year and a half later, 2 years later. And these people continue to pick cotton, harvest tobacco, and be a slave when in fact the command on high had already released them from bondage. This is the same thing that Black America is doing right now in the United States of America. As of 20.
I don't think that the land that they're claiming in Israel has anything to do with that land that was established in 1948. But shouts out to that. You're 100% correct.
19, the captivity has been completed. Our people are still functioning as if we're still in 1819, as if we're in 1719 or 1919, as if we still on the plantation, and we still, as if it's not a global world out here, as if the continent of Africa is not here for us to go and set up our own civilizations, our own communities, our own networks, where we will be free and have our own dominion over education, our own dominion over economics, our own dominion over leadership, our own dominion over our healthcare, where we would not be forced to, because that's what they're trying to do in America, force an anti-Yah agenda on our people, anti-Yah to the core. And so we would not be forced to fight this anti-Yah agenda that our people are actually being devastated by here in the United States of America. Our people are being devastated. And see, this message is not, and I want to say this to our people too. See, for too long, our people do not understand that when we say Hebrew, we're not talking about a religion. Hebrew is not a religion. Hebrew is a ethnicity, like an ethnicity. Like, what's your ethnicity? Somebody may say, my ethnicity is I'm Irish. Somebody say my ethnicity, I'm Italian. Some people may say my ethnicity, I'm English. Well, when you say Hebrew, that's our ethnicity. This is the people that we are. Another word you can use is your race. This is the ethnicity. So when we say Hebrew, we were claiming our birthright as the descendants of the ancient Afro-Asiatic Hebrew people. But it's not a religion. And what they do in America is that when we say Hebrew, they lump us into the same pot as if when they say Christianity, or when they say Islam, or when they say Judaism, or when they say Buddhism, and so forth. Those are religions. When you say Hebrew, you're talking about a nationality. Now, our nationality is Hebrew. Our ethnicity is Hebrew. Our nationality is Israelite. So when we say Hebrew and we say Israelite, we're not talking about religion. And so the people in the United States of America, that they've given the names colored, they've given the names Negro, they've given the name black, they've given the name Afro-American, African-American, all the different proverbs and bywords that they've called out people about over the last 400 years. None of those names describe who we really are, because as well as they brought us in captivity and colonized us economically and colonized us politically, they also colonized our mind spiritually as well. So we walk around talking about we black. And black is not even an ethnicity. And black is not even a nationality. And this is why people are able to play games on us. Going back to the situation that you were addressing just today earlier, my brother, when you addressed the situation about Kamala Harris. And the fact that because our people do not have any knowledge about the ethnicity and the nationality, and they know only a color, like black or white or blue or green or red, those colors, those are not ethnicity, those are not nationality. And because our people have been stripped of that, and be given these negative titles that have been given, our people, anybody that's got melanated skin can claim to be us. I don't care whether they're Kenyan, I don't care whether they're Indian, I don't care whether they're from India, I don't care where they're from, because we have no knowledge of nationality. We don't know what nation we come from. When you go to the continent of Africa, Prince, you know that when you go to Africa, although all those people look the same, people know they're Tanzanian, and people know they're Ghanaian, people know they're Ethiopian, people know they're Somalian, they know they're Nigerian. They don't call themselves black. They call themselves by the ethnicity and by the nationality. They don't do that nowhere but among us, because we are in the valley of the dry bones, of people that don't know our past, our present, and our future, and all they've given us since we've been here is religion.
Y'all know what he mean by ethnicity. Ethnicity. So ethnicity, that's not even a real word. Y'all crazy with this. I'm gonna try to play this one again, because you know what, system.
Organic.
I wanted to I played this before and it got like kind of some stuff about like whatever, but I'm gonna still play it again, because I think that Baba Yashabai was cooking on this one. But I mean, please go through my archive, guys, because I mean a lot of this stuff, I've had conversations with different people, and you'd be surprised of the information that was given out. Let's go.
You can start in the middle and catch a cow by the tail, but there's a lot of things that already was done prior, leading up to where we are today. And what I want to do, if I may, I want to use a disclaimer. And that disclaimer is: don't believe nothing I say. Do the research. Don't get any emotion and go out here. Go and do the research. If you have not done the research, don't get me into your film. I'm like Dr. Henry Clark. I only debate my equal, everybody else I teach. So the thing is this: that if you have not studied any of these things, you're not going to pretend and fake me out with like you do, because there are things we need to know. I'm going to be asking questions. We're going to be bringing up some information that you may know and you may not know. And here, nobody knows it all. We all know in bits and pieces. By bringing enough bits and pieces together, we might be able to get a better oversight on what's really going on. So I want to make that disclaimer. And I want to thank Sister for bringing us on and having this fantastic platform. Now, first and foremost, I want us to understand this. A lot of the stuff that's in electronic media, you got to know whether it's AI, whether it's fake, as my boss say, fake news, or is it real? Most everything we have going on is a distraction from what the real deal going on behind closed doors. I call it behind the iron curtain. And that is, number one, what is that? Let me get the right letter. Commanding Chief Donald Trump is what he is. And his name, you can look it up, his name was changed from Dump to Trump. His real name is Donald J. Dump, and he's German. He has German roots and Swedish roots. We'll get into some of that because people got him mixing a lot of times. The way to keep people looking at your life is keep them looking somewhere else. And he's good at that. He loved to do this acting thing like with The Apprentice, and he's good at what they call the diversionary things. So we want to get into, first of all, people want to know how this man able to do what he do based on the Constitution. Have you ever thought about that, Sister Monica? Why is it this man got 34 felonies, got twice impeached, and know he led the riot against the Capitol, yet he was able to run for president when the law said under the old Constitution, what is it, the 14th Amendment, that he couldn't run. How was he able to still run and get around the 14th Amendment?
Because we're not I don't know why.
Well, because he's neither Democrat or Republican. Commander in Chief is a federalist. He's not operating by the 1789 Constitution. He's running by the 1871. So if you don't mind, you put up the 1871 Constitution, because there's 3 constitutions that determine the nature of this country, and the one that really is effective is the 1871. So if you don't mind, when you pull that up, I like it. You pull up. Maybe I can show you this, and you can pull it up on the thing. It says, United States, the 2 constitutions, 1789 and 1871. Pull that up for us if you can. We're going to school today. Still got this in civics class. So what do we have? First part.
This is the 1871 Constitution.
Okay, and it said.
So it's the Constitution of the German Empire.
Well, that's the third part. But I want to go to the first part. There's several parts to it. You want to go to the organic. That is the 1871 organic. Right here, yeah.
The Organic Act of 1871, which revoked the individual charters of the cities of Washington and Georgetown and combined them with Washington County to create a unified territorial government for the entire District of Columbia. The new government consisted of an appointed governor, an 11-member council, a locally elected 22-member assembly, and a board of public works charged with modernizing the city. The seal of the District of Columbia features the state 1871, recognizing the year the district's government was incorporated.
It's incorporated. So, and the one that I have before me, and I'll read, and we'll get into it. It says, anyone digging through American history can find the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871, when the Crown, Vatican, Swiss bank cable set up rob everyone of their rights of the land to the Crown. Then it goes on to say that who made the suit was the Jesuit Rothschild Lord. You know, the guy just died. Pope was the Jesuit Pope, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let me flip into the inside. It says the United States, incorporated in England in 1871, was governed entirely by private corporation laws dictated by the banks and creditors. I want you to get that. So that there is what you call the United States is a corporation, and it took over America. There is no America. The only thing close to that is the District of Columbia. And as you brought up earlier,
you know, I've noticed that lately they've stopped saying United States of America and just saying United States. Even when you fill out your paperwork and documents and stuff, it doesn't say of America.
That's because of the way they try to ease it out, because for a long time it was United States Inc. United States Inc. Then after a while they began to ease it out and feed the other end. But what we're going to look at, we're going to find out that there is a hidden government, and it's called the Federalist Movement. And Commander in Chief Donald Trump is a Federalist. There's a guy by the name of Leonard Leo. See if you can pull him up. Leonard Leo.
Would you say? Who would you say? Leonard? Oh,
his name is Leonard Leo. And this may get us kicked off the air, but see, everybody running around won't know what he's doing. All that is window dressing and distraction while they're cutting a big deal. Because it wasn't too many years ago that he was talking bad about a tar and all this stuff. Okay, Chairman
of the board of the directors of the Federalist Society.
The Federalist Society controls all of your schools that deal with law. They run every one of the schools, falls under them. Let's see if we can find anything else about the Federalist movement or organization. What else? Is there anything else in there? Go Wikipedia. How do you want to do it?
Okay, let's see. Federalist movement. So that's not. So it's a party.
You keep reading. You see it, don't you?
It's a Federalist Party.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. This is a powerhouse within itself that runs everything.
The Federalist Party. Wow. So he's not. So he's not Democrat or Republican.
He's none of that.
You've never heard of the Federalist Party.
Well, that's
so. Is this thing above both of them? Like, because I'm like,
yes, ma'am. It's y'all time here. Barney Sanders talk about the oligarchies, but it's a thing called the oligarchies and the despots. This is another form of government that you don't see, and they control your 12 federal banks. Anything to deal with federal stuff that goes above and beyond, and then you got people that's tied to it, like keep going. You bring it on up. See, these are the banks that he talk about that owns the United States Incorporated. What's his name? Elon Musk. It's a joke. He's the richest man only through government subsidies. Have you ever heard of a group called?
But they're trying to say it dissolved 197 years ago.
It ain't dissolved. It's still active.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
It's still, matter of fact, they control a lot of your so-called education as laws. You know.
So what they did. So what did they do? They just like kind of
take it out of sight, out of mind.
Right. So you don't hear about it, but they're running it, but you don't see it. So it's like
a matter of fact, if it was dissolved, when was it supposed to be dissolved?
It said it was dissolved. It said the Federalist Party was founded 236 years ago, and it dissolved in 1828, 197 years ago.
If that's the case, what is Leonard Leo doing being the chairman of the Federalist movement in this day and time?
Bro, wait a minute.
Shit, come on.
Wow, wait, that's a good point. Yeah, so if it's dissolved, so that's interesting to say what they still try to throw you off.
Yeah, the whole thing is
if you look it up, it's like, oh, okay. Chairman of the board of the directors of the Federalist. Yeah.
Okay. And that
was what they say the Federalist Society. So maybe the Federalist.
Okay. Ask this question. What does the Federalist Society control? Ask that question. We going right here. Tonight.
Let me share this. Okay. So the Federalist Society. Okay, they have chapters all over the country.
Right. But they dissolve, right?
Wow. So they throw you off.
All they did was change one word.
Wow. Law schools.
All the law schools controlled by what it says, law schools and legal professions. Read that for us.
Let's make it big so people can read it too. Law schools and the legal profession are currently strongly dominated by a form of orthodox liberal ideology, which advocates a centralized and uniform society. While some members of the academic community have dissented from these views, by and large, they are taught simultaneous with, and indeed as if they were the law. The Federalist Society for Law and Public Policy Studies is a group of conservatives and libertarians interested in the current state of the legal order. It is founded on the principles that the state exists to preserve freedom, that the separation of government powers is central to our Constitution, and that it is emphatically the province and duty of the judiciary to say what the law is, not what it should be. The society seeks both to promote awareness of these principles and further their application through its activities.
And you can go on and on. So
it was founded
go ahead.
They say that this was founded in 1982. So what do you think they just like?
All we got to do is change the number to change one word because it is incorporated. This who governs Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump. That's why he tried to get things why he tried to do with federal judges, get their thing to go to the Supreme Court, because when you get there, this man is not controlled by no 1789 Constitution. It was sabotaged and did away with the 1871. And he said the United States incorporated in England in 1870 because default again loomed, bankruptcy was imminent. So in 1871, 10 square miles incorporated in England. So it says it goes on and it gets more bankruptcy. In 1909, the country is broke. My question to them, now here we go. We're going to type this in. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Ask the question, how many countries control the debt of the United States? The man talking about tariffs, but let's go here. How many countries control the debt of the United States?
It says the largest holders are typically Japan and China, with the UK and other countries also holding substantial amounts. Because this saying it's not accurate to say that a limited numbers of countries control the U.S. debt. Foreign investors, including governments, central banks, private entities, collectively hold a significant portion of the U.S. public debt, but no single country has outright control. The largest holders are typically Japan and China. See how they try to word that?
How much? How much do they owe? They own. I can give you a roll call. Now, the thing about it, with all that they own, we're $39.6 trillion in debt. $39.6 trillion. We owe all these other places. We fought Japan. Why do we owe Japan $1.1 trillion?
We owe so China holds about $759 billion in the U.S. debt, representing roughly 2.6 of the total.
Keep going.
And it says Japan currently holds the largest amount of U.S. debt among foreign countries, with 1.125 trillion.
Yeah, and why
is that?
Because they broke after the Civil War, and after these various wars, the country went in debt. Even the gold in Fort Knox is not enough to cover the debt. That's why going in and trying to take other countries' mineral rights, like Ukraine and all that. They're trying to cover the loans that they got out there. Okay, and what we do, and what happened is the United States is now a slave country because the writer says in the book, the borrower is a slave to the lender. So if you owe me, you're a cash cow. Why would I not control you?
So wait, hold on, let me see. My daughter kind of came in here and started talking about something. But so wait, why does Japan hold the largest amount of the U.S. debt?
Because the thing about it, the money we borrowed from them, we used when we fought Japan and dropped the bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
So we dropped the bomb on them, and then we had to pay them back for dropping the bomb on them.
Yes, ma'am.
What the hell?
Same thing in Haiti.
So you have a war. So wait, so you have a war, and then you have to pay for what you did in the war after you get done having the war?
Rebuild the country and borrowing money, and you were borrowing money because you take up all the resources. Oh, that's not the end of it. You know.
So we owe China $1.125 trillion, and we owe Japan $1.125 trillion, and China $759 billion. So Asia, we thought that China was ruling this country, and it's Japan.
Okay, check this out. Mexico, we owe them $102.60 billion, and the list goes on. Norway, $137.50 billion.
Wait, hold on,
India,
let me see.
Brazil, you know.
Who owns all the debt?
Yeah.
Intergovernmental debt held by the public. So more than 2/3 of public debt is held by domestic holders.
Okay, and you think that ain't the story. Ask the question: how much land does China own in America? How much land do China own?
Hold on.
See, we talking that smack, and we're a slave country, and the people is a commodity, and I'll get to that in a minute. You know.
So as of 2023, Chinese investors held an interest in
277,336 acres of agricultural land in the U.S. farm,
according to the USDA Farm Service Agency. So they own the farms. They own the majority of the farms.
And that's what I'm trying to tell people. So if they control, they bring in.
Oh, wait a minute. No, so now they're bringing in these South Africans. What are they going to do? Give them some land too?
Well, the thing about it.
But who's going to get that? Whose land are they going to get? Like, what? Because they're saying farmer. So, all right, listen, friars, if you want to come up and clarify, please do. Please do.
Same thing they did before with the United States land distribution.
If you want
when we came out of slavery, a lot of blacks that was guaranteed land. The land was taken from them and given to poor whites that they brought down from Arkansas and other places to destabilize the South, because at one time most of the Negroes and blacks in the South had plantations and they had big money. In order to break the country, they had to counterfeit the money in the South and put the almonds on the North. People don't know slavery was more than just what we think it was. It wasn't about color, it was about economics, because many of the blacks owned slaves, black and white, owned a lot of plantations, was bringing in more money bring in way more money than the average white. They tell us the story in Hollywood, but I can name you several people that you can look up. This man,
They give us Afrikaners so-called government land, but they haven't given us the 40 acres and a mule yet.
There was the 40 acres and a mule was only promised to those who fought in the war. It wasn't promised to everybody. They didn't take the 40 acres and the mule was only promised to those who actually fought with the Union against the Confederate, right? It wasn't about for everybody gonna get it. That's the lie that people thought. That is not what it was about. And some of the folks did get it. Where I live at right now, some of the folks did get the 40 acres. They said, keep the damn mule, give us the land. And they've got it. What I want to go to now, which was the hidden government, during the time when Reagan was in office, this came out. Oliver North went to Colombia to cut a deal for guns for drugs. And that was to go in to destabilize the Black Panther Party and other groups that were coming together by putting drugs in our community, right? So to destabilize, they brought in this thing, the drug thing. So it was guns for drugs. Now when they went to Vietnam, it wasn't so much about democracy as they was trying to get the poppy fields. IBM was in there. Every war we ever fought was about taking the resources from the country we was fighting under disguise of democracy. There is no such thing as democracy. You cannot have a democracy in a capitalistic society. Think about it. You cannot have democracy in a capitalistic society when it's based on what they call on a social order. You got the upper class, middle class, and lower class. It's a caste system. So where's democracy at?
So you're saying that America is running underneath a caste system?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We hear it all the time. Well, we're gonna take care of the middle class. BS. Where's the middle class?
The GI Bill, was that during that time?
Yeah, because I was in the military. Yeah, all that. But remember, what you get told in society is not, and if you do the research, it's not exactly what people got it going. People saying that it is. The 40 acres and the mule. If you look at the history of it, and many of them did get it, but at the same time, a lot didn't get it because they were not a part of the battle. Now, this hidden government. We're talking about the Federalists. What is the most important paper out there? Type in Federalist paper. Type that in. See, there's a government that we don't see that run everything. And Elon Musk is not the richest. He got big money, but all it takes them to cut off his government subsidies, and he's back broke. And at the same time, they say, well, America prints its own money. The more money America prints, the less the dollar, the dollar loses its value. It's no longer, it's worth about 35 cents on the market today. We're having currency wars. Now we find out that the dollar is not the world currency anymore. At one time, everybody was trying to get it. Now it's not. China is taking over and India is taking over. Why is Commander-in-Chief Trump over there trying to accept a $400 million aircraft from the country when you said that they were terrorists? They was enemies. But you're going to take a $40 million aircraft, $40 million from the Saudi prince.
I'm sorry, my phone had died out, so I had to charge it back up some. I'm back though.
Did you get to hear anything that he said so far?
No, I just came in like less than a minute ago. So what did I miss since I've been gone? The last thing I left off, you was showing the brother for Black History Month, the second brother. That's where I left off at.
And so I showed him. I showed a little bit of the one video. People were ripping me up. They were going in like, "Why are you showing this guy?" Because he started getting into Hebrew stuff, and they were like, "No, I was getting a lot of kickback about the Hebrew this and the Hebrew that." Somebody was like,
"So we kicked on." So I'm back. I'm back. So give me some of their complaints. I can clear it up.
Israel
What's their complaint?
In 1948, yet blacks in the United States of America are claiming Israel.
No, Israel wasn't established in 1948. That's a lie. Now, the fake Jewish state of Israel was established in 1948. Let me make something clear. The word Yisrael, some people pronounce it Yasha'Allah, was a man. When you go into Bereshit or Genesis, the 35th chapter, verse 10, you'll see that Yaakov, or Jacob's name, was changed to Yisrael, which means he is a powerful prince. So Yisrael was a man who had 12 sons, which produced the 12 tribes of Israel. So those Israelites are not predicated on because they're from a land called Israel, but they're Israelites based on being connected to a man named Yisrael. So let's make that clear. And later on, that name became identified with the land. Like a lot of, let me make something clear. A lot of you brothers and sisters from the United States that keep fighting against this, you're really fighting against your own heritage, because the problem that's happening is that these people don't upshare an identity of another people. You assume that these people that call themselves
your mic went out. Your mic went out.
Can you hear? Oh, okay, hold on. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Went back out again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. The problem is a lot of these brothers and sisters lack understanding of who the Israelites really are. So they'll fight tooth and nail for the Palestinians, not even understanding that the Palestinians, they're Arabs. I ain't talking about the black Palestinians, but I'm saying that they're Arabs. So this is what we going to do, right? I'm gonna get this link real quick, and it's only like 5 minutes, and I want you to show the people, because our people have a misunderstanding of what Israel is. So let's just real.
So this guy says they don't relinquish their United citizenship though when they go over to Israel. So and then this one guy was making fun of the fact that he was saying ethnicity, because I was playing the video you showed me to play, and people were eating me up, and I was like, you know what? It got kind of crazy. So I was like, you know what? You're not even here to discuss, to like get back with you. So I went ahead and I went to Baba Yashabaya.
Oh, you talking about ethnicity?
He was saying ethnicity. He was saying, instead of saying ethnicity, he was saying ethnicity of the people, and they were like making fun of that. And I was like, okay, well, you're not here to break down what he's saying, because he was really breaking down ethnicity. I was playing the video that you told me to play about that because you wanted to discuss it, but you were gone. So I was like, well, I can't continue to play that video because it's getting ate up. It's getting ate up on this thing. So, and I'm not here.
What video? Hold on. What video was that?
It's this one. I'm playing. Hopefully when I hit it. Okay, it'll start from where it was at. Hold on. It was this one.
They know they're not. They don't call themselves black. They call themselves by the ethnicity and by the nationality. They don't do that nowhere but among us, because we are in the
Stop. Yeah, he from Memphis, Tennessee, man. Like, I mean, come on, man. You talking about Elder Yehoshaphat ben Yisrael. Give a shout out to him that been involved in this culture over 50 years before many of these cats was even born, and put down foundations that they came and put their shoes in. But real quick, you see what I just put in the back chat? It's only like 3 minutes. I want you to show that real quick. And then I'm gonna build anybody that want to get up on the panel. We can have an open debate right now. You know what I mean? I challenge any of y'all. I'm telling you, Israel is in northeastern Africa, and Israelites are Africans. What's up? You want to debate? You want to debate it?
I'm gonna put.
I bet you any amount of money. I bet you any amount of money. I bet you any amount of money, those that were laughing, I'll smash y'all. Because you know what I'm going to do? I ain't even going to use Israelite scholars. I'm going to use Afrocentric scholars. I'm going to use Dr. John Henrik Clark. I'm going to use Obenga. I'm going to use Sheikh Anti-Drew. I'm going to use Dr. Yosef A. Ben Yokanai. I'm going to use Dr. Lavelle and different other scholars that destroy that. Play that real quick. Let's see what's going on. Let's get it.
Our ancestors, I'm talking about thousands and thousands of years, had been here in this country, but they were spread away, taken to Africa, from Africa to the United States, from Africa to the United States,
starting from the beginning,
the United States, from Africa to the United States, from Africa to the United States.
I am Sar Madiel Ben Yehuda. Sar means minister.
Our ancestors, I'm talking about thousands and thousands of years, had been here in this country, but they were spread away, taken to Africa, from Africa to the United States, 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 from Africa to the United States.
I am Sar Madiel Ben Yehuda. Sar means minister. My title in the community, my role is minister. My portfolio is that of information. I'm charged to collect, to analyze, and then to disseminate information about the Hebrew Israelites here in Israel, about our particular history as a community and our history as a people connecting back to this land. We consider Israel to be Northeast Africa. We are living here in the southern portion of Israel in what is known as the Southern Judean Mountains. And of course, we have to make this clear that Israel predates any Palestinian connections here to this land. When you look at the name of Palestine, it was the name that the Romans gave to the land formerly known as Judea. Now, I didn't say Jewish or Judaism, but Judea. So the Judeans were the people that actually lived in this portion of this land prior to it being named Palestine by the Romans. So this is what we consider to be Northeast Africa. We are sitting on the African tectonic plate. There are African species of birds and animals and plants that you'll find all throughout this region.
Why I took you here is that I want to show you that the country called Israel is sitting on the African tectonic plate. Now, we're going to go over here, and I want to show you where Israel sits on the African tectonic plate, which means that Israel is Northeast Africa. Now, when we look at this map, this is the Sinai, okay? This is the Red Sea. This is Egypt. This is the Sinai. This is Israel, all right? This is Saudi Arabia over here. Now, if you see this in Hebrew, it says Haluach Afrikani, the African plate. Here it is right here. Israel is sitting right here. Israel is sitting on the Haluach Afrikani, which means that Israel is Northeast Africa.
I want to say I'm sorry that my English is not so good, but I will try, to explain or.
So, man, that's beyond. No, you're gonna go back there. That's a straight cold cut because I've been there before. It literally sits on the African tectonic plate. There's no way of getting
the first person that came up to challenge you. So Leonard Roy, what do you want to say? Go ahead.
Oh, hey, I didn't come to challenge anybody on their personal beliefs. People have the right to believe what they want to believe all day long. Me, that's just not my belief. So, there are a lot of things that are not my belief. But if I was to have any type of question, there was someone from Chicago that told me they have a nice amount of people from Chicago that moved over to Israel over there, do their whatever that right citizen ancestry, whatever it is thing. It strikes me odd that you get a lot of people in the United States, this is, it's black people or whatever someone wants to consider themselves. I don't want to miss nationality somebody. Why they don't relinquish their United States citizenship in the process of? Why don't they just drop that off? It only costs $2,300 to do it.
That's a good question. First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. You talking about my grandfather from out of Chicago, the late Prince Asiel. They just named the street after him, Prince Asiel Way on 75th Street. We also got the Soul Vegetarian Restaurant over in Chicago. I'm from Philly, but those founding brothers and sisters that you talking about was the late Ben Ami and all of them back in 1967. We wind up leaving from the confines of Chicago, going to Liberia, and then shooting over there to Israel. And there are many people over there in Dimona that did relinquish their U.S. citizenship, and they are actually Israeli citizens now. What happened, originally, they had something called the Aliyah, or the Law of Return, that was founded in 1958. And in the Law of Return, it was said that if you believe that you was quote unquote a Jew, you could return back to the land. So what happened when Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals start returning in great influxes into the land, what they did was they changed the Law of Return in 1971. And it became no more believing in your heart that you was a Jew, but you had to go by two ways. One, either you was born of a Jewish mother, which is in which is in contrast to what the Torah say, you're an Israelite by the way of your father, not your mother, or you would go into a state of what is known as halakha, which is a European interpretation by the way of Talmudic thought to convert to Judaism. We never said we were Jews. We never said we were Jews. We never acknowledged Judaism. We said that we were Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals. So it became a real big thing. So what we did was we declared the solemn, and we denounced our U.S. citizenship. The first founders of the movement in Dimona, they all denounced their citizenship. That's why, if you notice, Ben Ami, he had representatives like my grandfather, late Prince Asiel, that was going around, lobbying for the kingdom in the 70s and 80s, because a lot of us, we were declared stateless, because when we denounced our U.S. citizenship, we didn't have neither Israeli citizenship nor U.S. citizenship. So they couldn't deport us, because when we were coming in, they was trying to deport us. So once we denounced our U.S. citizenship, they couldn't deport us. So as time started developing, there was a major shift in 1990. And we went back to the round table, and there was something called the Treaty of Understanding, that certain requirements had to take place, and we wound up getting Israeli citizenship. That's why you see a lot of the brothers and sisters, in the military and things of that nature. And I think there's a major misconception of that, because they'll say, oh, y'all in the Israeli military. Anybody that's an Israeli citizen, I don't care who you are, what ethnic background you go to, it's mandatory that you do 2 years military.
That AJT. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So the whole point that I'm saying is, a lot of people talk about the Israelite community based on what they see on social media, with many of the Israelites on the street corner saying basically Esau is the white man, the 12 tribe chart. I mean, I know, Elder, you've seen it before, I'm saying, on YouTube as well. So that misconception that Israelites, they can't, prove their situation of being Israelites, when there's countless waves of Israelites throughout West Africa, even to this day, that declare themselves as Israelites, and them same people that we see amongst the Igbo, the Akan, the Homian, all of them that are saying they Israelites, we descended from these people. So it wouldn't be a far-fetched idea of having an Israelite identity in the Americas when we see Israelites on slave ships, coming into the Americas from West Africa. Hallelujah.
Okay. Well, with that, now, you like the first person that really made any kind of sense of this to me, because you didn't say we the original Jews. That seems to be the thing that that all of these people that I've seen, they lead with. We're the original Jews, but we're the original Jews, they're not, and blah, 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 blah. Now, you just said, okay, we are Hebrew Israelites, right?
Right.
You said like nothing about Judaism or any of that, right? And you said this is our land on the titanic plates of Africa, which separates the Middle East, as they call it, from Africa. Because at one time it was Pangea and all the land was one landmass. And you ask them about Mesopotamia, and a lot of them can't doggone tell you anything about that concept. It's sort of like, okay, it sounds to me like a big group of people that are not genuine about their true history, just a bunch of people that are upset being in the United States of America and not being able to doggone progress or be where they feel they need to be or want to be in this country we live in. If that makes sense.
There's sense to it. I just want to add, it all depends on one, social upbringing. Most Israelites today, they learning on social media. But let me get this confusion about the word Jew. We know in the Hebrew language.
Please.
Yeah. The word, there were 12 tribes in Israel. The fourth was Yehuda, which they translate as Judah. So let's say I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin, or I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Gad. I'm not a Judite. So you can't be like, I'm a Jew. The only true Judite were from the tribe of Judah. Like, I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Judah. You might have another Israelite. He might be from the tribe of Simeon, Naphtali, whatever the case may be. But this is where the confusion is coming in at. The so-called Jews, they're labeling all Israelites Jews. That's false. You can't. The word Jew is a distortion for the word Judah. So yes, I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Judah, but I'm not a Jew. I'm not Jewish. I don't subscribe to Judaism. I don't subscribe to the New Testament, the Quran, none of that. Strictly the Torah and the Tanakh, which is known today as the Old Testament.
See, now if the rest were like that, a lot of people could stomach it more because the way they present it, like me, I don't believe in any of it at all. The Bible, the whatever. I'm like, it's like Santa Claus. I don't believe in it at all. That's just me as an individual, and I don't try to push that off on anybody else, and try to tell them, you believe this, you this. No, I'm like, I just speak on myself, one self person. But man, it's refreshing to have somebody talk about this that actually makes sense, that I could understand. Like, okay, here we go. We right here tracking like a old hound dog because it's making sense, opposed to these other ones that they get all irate. And I'd be like, but I didn't do anything to you. No, because see, they're like, what? I didn't do anything. Oh, so because I don't believe what you believe? No, you need to get educated on. And I'd be sitting here like, why are you yelling at me? Like, I ask a simple question that has really a simple answer, I assume, but you're the first person that answered things simply and didn't get emotional. I could appreciate this. I'm like, DJ Genesis, clip this. Clip this, make this into a short, clip this portion. Because people need to see this. They need to see a portion of video where you have a Hebrew Israelite talking to not only a United States citizen, but a non-believer in any form of organized, sanctioned, whatever religion. And it makes sense. It makes tangible sense. I'm enjoying this. See, I wasn't, like I said, I didn't come here to debate. I was just seeking clarity, and I'm getting nothing but clarity from this brother. This is cool. I'm digging this. Oh, I landed my plane. I'm done.
All right. So someone said the tribe of Benjamin was wiped out.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Yeah, it's definitely an honor and a privilege to serve the people. And I might go out again, DJ Genesis, but forgive me. It's something with the electric over there. I'm in Tanzania, East Africa. But I just want to remind the people when they read the so-called Bible, which is the Tanakh, they're reading about the historical understanding of the Hebrews and what's surrounding them at that time. And just like any culture, you're going to have a cosmogenesis based on cosmology and cosmology. You're going to have an anthropogenesis, which is based on anthropology. You're going to have your mythos. You're going to have everything just as any other nation. The Hebrews weren't exempt from that. If you're talking about ancient Kemet or Egypt, you're going to see it there. If you're talking about Mesopotamia or the land between the two rivers, you're going to have it there amongst the Imuni Elish tablets, the epics of Gilgamesh. Whatever we're talking about, you're going to have history mixed with folklore. And the only ones that can abstract that understanding that are those that have a Hebraic base. So to make it clear, the Tanakh wasn't for the whole entire world. You know what I'm saying? It was dealing with the Hebrews of that Pacific time and in this time for today. So, you know, you're going to have those that may, they may not believe, so to say, for the lack of words. But I'm going to be more frank. I don't really even think it's the Bible in most cases that people don't believe, but it's the interpretation that's been handed on the Bible. Because, like, here's a prime example. We've been taught that in the days of creation or so-called creation, it's literally 7 days. They'll be like first day, second day, third day. And they'll be like, well, how did all this get created in 7 days? But nobody don't tell you that the word Yah means that which pertaineth life. So each day is really an epoch of time that took billions and trillions of years at a time. But because we lack that Hebrew cosmological understanding of that thought, we take it in the literal sense and think it's literally 7 days. I'm just using that as an example to show there has been a great distortion and understanding the scripture, even with that word Jew, like the brother just said. If you got these people masquerading themselves as the people of the book and they saying they the Jews, and then we come and be like, yeah, we the original Jews, this, that, the third. The Hebrews never considered themselves Jews. Never. That is a new terminology. If you look up the word Jew, guess when that was created? 1854. The word their confusion is the word Judean. If DJ Genesis, I need for you to put back up the rest of that piece and then show one more piece. Could you finish? It's only a few minutes.
I tell you, you got one on here said what? The tribe with Benjamin was wiped out. Yeah, that's a nice 75th Ranger Regiment crest I'm seeing right there. Really nice. I wasn't a U.S. Army Ranger, of course. No false flagging, but nice crest.
Who's that talking in the background?
Oh, that would be me.
Is that you, DJ Jonathan?
No. That was me. I was saying somebody, she had a post posted and they had the 75th U.S. Army Ranger Regiment as their their what do you call your picture on your thing? What are those called? I'm old. Your
icon, your
icon. Thank you. Yeah. See, I'm old. These terms I get lost on. I'm an old man.
You ain't an old man. You just an older man.
Okay. Well, you know what? When I got to get up in the morning.
That we are here in this land before maybe more than 2,000 of years in this area, in Sinai Desert. It's not far from here. It's near the Jordan-Israeli border. There is our land, my grandfather's land. So before the state of Israel, the border of this Israel or Palestine is not in this border today. It's very near. Before it's El Arish in Egypt today. There is the border of the holy land. This is the religion thing. So many people, they don't know that the black people here in this land, it's not for the last 100 years, something like this. It's more than 1,000 of years.
Okay, what happened?
No, I think that was the ending of that. So was that the end, DJ Genesis?
It just ended cold, like wow.
Yeah, that was the end.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was. I don't know if you meant to play that whole thing, but yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, I mean, it's like I said.
In the middle of him saying whatever. So
Yeah, he was saying something, and I was just like, okay.
I couldn't understand what he was saying anyway.
Me either. You're not by yourself. I'm glad you said it because I didn't want to say, was it just me or
Right. So what do you think? There's no Hebrew Israelites in West and Central Africa. You're spreading pseudo ideology. You're too scared to even visit. And then he's saying that is religious pseudoism. So this is Jane Putin, Jane Jantapoon.
So that person to know. I've been to Ghana, I've been to Mali, I've been to Nigeria, I've been to 17 African countries. I'm a social anthropologist, and I've been studying on the ground for over 34 years. And there are Israelites all throughout Africa. In Ghana, you have an Israelite community known as the Akan. I mean, you can just literally type up Israelite communities in Ghana and it'll just pop up. Matter of fact, let's just deal with a demonstration real quick. Let's not talk about it. Let's just look up something real quick. DJ Genesis, just type up real quick Israelites in Ghana. and it'll just pop up on YouTube. Like when people say things are pseudo, right? So are we going to say that the history of Sudan that was written by Tariq el-Fatah in 1652? Now we're talking a primary source, right? Okay. So Tariq el-Fatah was an eyewitness in Timbuktu in 1652. And he said in a region known as Tandarma in the Niger bit that there was an Israelite minority that specialized in cultivating vegetables and well water instead of river water. Now, this is an eyewitness. So are we saying that Tariq el-Fatah in 1652 he's lying too? Look how she just typed that up, and what do you see?
Now, are these people in Ghana? Are they a part of the One West, or they got their own thing?
No, they're their own community. Not take that up, not that. Not that.
They like
but
one.
Them right there, they're actually Israelites from Ghana. Them right there. I'm not talking about this. Let me give you a link. I'm talking about actual, people over there in Ghana. I mean, I'm pretty sure you see different videos. I know you see different videos. So let me do this and give you one myself.
Yeah, those are some nice self-powered QSC dual 15 speakers they were using over there on the tripod.
You see, Ghana, we have freedom of worship. Therefore, it gives everyone a chance to choose whatever he wants to do. Whenever I put on the kippah, the talit, and when I put on the tefillin, it teaches me that it draws me close to God, and it makes me feel that when I pray, God hears it directly.
We don't wear shoes here, and when I think of what I realize is,
you can turn that off. You can turn that off. You see that link right there? You see the link? There you go. That's filled with scholars in Ghana themselves. You see that right there?
Teacher of life.
It's
Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Deuteronomy 32:7 tells us, remember the days of old. Reflect upon the years of other generations. Ask your father, and he will tell you. Your history is the teacher of life. And those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Deuteronomy 32:7 tells us, remember the days of old. Reflect upon the years of other generations. Ask your father, and he will tell you, your elders, and they will inform you. Most of our parents are actually older than Ghana, so we should ask them, so they inform us about the past as the Torah commands. I had the opportunity to do this with my father not too long ago, and the wealth of information about our origins was quite breathtaking. Since I'm a Ga, I'm going to be talking about the Gadangbe's of Ghana. We, the Gas of Ghana, are Hebrews. We are Hebrew Israelites. A little education before the history lesson.
Can I just say this real quick? Boogie Nights, if you don't agree with it, just come up and say something. Don't be in the chat room screaming propaganda.
Let it. Don't worry about it. Let it finish playing. Just let it's only a few minutes.
Yeah,
Let it
yeah.
finish.
I mean, and that's the thing.
Just
I agree with you, sister. If you do have something to say, why don't you ask the question to the brother? You may just learn something, because I surely did.
And he said,
did I not?
And he is willing to challenge. All right, so even you, Key Bron, come up here and ask your question. I'm a Hebrew in Dallas. Come up here and ask your question. I would love to
Yeah, I mean, I learned something tonight. I was just like, oh, this is refreshing. I love it.
My propaganda. Let's go.
Father, and he will tell you, your elders, and they will inform you. Most of our parents are actually older than Ghana, so we should ask them. So they inform us about the past as the Torah commands. I had the opportunity to do this with my father not too long ago, and the wealth of information about our origins was quite breathtaking. Since I'm a Ga, I'm going to be talking about the Gandangbe's of Ghana. We, the Gas of Ghana, are Hebrews. We are Hebrew Israelites. A little education before the history lesson. When I say I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I am saying I'm not a Jew, and I am saying I don't practice Judaism. I'm going to define my terms now. Most people incorrectly associate the term Jew with Israel. While Jews are Israelites, not all Israelites are Jews. This is very clear in scripture, yet it is one of the many misconceptions Christians tend to have. The word Hebrew in the original tongue, Ivri, is used for the first time in the Torah to describe Abraham, Genesis 14:13. This is our original name, Hebrew, Ivri. Another name used for us is children of Israel or Israelites, which refers to the fact that we are descendants of Jacob, who was also called Israel. The word Jew in Hebrew, Yehudi, is derived from the name Judah, which was the name of one of Jacob's 12 sons. Judah was the ancestor of one of the tribes of Israel, which was named after him. Likewise, the word Judaism really means Judaism, that is, the ism, the religion of Yehudi. Since I'm not from the tribe of Judah, I'm not a Jew, and I don't practice the ism of the Yehudi. Also, being a Hebrew does not mean I belong to a religious group. God did not send Moses to bring us out of Mizraim, Egypt, to start a religion. Read your Bibles very carefully. You will be to me a kingdom of priests, not a religion of priests or religious groups of priests. We are a people, we are a nation. Just as Akan, Ashanti, Ewe are not religious groups, so too a Hebrew or a Jew is not a religious group. Then it will mean that studying the Torah is not a religious activity, but rather a cultural obligation. Now to history. Deuteronomy 28:64 tells us, and the Lord will scatter you among all the nations, from one end of the earth to the other. And there you will serve other deities unknown to you, or your forefathers, deities of wood and stone. The gods of Ghana are evidence of this 3,700-year-old prophecy. We, the gods, are
That's false. When one says they're Chaldeans, no. We lived in Ur Kasdim. Now, this is where the misinformation is coming in at. People don't know that there were two Urs. Now you got Ur Kasdim, which is in Mesopotamia in the Iraq region. And then you got Ur Kasdim in the Indus Valley. The Ur that Abraham came from was out of the Indus Valley. He was from a Hebrew set known as the Yadavas. Okay. When you look up Araphax, in Genesis chapter 10, Araphax is the English equivalent. But when you go into the Hebrew, his name is broken down as Ur Kasad, or of the Chaldeans. So the only ones that are Chaldeans are those that are from Araphax. Abraham is a relative of Araphax, but his line goes back to Eber. Okay, so we got to make that clear. We got to stop saying Abraham was a Chaldean. No, he was not. No, he wasn't. No, he lived amongst them. All right, so we got to make that clear. So I just wanted to say that. But and the other brother asked, he wanted to get connected to the Mighty Hebrew University. Okay, I'm gonna put my information in the back, so you can become my Facebook friend right now, and then I can inbox you right now. DJ Genesis, I'm putting my name in the back chat, my Facebook page, that he can contact me right now. So you could put it on the
no, put it in the main chat. Just put it in the main chat.
But I'm not connected right now to the main chat. And if I fall out, I'm gonna come right back in.
So it says there's no blood relationship. They're just Jewish by tradition and religion only.
No, anybody can be Jewish, but anybody can't be an Israelite.
He says no DNA conversion only. What does that mean?
That's a new argument that they're trying to say that we converted, but there's no evidence of that. First of all, when you're dealing with the DNA of so-called Jews, let me break this down. There was a man by the name of Dr. Rabby Kleiman who created what you know as the CMH, or the Cohen model haplotype. And in their mind, they think that the J2 is what defines Israelite DNA. The problem with that is they never scraped any DNA from any ancient Israelite bones to determine who's an Israelite or not. What they did was they took modern day Jewish people and they aligned them with modern day, like Semitic, not Shemitic, but Semitic people like your Arabs and all that. But anybody that know their history is when you're dealing with the Arabs and all that, many of them are Romans and descendants of Ottoman Turks that came in and invaded and disrupted the original Ishmaelite people that lived in them regions. They are not the true Arabs. I'm saying anybody that travel on the ground know that the original Arabs are black African looking people. You can go right now into Jerusalem's prison gate and see the original black Arab Bedouins. We talking facts, man. We not talking misconceptions. Anytime they deal with DNA, they're dealing with modern people. They never took no ancient DNA of no ancient Israelite bones and abstracted the DNA to see if them people match that DNA. If they did, show me one case right now and I'll shut up. Show me a case right now where they abstracted ancient Israelite DNA bones, at least around 2,500 years, and match them to the Y chromosome of the people that's calling themselves Jews today. I bet you they can't show me that. What y'all can show me is modern day DNA that is being labeled as Jews, right? And they're aligning them with modern day Arabs and all that, and showing that they have the same Y haplotype, right? But what they not telling you, yeah, they're gonna have the same because they were the invaders. This is easy. This is light work.
Listen, guys, if you want to join, everybody's saying they can't figure out how to click the link. Now, either it's pinned at the top, but if you can't get it from the top pin, go to the post on my page, and the actual link to join the chat and to have a discussion is right there.
Stop. I never denied about the Beit Yisrael. See, this is things that y'all don't know. Let me break this down. Beit Yisrael meaning the house of Israel. So this is the story about Beit Yisrael. Beit Israel is a story about King Solomon having an affair with Makeda, the queen of Sheba. And you can find this in the Nakibel and Guess. And what they say that they had a son named Menelik the First. But the story goes on to say that Zodok the priest took 1,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel and went and they created what was known as Beit Yisrael, the house of Israel. So there was a guy by the name of Rabbi Yosef in the 1957 who was the chief rabbi of the Sephardic Jews in Israel. And he labeled them to be the tribe of Dan. Now you got to ask yourself, why would they label what they now call the Falasha Jews or Beta Yisrael, the house of Israel, as the tribe of Dan? Simple, because if one understands sovereign law, you have what is called ecclesiastical jurisdiction and national jurisdiction. Ecclesiastical jurisdiction would be the Levites or Levi. Why you think in the court of law, why you think in the court of law you got things like Levi and sons and all that? Because they looking at the court of law as ecclesiastical jurisdiction. And then you have national jurisdiction, which would be the Malakim or the kings of Israel, which would be the Mushakim, the anointed ones coming from out of the line of Judah. So they didn't want to label the Falashas as that, because if they did, they would lose power. So they said they was from the tribe of Dan, but the contradiction arises if 1,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel went with Zodok the priest. Why would you label them only Dan? That was a conspiracy that they did when they had Operation Solomon and Operation Moses, and how they was airlifting the Israelites from Ethiopia over there to Israel. Okay. And furthermore, I never said that the Beta Israel was Jewish. I don't consider them Jewish. I consider them as Israelites. The ones that are connected with the E1B1A DNA, and the women are L2, L3. I do not believe that the J2 haplogroups are Israelites. I'm saying that you're talking about the Bantu expansion throughout Africa. You're talking about the Israelite expansion, because we can go to them same Bantu tribes today, and you see Israelite persuasion all throughout their culture. Here's a prime example. One of my wives, I have wives that are Israelites over here in Tanzania and Israelite wives in the United States. One of their customs that we see is circumcision. Why is it to this day that the tribe over here in Tanzania circumcise their children on the 8th day? And please don't come and tell me, well, circumcision go back to ancient Egypt. No, it don't. Circumcision existed before Egypt was even in existence, number one. Number two, right? The Egyptians did not circumcise. They only circumcised those that were initiated within the Egyptian mystery system. The common people weren't circumcised. The Israelite children, the first males, they were all circumcised on the 8th day. Why? Because number 8 in Hebrew gematria is the sign of the covenant. 2 plus 6 equals 8. Remember, the creator's name Yahweh comes up to 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. 8 is the sign of the covenant. So we can't, there were many forms of circumcision. It's not about who created circumcision first. It's about the application of the circumcision. So all the Hebrew male children were circumcised on the 8th day. All my sons, except my youngest son, Todiah, because he was a preemie, was circumcised by Rabby Baruch ben Yahuda up in the Yadai of Brooklyn, New York, on the 8th day. That is the sign of the covenant. When women go through their circumcision, not their circumcision, they need out their menstruation. I got my woman right here. She'll tell you she separated herself for 7 days. They still over here doing the Feast of Tabernacles. They still over here doing Pesach HaKak Matzah, meaning Passover and unleavened bread. Okay, you say that we converted, right? They saying conversion, right? DJ Genesis. I want you to type up the Israelites in Nigeria. There's a group in southern Nigeria known as Imo Yom Korum, which in Yoruba vernacular means the strange people. Now, in their own story, they say that they were driven during the Babylonian exile from Oase to Oase, and they landed in Timbuktu for a period of time. Then they wound up finding a region that was good in water. And in the Yoruba vernacular, they called it the Omi, which means good water. That name was pushed further to the coast and became known as the Dahomey, and that region was known as Nigeria. So my thing is this: we have Israelites that existed way before European, peoples that came with conversion, right? And they got stories, and they got in parts their Torah, and guess what language? In Aramaic. When we came out of Babylonian captivity, we were speaking Aramaic. So these people in southern Nigeria, known as the Imo Yom Korum, why they got imparched on animal skin, the Torah and Aramaic? Why they don't have post-Torah teachings that you see in the Maccabean revolt? Why they don't know nothing about Judaism? Why? Because the story is true. We talking about the anthropological understanding of the people. You have to come on the ground. Y'all have to stop listening to crackpots on social media. I'm in Africa right now. I'm in Tanzania right now. It's 10:55 p.m. I'm from Philly. I'm on the ground doing the research, and I'm telling you that there are Israelites all throughout Africa that did not convert. And my question is, who converted these people? Y'all all keep saying convert. Y'all have no motive. Y'all never tell us who converted them, and y'all never show the proof of conversion. And I did a presentation. DJ Genesis know about it. You go right on FOP Israelites right now, and you see me interviewing heads of state, tribal chiefs, and leaders throughout Africa when they came to visit Damona, Israel, and they said y'all in the West lying about them and that they did not convert to the Hebrew Israelite culture. So stop lying, saying that people converted to something and it ain't even true. Now, I'm not talking about those that became hijacked like the Igbo, who were Hebrew, and then the Jewish world hijacked them and made them convert to Judaism by the way of halakha, European Talmudic code. That's what y'all talking about. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about before European Jewish organizations came throughout Africa looking for the lost tribes of Israel. And every time they found Israelites throughout Africa, they tried to make them convert to Judaism. They did that to the Falasha, the so-called Falasha. They was already in Ethiopia for over 3,000 years, upholding the Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalistic culture before they knew anything about Judaism. And when them people came in the 1900s, they converted them people to Judaism. The Hebrew culture and Judaism is two different things. Hallelujah.
Okay. DJ Genesis. People that are saying they're unable to get on your stream, you know you got two different streams running, right? You have one that's a vertical stream and one that's a horizontal stream.
Yes.
They'll have to go on your horizontal stream, and if they click your StreamYard link, then they can come up. It doesn't work on the vertical stream. Now, I don't know why. It's a YouTube thing, but it doesn't work on the vertical. You got to go on the horizontal stream.
Right. So if you're on, yeah, go on to, so it's either you go to my post where I posted the link to join the chat, or you go to the horizontal stream. If you're on the vertical on your phone, your cell phone, there's a vertical stream as well that you can go on.
Yeah, but you got to be on the horizontal, the one that's like you got you, the brother, then me. We're side by side. That one in the chat, they could click on the StreamYard link. The one that you're on the top, the brother's in the middle, I'm on the bottom. That's the vertical one. That doesn't work. For some reason, YouTube haven't gotten that right yet, and I don't know what they're doing, but it is what it is. Just try to help you out there for them that are saying we're clicking the link and nothing's happening. You have to go to the other page.
They want to challenge the situation. They're in the chat going crazy. It's like, well, okay, well, come on. Because I'm like, all this Frank Ruben. Okay, here we go. Finally, someone made it up.
Super real. That's super real. I can't. Listen. I can't really debate people that haven't been on the ground. That don't even make sense. That's like me debating a doctor who specializes in open heart surgery.
Well,
I may have read a few books.
You can answer questions. KG, what's your question? 2300. KG 2300. What's your question?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I just had a question. How would I go about if I wanted to get the understanding and the knowledge of what you're talking about, Mighty Hebrew? Because I've been watching you for years. I tried to join the university a few years ago. I just couldn't find it. Where would you recommend I start? What would be a good starting point to, go down the right path?
It's my man King James.
Who?
This King James?
No, I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay. You sound. Are you on Facebook right now?
No, I'm streaming through YouTube, but I have a Facebook though.
No. I'm saying, do you have Facebook?
Yeah, I got Facebook.
Okay, all right. Do you have WhatsApp?
I don't know. I don't got WhatsApp.
Okay, take this name down real quick. The name Prince. Put Prince and Montezarian. That's spelled Matazarayam. You got that?
Yep, I got it.
And then put last name Yasha Allah. YASHAR.
She's got you highlighted.
Oh, she got me highlighted.
She got you
Become
highlighted.
my friend
so
right
good,
now.
so.
Request my friendship right now.
All right, so
and I'm gonna link
she
up to the
got you highlighted. That makes it easy. But that vertical YouTube, it is some garbage. But I think they were trying to compete with TikTok with that or something to do something different. Different ain't always good. Vertical YouTube is garbage. Stick with the original format, and you can get in.
Okay,
so there you go, another person. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, people are figuring it out. All right, Steve, what's your question?
So going back to what he said, and this is why it's going to be a difficult problem, because the only time that I know about Israel is from the scriptures, from the Torah or from the Old Testament. Okay, that's where it comes from. I don't know any other place. And in that, it's very clear about who Abraham is. Okay, Abraham's parents were in the Ur of Chaldea, and we know this because of their religion. Their religion was they worship three different deities. One was Nana, but basically they worship the moon, the sun, and something else. That's what they worship. And he went and tore those statues down because his dad sold little statues, like little prayer statues. And that's what he destroyed, and then he left. So these are Chaldeans. Okay, Chaldeans are clearly from Iraq. That's all that I'm talking about. Those are his sons. Those were the sons he had. He had Ishmael. Ishmael married an Egyptian woman, and he went and lived in the desert. He said he was as wild as a mule or wild as a donkey. Okay, that's a desert donkey, which is in Africa, but it's also in Iraq. Okay, so that's where he's from. He married an Egyptian,
What's your question? What's your question?
I'm getting there. And then after that, he had sons, and he had Jacob, and he had Esau. Okay, so and Jacob had 12 sons, and those are the Israelites. Those 12 sons of Jacob are the Israelites.
Right. We talked about that. But what's your question?
Okay,
because you said
I'm getting to my question. Hang on.
I know, but I want to back up a little bit what you said.
Go ahead.
You said that the Torah, because I'm Torah Tanakh only. I don't subscribe to the New Testament, none of that. So and I speak Hebrew fluently. I speak Ivrit. You speak Ivrit?
No, I know of it, and I've let me finish. I've studied it. I know that you guys speak it different than the Yiddish.
I don't. I live in Israel. I speak.
Okay, so then you speak actual right. So then you speak the same language as the Jews who live in Israel, who worship there in Jerusalem. Right. Okay. Keep going.
What you were saying about the Torah, right? If you go into Bereshit or Genesis chapter 14, 13, it lets us know from the rip that Abraham was a Hebrew. Yes, Abraham did live amongst the Chaldeans, but nowhere does it speak about Abraham worshiping three powers. That story that you connected with, that's parents. In the Talmud. Hold on. Let me finish. But let me just let the people know so they don't get confused. That story which you said is nowhere in the Torah. That story is in the Talmud. In the Talmud, it speaks about how Abraham's father was. Yeah, we don't subscribe to the Talmud.
Explain to her the Talmud.
I know. Hold on.
What the Talmud is. What is the Talmud?
Explain the Talmud.
I know, but hold on. Let me answer this real fast because I don't want people to think that stuff is in the Torah. Nowhere in the Torah does it say that Abraham worshiped three gods. Nowhere in the Torah does it speak of. Listen, let me finish. Nowhere in the Torah does. No, you didn't say Abraham. You said his parents. Nowhere. Nowhere. I know. Let me finish, please. Nowhere in the Torah does it speak about Abraham's parents worshiping these deities, and I know the story that his father was building these idols, and then Abraham, he destroyed these idols, whatever. That is a Talmudic teaching. That's nowhere in the Torah. If it is, could you, as you continue on to ask your question, could you provide us with that verse?
Well,
Okay,
first we
what
have
is the
to stop,
Talmud?
guys. What is the Talmud? We have to understand what the
The
difference between the
Talmud.
Talmud.
Okay, the Talmud is interpretation of the Torah and its litigation, because with the Talmud, there's something connected called the Sanhedrin. So you have what is known as the Babylonian Talmud, and you have the Jerusalem Talmud. And in this, it gives you ways of cleaning yourself, things of how they litigated law, things like that. Me being a Hebrew Israelite, I don't subscribe to the Talmud because there are things in the Talmud that totally contradict the Torah. So we, like for instance, determining what makes an Israelite. In Judaism, you're a Jew based on your mother being Jewish. And the Israelite culture is based on your father, not your mother. So that is a total contradiction in what we acknowledge. And they say they did that. So, but I want to get to your question, but I just want to explain what the Talmud was.
Okay, I have one question about the Talmud. You said the Talmud and you said another text. Now, these other two texts that you were talking about, right? Are those actually written so people could read those texts?
You talk about the Torah, you talk about the Torah and the Tanakh.
I'm not talking about the Torah.
And the Tanakh, right?
No, I'm talking about the one you said was the opposite of the Torah. What, the Timu?
Can I explain that real quick?
Yeah.
Can I explain?
Hold on, brother. I've been very getting understanding out of all this, and the questions I asking. I'm not asking any combatant questions, trying to have a pissing contest.
He's answering the question.
Those other two forms of, okay, these are the writings. Well, I don't want to say these are the writings, but that's what I'm saying. These are the writings. You said it's an interpretation of the Torah. Okay, is the interpretation of the Torah that's in, did you say the Talmud, whatever you said it was, is that written anywhere for other people to actually read? Is my question.
Oh yeah. You can go on. You can go right to Google and just type in the Talmud, and you got websites that got the whole entire Talmud up there.
Okay,
yes,
that's what I was asking. If that was something written.
Yeah, it's a European Jewish interpretation on Afro-Asiatic culture and history. And in this retrospect, we're talking about the children of Israel, the Hebrews. They were African Asiatic people. They did not practice Judaism. They weren't Jews. They didn't practice Talmud, none of that. Even if you're talking about the story, if they're saying that we came in 69 souls, right? And it makes us 70 because Joseph was already in the land and we was mixing with the Comitian people when we left from out of Egypt. Even if one would try to create a false narrative that the original Hebrews weren't black, they sure as left Egypt black. If that be the case, even though we beg to differ, but I'm just throwing out a different sided argument, even though we know that the original Hebrews were black. And when one speaks about or the Chaldeans, if we talk in anthropology and archaeology, we only talking between the 7th to the 9th century BCE Chaldee. And we know that Abraham was born 2166 BCE. The Chaldee that I'm saying Abraham come from is the Indo-Valley. When you read in Genesis chapter 11, it says that we came from the east. The Hebrew word there is Chaldean, which means India, from the Indus Valley, and we migrated into what is now known as Sumer, which is now known as modern-day Iraq during the Ramayanian War. This is a historical fact. And that Abraham and they were ex-Brahmin priests. I'm gonna keep that quiet right now. I'm gonna just let cats deal with the Mesopotamia idea for now. But what I'm saying is nowhere in the Torah does it say that we were Chaldeans. It says we were Hebrews.
So can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So just to make it simpler, what he's talking about, so first of all, there's an oral Torah and there's a written Torah. So, but let's not even dwell on that. We'll go back a little bit, and to best explain the Talmud, Talmud, the Talmud, like he's saying, are writings that parallel.
You should be asking your question, not coming up here. You're supposed to be asking the question. I already explained the Talmud, and y'all trying to say it's oral tradition.
Can I
oral Torah?
I didn't. I listened. Just let me talk.
No. This is my show. I'm the guest. So you come ask, just like the gentleman came up and asked the question. We all know that Jewish people try to say that the Talmud is the oral Torah. That is not true.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. If you would listen to what I said,
but I don't have to listen. You're supposed to come up and ask a question. You're trying to teach us something.
You said something that I just
stopped you. Hold on. I stopped you because this is what you said, man. You brought up the Torah and the Tanakh, and then you start trying to talk about Abraham.
What's the Tanakh? What's the Tanakh?
I know what the Tanakh. The Tanakh.
I didn't bring up the Tanakh. I didn't bring up the
Tanakh. Is an acronym for Torah, prophets, and writings, which the people now consider Old Testament. Torah,
I didn't bring that up.
Hanabaim, and Kuftaim, which is comprised as Tanakh. What I'm saying to you is, when you first came up here, you was talking about the Torah, but you incorporated the Talmudic. Let me finish. Muting Genesis.
Let me finish.
No, why would I let you never answer the question? You came up with a story, and then you never answered, and then I stopped you, and you said, "Well, let me answer." Just
and when I'm trying to answer, you keep cutting me off.
No. I'm gonna show you the difference. When the brother came up, he immediately asked a question. You didn't do that. You coming in with this whole statement to get to a question, and you was in error because you incorporated a Talmudic teaching to the Torah, and that Talmudic teacher was the story of Abraham's parents and all of them. And I said, that's not in the Torah. And I asked you to give a verse. And then the brother came in and said, well, what is the Talmud? No, DJ Genesis asked first. And then from there, he got the Talmud, like I said, is litigated. When you read it, it's court hearing, litigation, traditions. But the Jewish people try to say that it is the oral Torah, and then you got the written Torah. And they trying to say that the oral Torah is the Talmud that was handed down from Moses and the 70 elders. That's not true. They can't prove
not what
that.
I'm saying. It's like this. You're trying to. You're afraid of my words. You're afraid of my words. Let me get my words out. Let me get my words out.
If I may.
Hold on. No. Y'all already, hold on. I am the guest here. So what I'm saying is,
I'm a guest too.
No, you're not a guest. No. My name is DJ Genesis is my people. That's my people's.
I'm a guest too.
No, you're not a guest.
No. You are someone that came onto the show to ask questions. You're a participant.
Okay. I stand corrected.
So what I'm saying to you is answer the.
Are you ready for my question?
This is what you're doing. This is what you're doing. You're trying to defend Judaism. That's number one. Number two, hold on. Let me finish. Number two, ask the question. Don't try to come up here and teach us anything. We know about the Talmud.
So first
we know about the Talmud.
Do you know the? So my question is this. Are you ready for the question? Do you know the Hadithas?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Hadithas?
You're asking me a question. Okay. Do I know the what?
Are you familiar with the Hadithas?
I know about the Hadith. Yes.
So are you familiar with the Quran?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Hadith and the Quran. What are you talking about? Yeah, what that got to do with the Hebrew culture or the Hebrew people?
It has to do with writings. All writings. I'm trying to compare the writings. If you would just listen to me, and that's what I was trying to do. No,
but I'm only here to listen to your question. Okay,
that was my question.
So you asked your question. We done. Yes, I know what the Hadiths are. The Hadiths are supposedly sayings that the sayings and traditions that the prophet did, how he may have sinned. Things like that, and you have what is called weak hadith and authentic hadith. Weak hadith is known as bid'ah in Arabic. Okay, I'm doing these things to show you that I know about the Quran.
That's not exactly accurate. That's not exactly accurate about the hadiths.
You do got
Look it up.
ID
Look
for
it up.
alternative ID.
Look it up. Look it up.
Okay, but what that got to do with your question? You asked me about hadith. Okay, you asked your question. I gave you the answer. You're done. Because I already answered your question. Go to the next. It's no because. This is about questions and me giving you an answer, and that's it. Yes, I know about the hadith and the connection.
You have to be an honest actor.
No. The brother's being honest.
We're done. Yo. No, old head. I got this. Listen, we done DJ Genesis. Go to the next person. Because you're trying to bring your thought into your question. You know how many people I debate on a daily basis?
I can tell, but the thing is,
what I'm saying to you is we're done. We're done. Because you're supposed to come up, ask your question, just like that other brother.
I did, but you got it wrong. Everything you said was wrong. He's a Chaldean from Ur.
We're done.
From Ur.
We're
Chaldean
done.
from Ur.
We're
That's
done.
where he's from. And you can keep changing the narrative.
You know what?
That's the only way you're going to win.
Let's talk about
you have to change the narrative.
Yo, stop talking, or else I'll kick you off the show. Chill. All right. So what I'm saying is this: you keep mentioning Chaldea, Genesis. Go to Genesis chapter 10. We want to see who Arafat is, because the King James don't translate that name. Arafat is for the Chaldees. Dude, that's how I know you don't know what you're talking about.
It's from Samaria.
No.
We know where Ur is.
You said that Abraham. I know where Ur is. Ur's in Iraq.
Exactly. That's where he's from. That's where he's from, period. You can't change that. And once you change it, it changes the whole scenario.
You're giving up on most. Just because you live somewhere, that don't mean you're dumb people. He lived there, but he wasn't a descendant, a direct line of Araphax. He wasn't. Nowhere does it say he was a Chaldean in the sense of being a direct link. No, where? Give me one verse. I just gave you. Okay, watch this. Genesis. No. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about in the Torah. I don't have to Google the Torah because I know the Torah. In Genesis chapter 14:13, it tells you clear that Abraham was a Hebrew. He's a Hebrew because he was a descendant. Let me finish. He's a Hebrew because he's a descendant from the man Eber. Eber in Genesis 10 is what gives birth to the word Hebrew. The root word for Hebrew is Eber. The way you pronounce Hebrew in the Hebrew language is Ivar or Ivri. Okay? And it is dealing with a possession. That's why you got a yo at the end of the word Hebrew when you go to Genesis 14:13, letting you know that he's a descendant of a greater body of Hebrews. It proves in the name Hebrew in Genesis 14:13 that Hebrews are a people because it puts a yo at the end of that word. Come on, man. If you knew Hebrew, you would have known that. So for you to sit up here, no, we're done. I'm not even talking to you no more.
Because you're going to keep making things up and trying to bend the narrative your way. Nothing we can do.
I will be scholarly honest.
And they marry Canaanites.
Right now in the Torah. No. Canaanites are descendants of Ham. What? So what are you talking about? And what you trying to argue and try to say black people in America are descendants of Canaan? No, we're not. I'll destroy you. I already destroyed those that came with
if you bend the narrative, you can destroy anybody.
No, you're a devil. Because y'all trying to teach that black people are the Canaanites. That's a Talmudic teaching. That don't have nothing to do with the Torah. I told y'all. See, you telling on yourself, yo, because you talk too much. You talk too much. You supposed to came up here with a question. But when you try to say that we Canaanites, I already knew from the back the theosophical background that you coming from. I'm asking you, give me one verse. Now I'm going to ask you a question. Give me one verse in the Torah where it says that Abraham was a Chaldean. Show me anywhere in the Torah right now.
It says where Abraham was from. I'm not looking at a Bible right now, nor am I looking at Torah. But you can just open it up.
I'm not talking about where Abraham was from. I'm from North Philly. No. What matters is where bloodline he come from, not where he's from in geographical location. What are you talking about?
It says his family was from Chaldean from Ur.
Oh, stop, bro. Throughout the Torah, it doesn't identify people based on geographical location. It identifies what people you come from. Show me that Abraham is a direct. Show me where it says Abraham was our Faxad. Show me that right, because that's the name for Chaldea, the order Chaldees. Show me right now where it says that Abraham was a Faxad. Show me.
It says he was
Show
from
me.
Chaldea of Ur. That's what it
I'm
says.
not, no, I'm
There's
not
one
talking
text.
about
That's
he
it. There's
lived in
one
the
line,
land.
nothing
No,
more.
it says that I'm gonna tell you what it says. It says that he dwelled in the land of the Ur Kasdims. It don't say that he was a Chaldean.
Then
It's
where are
just
you
like
getting your
we
beliefs
live
from?
in
Where are you
America.
getting?
Just because watch this, just because I was born and lived in America, that don't make me a descendant of Amerigo Vespucci. You're not making sense. I'm saying that Abraham, no, stop, brother. Let me teach you now.
But
when it says Abraham,
you're teaching false doctrines.
It says, okay,
Yes,
tell
you're
me
teaching
what this
false
means.
doctrines.
Genesis
I'm gonna go.
14:13.
I'm gonna go.
Can
This is a
somebody
screaming
read
match.
that and get off there? Genesis 14:13. Can somebody read that to me?
He who cannot listen cannot learn. That's Leonard Roy, verse 1 of my life.
Facts.
Can we listen?
14:13.
He doesn't want to listen
No,
to anything. I can't even get the word out.
Elder. No, I'm grinding him up because y'all gotta stop letting people come on these platforms without no facts. You cannot come to me and say just because somebody lived in a region, you're identifying that with their national origin. That's dumb. If a Chinese person is born in New York City, they still Chinese, yo.
No, they're American.
Like,
they're
dumb.
American.
No,
they're
American. But their ethnic
American.
background is still no. That is the name of a geographical location. Ancient people didn't think like stop, yo.
Because you're making things up, bro. I'm gonna go because you just make things up.
You're trying to connect modern day thinking with ancient thinking. They didn't think like that. And modern day times, one's nationality is determined on the state that they're connected to. So if I'm born, my phone may go out, so I'll come back in. Let's say if I'm born in United States, they'll say I'm an American because I was born in America. But in ancient times, if you are descendant of a particular progenitor, that is what determines your national background. I'm an Israelite because I'm a descendant of the man Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, not because I'm from the land or the state of Israel. That's two different things.
Now, question. Over all these years of different people getting with different people, and you've got all of this mixing of the blood and all of this and all of that and all of this and all of that. All right. How do people measure their doggone Africanism? Do they measure it by, white anthropologists said that the oldest living bones were found in Africa? Or do they measure themselves by how many different people from different regions they have within their DNA?
If you're asking me, there's two ways that you measure it. One way, for example, the Native Americans don't recognize DNA. What they recognize is lineage. So like this person was born in this family. Like you can trace your family roots back, and you can do that in the United States. Trace your family roots back. That's one way. And there's no Hebrew Israelite that can trace their roots back to pre-existing times or DNA. That's it. There's only two ways.
Bruh. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite or anything of the sort. What I'm saying is this, okay? As long as you've had the so-called Black American in this country that has every complexion of the spectrum of melanin, from the darkest of the dark to the lightest skin of the light, damn near white. How can it? And you're gonna doggone try to pinpoint Africa and say Africa when if you go over there in non-tourist areas and you're not trying to doggone, it's not simulate or whatever it is, they're gonna call you Bob.
Okay, go. Was that your statement? They'll call you Muzunga if you go to certain parts of it, which mean the foreigner. But
Exactly, and to Bob, that means like a gringo, like
All right, one quick. Okay, real quick. KG, he's been sitting here very patient. What did you have to say? So
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, didn't even see him over there. Sorry about that.
What did you have to say?
KG.
Oh, my bad. It kept going on mute. I was really just sitting back trying to just follow the conversation because I got in kind of late. I really didn't have a specific question right now. I was gonna try to wait for Mighty the Hebrew to get back on. But yeah, for right now I'm just listening.
Okay, because now the guest of her show, the format was if you have a question, ask a question, and he was 100% right there. See, now had I came in talking about, well, you got the Israelis and the this and the that and that and this, and then if you go to Mesopotamia, which runs from northwest Syria all the way to southeast run right through Baghdad, that's not a question. You're making statements. He was like, look, ask me the question. Just like if it was math. Well, what does one plus one
I
equal?
also want to make sure you guys know that he is an anthropologist. He has a book. He's traveled the whole continent of Africa, researching his book. Getting his all. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like he's just a person that's just like just talking.
A fly by night. Yeah.
Can I say something about that?
So, but no, instead of saying something about that. He's not here. Go ahead and make your point that you've been trying to make because you were interrupted. Go ahead and make your point.
So the reason why I even called in is because he's like I'm not gonna argue with his narrative, but everybody's going off the scriptures, off of the Torah or off of the the Old Testament. It doesn't matter. It says very clearly that Abraham was from Ur, Chaldea. So Ur is Samaria. They used to call them the black-headed people. That's what they were known as. And they make it very clear it was from Iraq. And that's the part he wants to argue. And I can't argue with that. If we can't agree on basic historical facts, then we're not going to be able to agree. Because he's making it wherever it's from, number one. Number two, they're Chaldeans. Okay, so there's a Semitic test that you can do. You can test to see if there's Semitic blood in you. Like there's still Chaldeans to this very day. So if you're going to test somebody and say that
Chaldeans only white people or
no, Chaldeans are not white. Chaldeans are not white.
Question. What is a Semitic?
Well, you gotta look at Semitic has to do with your type of blood. Like for example, like Arabs, like Palestinians are Semitic.
Blood is it?
Not just Jewish blood.
B-A? Is it B?
Whoa! Wait a minute, homie. You say Semitic is a type of blood?
No, it's a type of DNA. I didn't mean blood. I was misspoke. It's a type of DNA. But remember, the Palestinians are Semitic too, as well. Like Abraham had two sons. He had Ishmael, so all the children of Ishmael are Semitic. And Abraham had 10 sons. He didn't just have 2; he had 10 sons. We only talk about 2. That's Ishmael and Isaac. But he had 10 sons. So all of that is Semitic, and Chaldeans are Semitic blood.
So when you say Semitic, is you mean like not black?
No, Semitic has to do with a region that you're from. If you're from Iraq, that a region. Like I was in Iraq. I was there for a couple of years, and I've met. I'm fairly dark skinned, but there's guys darker than me who were from there. They're Chaldeans. They're a very dark skin. I look up the word Sumerians. The Sumerians were dark-headed people. They're all dark.
I see where he's going with this.
What's the point? Okay, so let's get to the point that you're trying to make.
The point is that's where he's from. He's Chaldean. Chaldean is from a very specific region. That's where you're coming from.
Okay, now, how are you gonna say what he is? You don't know him personally.
I'm Abraham. I'm talking about Abraham.
No. Hold on, brother. How could you even come to that conclusion? You don't know him personally.
You're talking Abraham? I'm not talking that guy. I'm talking Abraham. I don't know what the other guy
Oh,
is. I
you
trust
talking
what
about
he's saying.
Abraham? Okay, I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know
not.
about
No.
Abraham. So okay, I don't know
My
about
brother's cool.
Abraham.
My brother's
The
cool.
only
I mean,
Abraham I know about is
guy's
Abraham Lincoln.
No, that guy's a writer. He writes books like that.
Abraham, so you're saying Abraham was from Chaldea, and that what? So what is the point that you're? Tell me what the when you have a mission statement. What is the point you're trying to make on this?
My point was this is the only thing I was saying. He said that he wasn't from Chaldea. He's from deeper part of Africa. That's what he was saying, and I was saying I think that he was actually Chaldean. It matters because if he's not Chaldean, it changes everything. If he's not from there, it changes everything.
Well,
the whole Bible changes.
What the thing is this: over time and intermingling, there's a whole lot of dilution. Now, I've been boots on ground in Iraq. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you couldn't pay me to go to Africa. That's a whole hefty cent stack of hell no. Or the Caribbean.
I love Africa. Africa's better than Iraq.
Bro, that's you. Love it all day. I'm not going to Africa or the Caribbean. Okay. I got better things to do with my time when I travel. And that ain't it. Now, some people in the United States, they think that when you go over to Iraq, everybody looks like what they see in they doggone corner stores in the hood. No. You got some Iraqis, you be like, man, you look like this brother named Booby, man. We used to shoot dice back in the day. And they born and raised in Baghdad. You know what I mean? It's a trip.
I experienced the same thing, dude. I was in Tikrit, and so I was there too. And like I said, I met an Iraqi guy, construction guy. He was dark skinned, and I was like, oh, I didn't know. And he was trying to explain to me that he's a real Chaldean, and Chaldeans are dark skinned.
Right. Well, me, I don't know about all that, but it was this brother over there. His name was Muhammad. Right? He's like, call me Muhammad. Just call me Moo.
Moo.
And this dude, you ever seen somebody so big you looked at them like, how did that happen? This dude was like ginormous. It's like, damn.
So here's a question though.
Okay.
All right. So because you're going back and forth with Mighty Hebrew. Is it why? What's the point you're trying to make?
Okay, the point. Hold on. The point I'm trying to make is this. Okay.
I'll be back on Genesis. I'm going to the other house.
Oh, okay. Cool. Now the thing is this. Okay. I have no bone to pick with anyone that says they're whatever they are. I don't. Okay. I don't. Let me make that perfectly clear. Now, when people, they get this strong, just extreme strong claim to Africa, but they're born and raised in the United States, okay, fine. Now, you could go to the continent of Africa and you could take DNA samples of people there, and you will find nothing but their people. You do that to anyone that's melanated in the United States, it's like doggone spinning a doggone, what's that game? They spin the wheel and you bet the black chips in the roulette. That's the game. I don't gamble, but I've seen it before. It's like spinning a roulette wheel. Well, what's all up in you? You see what I'm saying? I mean, and it's real. And I tell it to people, and some people, no, but see, it's like, hey, it is what it is. Now, whatever, well, white people did this to us, and okay, fine, all that, look, all that's fine. When you get into DNA of it all, your blood is, well, your DNA, everything to do, your blood, whatever, all that, completely deleted to the point that it's almost created a whole new group of individuals. I only say almost because I don't want to offend some people, so, but
that's a fact.
yeah, and that's a natural fact.
Have you ever been to Philadelphia?
No.
All right, you should go to Philadelphia. If you go down,
I'll just go back to Chicago. I want to go to the hood.
There is, well, even in, I don't know about this. I've only been to Chicago a couple of times, but in Philadelphia downtown, there are some signs and some postings and like some historical places. And in the slave quarters on the weekends, on the Sunday, they used to all gather in certain areas. Like the Congolese gather here, the people from certain countries gather here, and they would go to where all of their tribes were from, and they would meet up and talk. All right. So they were split up, and then they were bred. And then in the United States, we had places where they just bred just slaves, and they bred like this gene with that gene. So that's why in America we're all mixed up. Like I think most white people have at least 5%, African in them. But that's our origins. And the truth is, we're from America now. We're no longer really from Africa. Our genes are from Africa, but we are from America.
Our genes are from everywhere because
exactly.
Now slavery. Now let me see if you feel me on this. Slavery was different east of the Mississippi compared to west of the Mississippi. See, because you had this thing in Louisiana where all my people are from, right? They had there what's called free people of color, right?
Right.
And you had all of these fancy little digs, doodads, and whatnot, and it was a whole lot of intermingling with the French,
right,
and the Spaniards, the Africans, and this and that, and that's what made, my particular ethnicity of people, which would be the Louisiana Creoles, and you also had the Cajuns, but the Cajuns were the ones that came down from Canada that did not intermingle with the French, Africans, well, mainly with the Africans and the Spaniards, right? Because it's a place that is called, it was called Arcadia. And what's the name? It used to be something else. And then the British ran them out of there. But initially it was it was Arcadia then. Now it's called Nova Scotia. Had a couple of beers.
You're talking up north, Nova Scotia, like in North
Nova Scotia. So now it's Nova Scotia. Initially, Nova Scotia was Arcadia, and when they went west and went to Canada, the Arcadians became Cajuns. So Cajuns and Creoles are different. Cajuns are more of the Caucasus mountainous type, and the Creoles, which where I am. See, I got display my flag proudly.
Okay. Louisiana.
Are more ethnic as of the Africans, the Spaniards, the Moors, thus and so, blah, 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 blah. Persons that had color in their background. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah. And the reason the French Quarter is called the French Quarter is because the Creoles quartered that area off from the rest of Louisiana, and we had our own money that you have to come in with regular money, but you have to buy our money to buy goods and services.
Right.
And even with slavery, you had the Code Noir, which meant if you had a plantation owner and he was getting it in with a female slave, got her pregnant, the children were automatically free people of color. And
can I say something real quick? Because
go ahead.
Frank Bruman, I don't know if he's white or black or whatever, but can we not just admit that Hebrew Israelites are a black supremacy movement? And then he goes,
that's somebody.
Hold on. I had asked him to come, he says against his religion to come up on the panel, even though he don't have to show himself, he can just talk. He says his religion to come up on the panel, so he must be like a Muslim or whatever it is. He says Geological.
His pussy hurt.
But the bottom line is that because he's been going in DJ, just you see why no one wants to come on your panels now? Like, no, I allow the guests to speak. If I invite someone onto my panel, I'm not going to shut them down at all. I'm gonna let them speak and let them control the panel the same way that anybody else should. I would hate for me to be a guest somewhere and then another person comes up and dominates my time. He's trying to make an explanation about what the Hebrew Israelites believe. Someone comes up to challenge him or ask a question. He can actually control that. He's a man. I'm not gonna like jump in between two men arguing and try to be like they're like all y'all men try to say that women are being too masculine, but when I like being my femininity and not jump in between two men and let them argue it out, now it's like, oh, see why don't nobody want to be on your show? No, it's two dudes arguing it out and let them like they all right, they cool.
Don't let that bother you. Now, who is she? Who is her that you got on camera right now? Who she is?
I'm about to play this. Go ahead. What you gonna say? Something?
Can I respond to that? So again, I was watching the show. You guys was asking questions politely in the chat, and something that he said just wasn't right to me, at least not from what I've read. And I wanted to talk to him about it, but he wouldn't let me speak. He wanted to control the narrative, and he can do that. But the thing is, it would have been nice. Like I see what the chat's saying, and I agree. Like it would be nice if you intervene, let him talk, and even give me 15 seconds to speak, and then and let him talk again. I don't care, but he doesn't want me to say what I had to say, and so that's why I had a problem with it, because he does shut people down. Like why would anybody want to come on for that if you're not going to help regulate that? No one wants to come on for that.
Well, you've got all your angry white people coming in. They're talking about the Hebrew Israelites are a black separatist hate white people group.
Can I say something about that?
All of that. Now to that, I say, I don't hate white people, but have white people given people of color a reason to love them?
I'm not worried about white people.
No.
I'm talking about like the movement of Hebrew Israelite. They have their own movement. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I don't even practice this.
Me either.
But he's a guest on my show, and he's discussing what that culture is and what the beliefs are. And so I'm not here to debate that or like try to interrupt it. It's like I don't even know when to interrupt. Like okay, hold on, whatever. I don't even know when to say, hey, that's not right, or because this is like his lane, But
and it has to be his lane. Like he has to control that narrative, because if you change it in any manner,
bruh, hold on. He is a guest of her show, and the criteria was ask this man questions if you have questions, not give a soliloquy and then get to the question.
And then try the answer.
Sir, that's what you were doing. Okay, I asked a simple question. I got an answer. I said, you know what? That makes sense. I can rock with that.
Okay. Well, the thing is, I had to answer the question because he was like he has a narrative. The guy debates. The guy could definitely debate. There's no doubt. He's a great debater, right? But the thing is, you have to be able to be honest about the basics of the thing, and that's what we got into an argument about. Like Chaldeans are Chaldeans of Ur, and that if you can't change that narrative.
Okay, bruh. It's about questions. Now maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Sister, was it about asking him questions, or was it about debating him on the substance of Hebrew Israelitism or something?
Here to debate him on the subject or discuss.
Okay, well, it wasn't you then. He said debate, so he got one. All right.
Right.
You like come here and debate me on the subject, so he
kind of that's what he said.
So I get what
okay, I get it now. So
chill out.
Okay, so he was right. You were right by giving a soliloquy and going into your okay. All right.
I can't hear both of you guys.
Disagreement about Abraham being a Chaldean. He's saying it's not okay.
He said he was. He said he was from sub-Saharan Africa, and that there's still little pockets that still are in Africa from there. However, there's different things. There's Beta Israel, and we can look at their DNA and see that they're actually Israeli. And like this, if your genes are the same as King Solomon, then you're an Israelite. You see what I'm saying? And that's those other guys are converters. And you can read all, like for example, the Khazars in Europe, they converted to Judaism. There's no DNA connection to the land. They're a conversion, and many of those in Africa are conversions. The Hebrew Israelites, they have their own narrative, and you can't argue it. There's no paper trail. There's no DNA.
Are you saying that because the Africans in sub-Sahara right now, if you get their DNA, that it doesn't trace back to the Israelis? Is that what you're saying?
It depends. It depends on who you get it from. You know, you can go down to like I think just north of South Africa. There's a tribe there that can trace them. There's this DNA that goes right back to Israel. Like clearly they're a tribe who left there and migrated south.
And when you say go back to Israel, are you saying their DNA goes back to the people that's currently living in Israel?
It goes back to King Solomon.
Goes back to King Solomon.
For example,
so they have
right?
King Solomon DNA.
Just like, so again, there's Sephardic Jews, there Ashkenazi Jews. Sephardic Jews, for example, went to Yemen. A lot went to Yemen. Their DNA, goes back to Israel. Boom. You know, Ethiopians, their DNA goes back to Israel.
Okay, so
and it has to go back to King Solomon.
I'm new to this, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just, I'm asking real basic questions. How do they have the DNA of Solomon?
Well,
you have to find the body first.
No, what I'm saying is, are you familiar with Haile Selassie?
No, come on. Now, he asked a simple question about DNA.
I'm saying that because Haile Selassie says that his roots go back to King Solomon. I'm trying to answer his question. I'm always going to be honest about my answers. But the reason why...
I can say I'm related to Bill Gates. That don't make it true. Now,
the guy
come on now. The thing is, do you have the body?
Guy, no, look, the guy that you said he's related to Solomon, King Solomon. Who is he? Can you explain to me who he is? Yeah,
King Haile Selassie was the last emperor of Ethiopia. If you do you familiar with Bob Marley's song "War"? Those words are of Haile Selassie. So just look that up, and you can see where he is. And
what year did he live? Like what age period did he live in?
So he gave that speech before the UN, I think in 1936. So he was early 1800s. He lived, but his isn't just His isn't a blood trail. This is the important part. His isn't a blood trail. His is like a king's list. They can show documents where it goes back all the way back to King Solomon. That's how he traced his roots. So that you could trace your roots through a paper trail that goes back, an oral tradition, or from DNA. Those are the three ways.
Well, the paper trail thing only works in the United States. I do not believe that.
And then you can only go back so far.
Paper trail all the way back in Africa or somewhere. They don't have those type of census records.
Yeah, they do. That's how King Solomon. That's how Solomon did it. Solomon is a historical king of Ethiopia, and then before him came another person. Like they've kept those records alive.
Okay, look. Okay, so the reason I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you about that, because I've heard that Ethiopia is the only, I guess, country that's never been conquered or colonized.
Right.
So that might have some merit to it, what you're saying. Right. If that's the case, why do you think people read the King James Bible instead of using the Ethiopian Bible? I guess because it's never been tampered with, right?
If you look at the Council of Nicaea, which is one of the early councils, it had two Bibles a bunch of representations there. One were representing the King James Version with 66 books, and the other council there was the council from Ethiopia, which had their Bible, I forget the name of it, which is 83 books. So in the United States, of course, we go off of the King James, which was a 1611 Bible. A lot of flaws. It's just a decision that was made. I don't know why people did that. That's a good question.
What I'm saying, so Ethiopia still has the original Bible.
They have one of the older existing Bibles, yes.
And so when they went to the council, when they were a part of the Council of Nicaea, did they change anything in their Bible, or they were part of changing the things in the King James Version?
You can look it up. Like there's a historical thing about it. There was two councils that they didn't change the books were already determined by then. So one agreed, like, but so that before that. So that's that again. This happened over a 1,000-year period on those.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me play this video right quick because you're talking about Haile Selassie and.
I'm gonna go back to the chat, guys. It was good talking to you. Thank you for letting me be on the show.
No, you just stay. You don't believe.
Okay.
I'm just playing the video. It's okay.
I can't hear anything. No,
I would love to hear this.
You can't hear it?
No, I don't have any audio at all. Is that Steinfeld? Ugh.
Y'all can't hear it? Okay, hold on.
No audio.
Can the chat hear it?
Hold on. Nope, the chat can't hear it either because I have like a 5-second delay between my phone and my laptop. And I turned the laptop volume on, muted the phone so I didn't get an echo, and it's no volume.
All right, so the chat can't hear it either?
Nobody can hear. Okay, this how you do it. Everybody in the chat room.
I'm gonna redo it.
Yeah, everybody. I was going to say, everybody in the chat room. If you could hear audio, push 1. If you can't, push 2.
Could y'all hear it? Because I'm trying to play it, but can y'all hear it? Nope.
No, you be like, just ask the chat a question. Anybody in the chat, if you couldn't hear the video, put a 1 in the chat.
It's kind of low. I don't know. Maybe.
Sometimes when somebody finds out I'm Jewish, they ask me about my history. How can somebody who looks like me be Jewish? It's not a completely unfair question. The most Jews are people like Woody Allen and Barbara Streisand and Jerry Seinfeld. But it's a question that stems from a common misconception that many understand typical Jews to be white people who immigrated from Eastern Europe. When Hollywood standardizes this Eurocentric viewpoint, it betrays reality.
Yeah, what does that mean? What do you mean by that?
Enjoy. Because the image of Jewishness is actually a wide array of Jewish characters, cultures, and something far broader than just skin color. Whether we're talking about European, Ethiopian, Yemenite, Indian, Asian, or Turkish Jews, the story of racial and ethnic diversity of the Jewish people goes back millennia. The story of Jews in the Americas, including Black Jews, begins only about 400 or 500 years ago.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it.
Now you're showing a commercial.
Base 44.
The Israelites who built an independent kingdom in the land of Israel 4,000 years ago probably didn't look like this. Thousands of years of moving throughout the world has led to the diversification of Jewish identity. There is no one Jewish look. Over 2,000 years ago, the tribes of Israel were scattered from their biblical homeland and haven't stopped moving since. Spain, Iraq, Iran, India, and parts of Africa have all had Jewish populations for hundreds, if not thousands of years. In the late 15th century, after the Spanish Inquisition, when authorities passed a decree forcing Jews to convert to Catholicism, many Jews fled to the New World and Jewish communities began to develop. As the colonies expanded, Jews from across Europe continued to immigrate. It wasn't long after this that the first Black Jews appeared in America, when in the 1500s, European colonizers in Africa began sending African slaves to their newly built colonies in the Americas. According to research, it's highly possible that the first Black Jews in the New World came as slaves from Jewish communities in Africa, like the Ethiopian Jews known as the Beta Israel. During the 15 and 1600s, slave ownership became more and more common in the New World. Over time, these slaves took on the faith of the homes in which they were enslaved, whether by choice or by force. For most, that meant becoming Christians. But for a small group of slaves, that meant becoming Jews. Over time, some of these Jewish slaves or their descendants were sold to slave owners in the United States. While records are sparse, there are accounts of at least some Black slaves in the US who maintained their Jewish faith and identity. Regardless of whether they were Jewish or not, Black slaves felt a strong connection with the Israelites of the Bible who were rescued from slavery in Egypt and chosen by God for a unique destiny. A verse from Psalms particularly bolstered this connection. Princes shall come out of Egypt, and Ethiopia shall soon stretch forth her hands unto God. This verse empowered and uplifted many, while leading others to believe it to be a proof of a historical connection between the biblical Israelites and modern-day Black peoples. With the Great Migration of the early 20th century, millions of Black Americans relocated to northern states in search of opportunity and to escape racist Jim Crow laws. Around the 1920s, Black leaders founded Jewish-inspired African-American congregations. For some, these communities would be a path to joining mainstream denominational Judaism, namely through the path of conversion. Conversions would go on to become more common among Black Americans in the decades to follow. The most famous example of conversion was the world-famous singer, actor, and comedian Sammy Davis Jr. Born to a Catholic mother and a Baptist father, Davis began his journey to Judaism after surviving a car crash in 1954. He discovered the similarities between Judaism and Black culture from his friend, comedian Eddie Cantor, which led Davis to study the religion further and eventually convert. Another notable convert from this time was the civil rights activist Charles McDew. He converted to Judaism in high school, finding inspiration from a quote from the Ethics of the Fathers, "If I am only for myself, what am I? If not now, when?" McDew felt that this quote established a moral obligation to fight injustice and would become a mantra for him in his decades-long fight for civil rights. High-profile converts like these lead many people to believe that if they're meeting a Black Jew, they're meeting a convert. But that's not the case, especially today. I myself am not a convert, nor were my parents. My father is a Black Christian from Georgia, where his family had been for generations, while my Jewish mother's family came to Kansas from Eastern Europe. While interracial marriages like my parents are not unusual today, they used to be extremely uncommon and were even illegal in many states until 1967. That's when the Supreme Court ruled in Loving versus Virginia against anti-miscegenation laws, allowing for legal interracial marriage across the U.S. Many of those marriages were between Blacks and Jews. In the second half of the 20th century, the number of Black Jews increased significantly. This included those born Jewish, those adopted into Jewish families, and those who converted. That tapestry was on display in December 1993 at a symposium at the California African American Museum entitled Where Worlds Collide: The Souls of African American Jews. Shortly thereafter, Black and multiracial Jews began forming organizations to support their particular concerns, issues, and Jewish heritage. In 1995, Robin Washington founded the National Conference of Black Jews. Around the year 2000, B'chol HaShon was founded to support Jewish interracial families. Around the same time, Yavila McCoy, a Black Orthodox diversity educator and consultant, started the Ayeka Resource Organization to provide support and resources for a multidimensional Jewish identity. Other multiracial Jewish organizations include Jews in All Hues, founded in 2009 by Jared Jackson, the Jews of Color Initiative, founded in 2016, and Joyous Justice, founded by April and Baskin that same year.
Not to go, excuse me, into all this, but the bottom line is that there's all kinds of Jews. Now, but the thing is that Hebrew Israelites does not consider themselves to be Jews.
Thank you.
So what is the difference between Jews and Hebrew Israelites? He's saying that the tribe of Judah, when you really break it down, has another meaning. So there's a Jewish connection, because you see that there's African American Jews, right? And then you have the Hebrew Israelites. You saw that the Jews have been here since the African American Jews have been here for a long ass time. This is not something new. You know what I'm saying? So it's a thing where we have to say maybe this is the organization, these Jews, some guy came out of that organization and started an organization and go back to Israel. But the bottom line is that there was some connection to that land, and that when it comes down to it, Judaism is not just only the Chaldeans and the white people and this and the, you know what I'm saying? There were Black Jews here even during the slave trade.
Is there a difference between Jews and Judaism? Because I think I heard Mighty Hebrew mention something earlier when I first came in about
one is a bloodline, one is a religion.
Okay, and so I think that's the main difference.
Yeah,
because he said we're not Jews. He said we're Judaism.
I don't. Just to pass on what I know, the first Jews, whatever they call themselves, they arrived in New York, like those that arrived on Ellis Island later. That's their first stomping spot, was right there. Then you have to consider, okay, were any of them plantation owners? I mean, did they move south? No, they were seen as less than for whatever reason.
The best way to monetize your audience is
You know,
building
hold on,
your own community. If you go on heartbeat.chat,
I
you'll
actually
find this
found one
community built.
that discusses like the Hebrew Israelite versus.
It's a whole different world. I don't know even how to explain it, but you feel so proud, so good about what you've accomplished, and then there's nothing. You feel like there's no stopping you.
Loves the Jewish people, and you're simply trying to educate yourself, there is one answer. If you are an enemy of the Jews and claim that you are the real Jew, then the answer is different. And for the sake of just doing it at least once, I'll do this. I'll explain to you. If you're a Jew or a lover of the Jews and you're looking for the truth of what it actually means, Hebrews are what were the Avraham Avinu was called. Abraham was a Hebrew. Why was he called a Hebrew? Because he was a monotheist. He was the only one that believed in God, and everyone else was an idol worshiper. So he was in one side, and the rest of the world were idol worshippers. Okay. Now Avraham had a son who was Yitzchak, and Yitzchak had a son who was Yaakov. Yaakov was renamed by God to also have the name Israel. So, and all of his children and descendants were called Israelites. Why? Because his name was Israel, and therefore his children are called Israelites. Now, this continued until we got to Mount Sinai. Once we got to Mount Sinai, meaning until then, we were originally Hebrews. At the time of Avraham, at the time of Yitzchak, we were Hebrews. Then, at the time of Yaakov, the grandson of Avraham, now it changed to Israelites. Same exact people, just we've progressed. Now we have, in essence, a new name, a new brand for the chosen people, a new brand for the people that are serving God and following His Torah. But then when we got to Mount Sinai, once we got to Mount Sinai, that's when we officially became a people. That's when we became officially a people. That's when Judaism began. Why? Because we accepted the Torah. Until then, we had the tradition of the Torah, but we weren't obligated by all of the rules of the Torah until Mount Sinai. Weren't obligated by all the rules of the Torah. But once we got to Mount Sinai and we accepted the Torah, now we had a new set of rules. And from there, that's where Judaism began. So Judaism starts at Mount Sinai. When Moses gets the Torah from Hashem and gives it to all of Am Yisrael, that's when Judaism begins. And the first time that the word Jew appears in the Tanakh is in the book of Esther, where Mordechai, he's called Mordechai the Jew. Mordechai the Jew. Obviously, it doesn't say Jew in English. It says Mordechai Yehudi. Yehudi is a Hebrew word, which means Jew. So, in essence, all of the Hebrews, the Israelites, and the Jews are all referring to the same group of people, just in the progress of time and obligation to the Torah. Now, if a person is a Jew or a lover of the Jews, this is sufficient. This is more than enough. If a person is not a Jew, but believes they're a Jew, and in fact, they are the so-called true Jews, like the Hebrew Israelites believe that they are, then nothing will suffice other than simply explaining to you that you're wrong, and everything you've been taught is wrong, heretical, man-made, foolish, and the reality is that you are being sold a bag of tricks by a bunch of leaders that are just simply sucking you dry of every ounce of energy and money that you have in order to enrich themselves by, in so many words, enslaving you all over again into a new ideology that will make you feel like you are being empowered by some false belief that someone stole your power. Someone stole your truth. The reality.
I mean, do y'all believe that the whole like Hebrew Israelite doctrine is made by a bunch of people that are trying to steal your power? Like, okay, I don't know. This is very interesting.
I'd say this.
I'm gonna make this plain about myself. I practice Ephi. I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I'm not any of this. I practice a whole different, set of like beliefs. But I'm open to understanding different beliefs and understandings. But to me, it's like it seems like a lot of infighting about a lot of stuff, and no one can seem to have the Chaldeans. Everybody's arguing and fighting. What's the bottom line? What are we? You have one group of people that's trying to say that they're the chosen people, and that's the white Jews, and you have the black people saying, well, we're the chosen people, and we're the Hebrew Israelites, we are we own this land. You guys are imposters. Like, what's really going on? I mean, and honestly, I see. It seems to me like that the black people do have a point, though. You know what I'm saying? Because that area is not a Caucasian area. You know what I'm saying? And they did get kind of put there in the middle of a area, spread out, whatever. And now they're trying to claim it and say that this is their area. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on. I don't know, and I hate to sound kind of. I don't want to be racist about stuff, but I'm gonna say, okay, what's really going on with this whole story? You know, it's really weird. You know, so I don't know. What do y'all?
I think he was kind of
I
making
had
sense.
a point,
I think he
but
was
I
kind of
forgot
making
it.
sense up to the point. I think he was making sense up to the point where he said we didn't actually become a people until we accepted the Torah. Like, but he said they were following like the rules and the ways of the Torah, but until they accepted it, that's when they became a people. I mean, fundamentally, they just don't really make sense. If you were really already had a community and you were following these certain rules, and the only thing different was a book, I mean, you had to accept it, and then that's when you became a people. He kind of lost me there because I think Mighty Hebrew was explaining earlier that, and I could be wrong again, but I think he was saying something like Moses. I mean, Abraham. I think he said Abraham was from somewhere. He believed in certain, but the only thing that made it different was that he changed his name to Israel or something like that. Like the man was explaining the timeline of how
to be the chosen one.
Huh?
Is this all everybody just fight to be the chosen people? We're the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. We're the chosen one.
Yeah,
I mean, my whole hold on, let me land this
Okay,
real quick.
let me know when I can go. I don't want to. I keep forgetting my point.
Okay, I'm gonna be real quick. I think the whole point where he was saying he was describing it more like a religion, but I know Mighty Hebrew they teach more of a lifestyle, a way like and more of like a nature type of thing. You know, that's what kind of caught me off guard when he said we didn't become people until we accepted the Torah. That's more religious to me. Like it just, you know, the way they explain it, we're just nature. We're here. I mean, I don't know. It was just that caught me off guard. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Well, I'm like this. When you see them, you know, you don't see them in middle class neighborhoods with their bullhorns screaming at people. You see them in downtown cities or urban Black American hoods talking their talk as a whatever, trying to build their memberships and thus and so. And me personally, I say, well, I understand your frustration in America because you haven't figured out how to get your come up in this great country that we live in. So, you know, that's
You're
basically
talking about Hebrew
it.
Israelites?
From the ones that I've seen, every time I've seen them, like say if I was going to a particular place in Atlanta, right? You see them over in the West End, and I'd be like, okay, do what you do, bro. What's your FICO score again? That's what I thought. That's what the fuck I thought. Okay. So that's how I see it, you know, because a lot of people, they got black folks got a unique way of blaming everything but themselves for their personal problems. It's always white folk this, white folk that, blah, 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 blah. And I'm from Chicago, and Democrats have run Chicago for 95 years. There haven't been a Republican mayor in Chicago for 95 years, going on 100, and they're going to make that 100. But yet still they sit here and complain.
Check out the video.
Which one?
The one with all the anti-Semitic comments.
Do you realize how little that narrows this down? Like, no, you don't mean. Oh God!
No, that dude look like he.
No, not again. Why? Why does this topic keep getting more relevant?
At least you're making money from it.
I wish. The United Music Group's got that video copyright cleaned out the wazoo, so no, I'm not. What do we call them? Well, they have gone by a number of different names over the years. The most commonly used ones today are Hebrew Israelites or Black Israelites, but I prefer to go with Black Hebrew Israelites. This is a term these groups used to use themselves, and it's the most commonly used term among scholars, and it's what you'll find on Wikipedia. Okay, then what do they believe? The exact details of what they believe vary from group to group, but the common root belief is that the slaves brought to America in the Atlantic slave trade were descendants of the biblical Israelite.
It's interesting to hear what white people think about this. Because hold on, stop. They fixing to get a spin on it. It's going to be a very interesting thing. Let's hear what they got to say. And
okay, you say so.
Why he chooses
I want to watch this.
black people jumping around. That's crazy.
Which makes African Americans today descendants of the biblical Israelites. This is why you'll see many of them say, blacks are the real Jews. This belief can be called Black Israelism. Israelism is a belief that a certain group is descended from the biblical Israelites. There are other famous Israelisms, such as the Anglo-Israelites, who are mostly white supremacists, as well as Mormonism, which believes that the American Indians are descendants of the Israelites.
Mormonism is that what Mormonism is?
That's the first time I've heard that one. Native Americans.
Listen. I just found this video online. I never heard that.
Explanations for how this happened vary, ranging from Jewish refugees fleeing Judea after the destruction of the Second Temple, who then settle in West Africa, to some that believe that the events of the Bible actually take place in West Africa, but white Christians systematically erased their true history. The evidence for, well, any of these theories is rather lacking. There have been no DNA studies linking peoples of West Africa to Jewish populations anywhere else in the world. The closest you get are some older studies connecting West African tribes to Arab haplogroups, which is easily explained via the Arab conquests of the 7th and 8th centuries, as well as the Arab caravans trading across the Sahara. When it comes to their Israelite ancestry, the BHIs can be placed into one of two broad categories, inclusive and exclusive. The inclusive groups believe that both dark and light-skinned Jews are legitimately Jews. The exclusive groups, however, reject the legitimacy of lighter-skinned Jews, labeling them as false Jews. They will often make references to the synagogue of Satan to explain their existence. I could go into more detail, but I already have a video doing that. So let's go into what their ideological beliefs are. The movement began in the late 19th century, with numerous self-professed prophets claiming that God had told them about their origins. Most of these early groups were Christians who incorporated Black Israelism into their teachings. They were heavily influenced by the Seventh-day Adventist movement and very easily fell into the wings of charismatic Christianity. Later,
why is he showing what the
groups, however, began rejecting Christianity, abandoning the New Testament entirely. This creates another two broad categories for the Black Hebrew Israelites, Christian BHIs and Jewish BHIs. This is determined by which scriptures and texts each adopt. Among the Christian BHIs, we have two camps, those that retain the entire New Testament and those that reject the books written by St. Paul, whose epistles do the most work in differentiating Christianity from Judaism. Among the Jewish BHIs, there are those who reject the Talmud, referred to as Tanakh-only BHIs, and those who recognize the Talmud, called Talmudic BHIs. And then there are the 7 books of the Apocrypha or Deuterocanon. Most, but not all, Christian BHIs like to incorporate the Apocrypha into their scripture. I think this is partly because most Black Hebrew Israelites grew up in Black Protestant households in which the Bibles don't contain the Apocrypha, thereby adding to this mystique of there's a truth being hidden from you. There are also Jewish BHIs that incorporate the Apocrypha as well, despite most traditional Jewish denominations not including them. When you look into the BHI movement, you'll see they borrow ideas and concepts from other movements, Israelism being the most obvious, as well as teachings about divine gifts such as prophecy or the speaking or understanding of tongues, which is borrowed from charismatic Christianity. They also like to lean on the work done by non-religious movements, such as the Hoteps. The Hoteps are a whole other can of worms that I don't feel like dealing with here. The short version...
Man, y'all, what the hell? Man, I stumbled upon a white person white-splaining black shit.
Is that they believe that the ancient Egyptians were actually black. They base this assertion on the existence of the Nubian dynasty, which came out of modern-day Sudan, and their leaders are depicted with dark skin. But it was a single dynasty that's not even included in the numbered dynasties of Egyptian historiography. The Hoteps take this limited dataset and assert that the ancient Egyptians were all black. If you ever heard someone say, we were kings, this is where that idea comes from. And the Black Hebrew Israelites like to lean on the Hoteps' assertion.
Y'all, I'm glad I played this, because while we argued amongst each other, everybody look at us like this, because they're like, man, y'all, while we up here arguing, well, no, this, that, the other, and the Chaldeans, this guy's like, none of y'all made this shit. We did all this shit.
About ancient Egypt to back up their own historical claims. They will bring up the story of Mary, Joseph, and Jesus going into hiding in Egypt to escape King Herod. They will say, why would God tell them to hide in Egypt if they were going to stand out like a sore thumb? This argument doesn't make sense. until you realize that they are presuming the ancient Egyptians were black as well. The first is that white people are descendants of Noah's son Japheth, whose descendants are traditionally believed to have gone and settled what is now Europe. Now, the Bible is silent on skin color. It's not really something it cares about, but the Black Hebrew Israelites will claim that there are clues hidden in the text, or that the references once existed, but white Christians rewrote the Bible to cover it up. Well, one belief is that all humans prior to the great flood of Noah were black-skinned, but after the flood, Japheth asked God to make his skin white. From this point forward, all lighter-skinned people's existence is attributed to miscegenation between the descendants of Japheth and those of Ham and Shem. Now, where is this belief first written down?
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore, and it works?
Oh, I have no clue. The assertion is made in the book From Babylon to Timbuktu, but no sources are cited or referenced. The other explanation happens later in the biblical timeline, believing that white people are descendants from Esau, the brother of Jacob, one of the patriarchs of the Israelites. Their argument for this is that Jacob's skin is described as being smooth and hairless, while Esau is described as being ruddy and hairy. Since, phenotypically, those of sub-Saharan African descent tend to have less body hair, the BHI's conjecture that Jacob must have been...
They purposely used a comedic version of the Hebrew Israelites to
been black, and Esau must have been white. Another category to explain is the origin of white people, which, depending on who you ask, you'll get a different explanation, but there are two popular theories. There is a more nefarious motivation behind this belief, because among some biblical scholars, Esau is believed to have been the forefather of the Edomites, who are portrayed in the Bible as one of the arch nemeses of the Israelites. The book of Obadiah describes the Edomites as proud, violent, and indifferent to the fate of Israel. King Herod, who tried to kill Jesus, is believed by some to be descended from the Edomites, and God promises them a divine reckoning. Because of the violence against your brother Jacob, you will be covered with shame. You will be destroyed forever. And this, of course, plays into the history of racist discrimination in the United States, which explains the some of the more boisterous street preachers you might hear. Now, this was just a quick and dirty introduction into the Black Hebrew Israelites, but if this video has whetted your appetite, then I suggest you watch my 2019 video for a deeper dive. And if you're new to this channel and you've been...
Man, listen, guys. I just clicked a video that was a white person trying to explain the Hebrew Israelites, and that's what I got. Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow. Wow.
You picked the heck of a video right there. That's crazy.
Man, that's something. So that's what they believe.
Well,
so,
I could put something.
You have what the Hebrew Israelites believe, but this is what the white people believe. That here's your.
All right. Well, I mean, I could put something in your ear that it's like what I looked at as a child, and it's like, huh? Okay. There were two people created, right? Adam and Eve. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They had Cain and Abel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can two men make a baby?
No.
So, wasn't no daughters born? So where these females they was getting it in with come from? Then on top of that, if you are doggone doing that within your gene pool, family-wise, you're going to have birth defects and thus and so. So how do you get three distinct variations of people? The Asians, the African, and the pink people, for the lack of a other term. You got three particular different people that, you know, you can designate who is who by sight. And it's only three of them. Everybody in between could, well, maybe they this or maybe they that. You see what I'm saying? How that happened? So evidently somebody lied. Somebody lied, and somebody used a book to try to control people, because that's all it is a form of control.
Didn't it say something like he found a wife, like he left and found a wife somewhere? So it had to be like other people out there.
Wait a minute. Did he say Cain and Abel both had twins? Wait a minute. I was reading the chat. Wait a minute. All races of people go back biblically. I saw somebody saw the Great Flood. There's no archaeological proof of that. And if they were to research, hold on, I'm getting to something here, and I'm always quick. If they look at the size of an ark and they do it in the actual size, and they look at the weight of the animals and this and that. That dog don't hunt.
Okay, but wait, hold on. Well, I think that's where a lot of people get misunderstanding. Like, I see what you're saying, because it's two men can't make a baby, obviously. But it did say, like,
obviously
he left and found a wife somewhere. So obviously it had to be some people somewhere else.
Obviously.
But to go back to the Adam and Eve thing, I think that's why Mighty Hebrew, they say it's important to learn Hebrew, because that's not necessarily what it means. Adam is and Eve is not just like two people. There's like a deeper meaning than that in Hebrew. So I think if you take that
I'm
perspective,
going by what's actually written and been put out to mankind for thousands of years.
I'm gonna play this video. Let's go into what Baba Yasha. He gonna break. Rest in peace, Baba Yashabai. And I love the fact that I have all these. Listen, guys, go back into my archive, guys.
Nah, my credit score is too high for all that.
To get into these mantras, you know, we listen to all this hip hop talking about
in the same matter. People say, "Well, I want to get the Septuagint." Well, that's only 70. I want to get the Bible for Gita. I want to get the Vulgate. That's in Latin. But remember, majority of the people today hangs on the King James Version. And what I want to say to people, do you not realize that King James that we holler by, first book he wrote was in 1592. It was called the Book on Demonology. It was a book written on a thing called demonology. Sister Monica, if you can pull that up, first of all, and King James never saw the 1611 or the 1613, neither did he put his seal on it. You can see my little old camera. This is, let me get this thing to work. You see the royal seal? This book was on demonology, on witchcraft, the mystery, the mythology of religion, the whole thing. So his first book was written by King James, and the only book was written in 1592. And some people, well, they want to make him black. I don't care what you want to make it, but if you're trying to find this book for authority, you're looking at a man that was into demonology. The only reason that they wrote the King James, you can look it up, was that King James was trying to unite Scotland and England, and he wanted to marry the Queen of Scotland, but the Catholic Church wouldn't allow for it. So he created his own book. You can look it up. Is there an original, not the word original manuscript, other than what we have? I wish we had a couple other people, because we're gonna need some help, because we got some stuff for you. So buckle up. Now, I said some things at the last time. I came to solidify with documentation. So, Samaki, you tell me when you're ready to share, if you want to. If you happen to have that information. Then there's a book written called The 30,000 Gods Before Jehovah. So when you say God, that's a generic term. My question to you, what God are you talking about? And the ironic thing, sisters and brothers, unless you have the proper tools or the proper reference, you'll think that God is just one. That is not true. That is not true. And I'm going to try to take my time and give it to you. And then if you have anything you want rebut, you can rebut. But let me start out by like this. And I heard Sister Monica's beautiful, beautiful debate with the brother who was in his emotion. He throwing all these things out here and he don't have a clue. First and foremost, if I must say, Moses could not have written the book of the Torah based on chronology. If you look at am I moving too fast? I feel like I'm moving too fast. But
no, you're good. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The problem is we study these things literally out of emotion. But the young man kept saying allegory. The other week we let you know that the first 11 chapters of the book of Genesis is myth and legend. We also told you that the oldest book in the Bible is the book of Job. And I want to solidify that. My first thing is, it says books of the Bible timeline chart.
This is the quickest way to go from AI beginner to AI fluent in 2026. Watch this.
Books of the Bible timeline chart. Remember, you want to study the Bible from a etymology, chronology, and language. In this, it's called Bible Wisdom timeline. It plainly says, the question is asked, what is the oldest book in the Bible chronology? In it, it said that the book of Job is the oldest book. Look it up online. It says, ask the question, what is the oldest book in the Bible chronologically? It says the oldest book in the Bible chronologically is generally considered to be the book of Job. So Job was neither Israelite nor Hebrew because the book is older than the book of Genesis. When was Genesis written? According to Archbishop James Ursher, he said that the world started on December the 23rd at 9 o'clock in the morning at 4004 BC. Please write that down, because we have to use that to prove that Moses could not have had anything to do with, because when I studied with the rabbinical order of which I want to call them white or whatever, they said that the priesthood attributed to Moses. Moses did not have anything because he wasn't even born. Where is it in scripture where Moses sat down with the angels with paper and pen and wrote down all of these things that we claim is in the Bible? It's called the Torah. Moses could not have written the Torah. So we run around on a fabrication, giving credit to a man that wasn't even born till he went into, allegedly till he went into Egypt. So how old is, forgive me for laughing. I mean, think about it. If Genesis is the first book, but you find out there's a book older than it, so now we got a problem. Remember, look for a historical timeline, or look for, then look for the etymology of certain words. Certain words did not exist at that time. That's why I sent, so let me go through this thing. It says period and timeline, but are we okay?
Yeah, everything's good. Keep going, keep going.
Okay. Timeline. It says book of the Bible time chart. It says Genesis was written by Moses between 1446 and 1406 BC. Come on, people. Exodus, written by this is what it is, written by Moses, 1446 to 1406. Leviticus, written by Moses, 1446 to 1406. Man, what even? Wait a minute. Numbers, another book written by Moses, 1446 to 1406. And you can look this up online. How in the Sam hell could Moses be doing all this writing and there's no record where he sat down with nobody from the priesthood or nobody from God's heaven to sit down and write all this info down? He got it when he was born, went up, set up the river, had to grow up, live in the house of Pharaoh, go through all this stuff. Where did the information come from that he had about all these various books? We got to learn, we got to use some common sense and logic. Yet we base our life off a book called the Torah, saying that this is the word of God. This is not the word of God. It is the writing and information of a people trying to establish a history, because there are books that the Bible even quotes. If it's the oldest, what the Bible doing quoting other books? Well, Baba Yashabaya, what the hell do you mean quoting other books? What I'm plainly saying, for instance, is everybody all right? I got to use that word. That's one of my Bible lives. Is everybody all right?
Yeah. Everybody's all right. Keep going. Yeah.
Sister Monica, in First Chronicles 29 and 30. I want to use the book. If you ask the thing, when was these books really written? The timeline will not match up. Remember, people, the world started in 4004 BC. So you got to count down from 4004 BC to then when you get to all it. So 4004 is a basic number. So if these other books were written in 1446 to 1406, Exodus written in 1440. Here we go. What you got? Okay. It says, as the event of kings range from the beginning of the end, they're all written in the record of Samuel the seer. Where in your book is the book of Samuel the seer? Where in your Bible do you find Nathan the prophet or the record of Gad the seer? Where are these books in your Bible? Remember, the Bible's quoting other books.
Do you need a loan for your business? Well, if you've been around for over...
And peace to the panel. May I speak, please? Can I be heard?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And thanks for having me up. As far as the Bible, I look at it as historical fiction. There are some historical elements, and there are definitely some fictitious elements. But many of the tenets in the Bible that we do see, such as not being homosexual, not lying, not stealing, not coveting the neighbor's wife. I respect these tenets, but once again, the Bible, in my estimation, is historical fiction. So it would be the equivalent of, let's say, looking at Roots. You remember the movie Roots, the TV show Roots? It's like looking at Roots as 100% factual. No, there's some factual elements, but it's not 100% authentic in its entirety.
But did you see what he just did? Did you actually notice what he just did? Just with this scripture alone, what he did, what Baba Yashabaya just did. Did anybody tell us?
Okay, what I can say is this: he's quantified the lifespan of human life to be currently 6,000 years, give or take. But you have prehistoric dinosaurs, Stegosaurus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, physical bones of said animals, time dated, that precedes the Bible by millions of years. So if God created the heavens and the earth, don't that mean he created the dinosaurs too?
So that's not what.
But we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about reality. We're going to talk about voodoo, Greek mythology, all this other Roman mythology, all these myths and this and that to keep people captured. The only reason that people do not go insane, they need religion to believe there's a better afterlife than what they're dealing with right now. Otherwise, people would be doing whatever they wanted to anybody.
Right.
Because they know.
But I asked you a question. I said, do you see what he just did right here? Does anybody?
Yeah, I see what he just did right there. He's doing what all the rest of them doing.
No. What did he just do? Did you really pay attention to what
Yeah, I see what he just did. He said that the book of okay, can I finish? He's made statements talking about they say the book of Genesis. Ooh, excuse me, Genesis. Sorry for the burping. The Genesis that's the original, the first book, but the book of Job was written, and it proves it was predated from that. And then he went into Leviticus and blah 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 blah. And he gave a year. That's what he went left. He gave a year. You have
y'all missing it. Y'all, listen, the scripture is sitting right here.
I'm back, everyone.
The scripture is sitting right here that y'all missing what he just did.
Okay, what about the dinosaurs? And explain that part. Everybody is so religious and so well known. Explain the dinosaurs.
Let her explain. Let her explain.
All right, so he just showed that in the book, right?
Can y'all hear me?
In the Bible, okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
It is referring to other books that are not in the Bible, and people don't even speak. People are so just hell bent on just debating the Bible that they're not even realizing. It says, "As for the events of King David's reign, from the beginning to the end, they are written in the records of Samuel the seer, the records of Nathaniel the prophet, the records of Gad the seer, together with the details of his reign and power, and the circumstances of surrounded him and Israel and the kingdoms of all the other." So if you have like about four records that are missing, how can you be so sure about anything you're talking about? Because there's like 4 records of things that there's no. Where is the book of Samuel the seer? Where is the book of Gad the seer? Where is Nathan the prophet book at? Where is that record at? Where is that at?
Well, we're sure the dinosaurs existed, aren't we?
Yeah, so that's
okay. So that debunks everything else to do with biblical, what they're talking about for that biblical timeline.
I don't know. If
come back to the chat, Mighty Hebrew. I want to
with that.
Mighty Hebrew.
I'm sorry, y'all. I had to go to the other house. Let me put the camera on so y'all can see me too. So it's daytime over here. So let me see. Okay, yeah. Hey, what's up with y'all? You know what I mean?
Hey, how's it going? Hey.
So yeah, so y'all can put a face. So y'all can put it. Y'all notice the real Mighty Hebrew. By the way, you know what I mean? So nobody don't be thinking.
What? You dark as hell.
No, but it's daytime in Tanzania.
Okay.
Say what?
It's about to be daytime.
No,
okay.
It's
about to be daytime here too.
It's daytime in Tanzania.
About 2 hours about to be daytime.
Yeah, it's 12:36 p.m. over here.
Okay, well it's already daytime, but if you know that's
3:36 over here. I don't know. You're in Chicago.
No, I'm not in Chicago. I'm on the East Coast.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't dare live in Chicago. That's beneath me.
You're from Chicago.
Where you from in the East Coast?
He's from Chicago.
I'm from Chicago.
Oh, you're from Chicago.
Yeah. So anyway,
I'm living in the outer bands of Fulton County, Atlanta. I'm not even in Fulton County.
Oh,
the only reason that I'm up this way is because there were too many doggone hurricanes that hit Chatham County. I was completely happy in Savannah, but homeowners insurance went up so much that I had to move further inland just to.
I want to ask a
save
question.
on that. But the dinosaurs were here.
Hold on.
The dinosaurs were here. Where do you think we get petroleum from?
Yeah,
all in one.
Did exist. They did exist, and if you understand the biblical narrative with the esoteric thought of the Yuga cycle, it'll let you know within the I believe in the 4th round / the 4th formated cycle, which was also millions and billions of years. That's when the dinosaurs came about. But that I wanted to go back. That's how many years? Hold on for 1 second. I want to get back to because I let Rob.
You're breaking up, brother.
Know that you.
No, you're breaking up because somebody's got their mic unmuted. Go ahead, and speak.
DJ Genesis, and she like to get back. Right. I know it went there. I know it went different. It took different turns.
Go ahead.
DJ Genesis.
Yeah, I'm
Can
here.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
This is what I want to say to the family, right? Okay. When you have a historian or people that's really doing the ground footwork, we gotta get into the mode that we gotta let these people talk, because just picture an actual heart surgeon on this show and people that's debating a heart surgeon.
Your
Is
phone's
people
breaking
that
up.
only read about heart surgery, but they didn't do no. And this is, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but every other
All right,
word.
I'm gonna do this. This is what I'm gonna do.
Every other word is
No,
like
don't worry.
You're gonna come back.
But I do want to shout
Well, at
out
least
the
you know it
brother.
wasn't my mic causing a. Wait,
I don't know. I don't know because your mic has a echo on it.
But I do want to shout the brother out for being Black American and moving to Tanzania. I live in Puerto Rico. I like seeing Black Americans outside of the U.S. buying real estate, having things, really. Since so many foreigners are in the U.S., Black Americans need to be in these foreign nations. So that's a good thing, a great thing, respectfully.
The only way my mic could have an echo if I was using two sources, and I'm not. I'm just using this one
No,
phone.
what's happening is like it's like a
Can you hear me now?
It's a sound like.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, y'all can hear me now. Okay, so
it's a woo 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 sound. It's a woo woo sound.
Yeah, my phone is jacking up. I know that sound. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me start over.
It's like a woo woo woo.
Okay. I need everybody to mute. I need everybody to mute their mics because this gotta be understood. Listen, our people, Black people, we gotta stop doing the things that we do, man. When DJ Genesis or any other Black platform have their historians, these scholars that they got ground footwork. Y'all got to listen to them scholars, man, them historians. It's like, let's say a surgeon comes on, DJ Genesis show, and he or she is talking about the 30 years of open heart surgery that they've been doing through experimentation and saving lives. But in the listening audience, you got crowds of people trying to debunk somebody that actually have the on-ground footwork research by the way of experimentation of open heart surgery. That's what's going on. When the first gentleman came up, he asked a question. I gave an answer. The next gentleman came on, he asked a question. I gave an answer. The third gentleman came on, he went into this big, broad statement, and he was lying. He was mixing Talmudic teachings, which a lot of the Hadith go back to Talmudic teachings, and try to incorporate something in the Torah that is not in the Torah at all, right? I stopped him on that and asked him to show where, Abraham is Araphaxad/Chaldin. So I want to do this live in front of everybody. Real quick, DJ Genesis, could you type in your Google Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, 11th edition, and type in the word nationality? Because many of y'all are very confused about nationality. Y'all think nationality defines a person being born somewhere. That is what you would call an artificial nationality that is aligning themselves, or a juristic being aligning themselves with an artificial state. That's a fact, or a country. Nationality is determined through the pedigree of your father's bloodline. And it's going to tell you this in the Webster's Collegiate 11th edition dictionary. In ancient times, ancient people determined their nationality based on the pedigree from which they came from. So Abraham, dealing with his lineal line, going back to his patrilineal line, he was not a Chaldean or a Chaldean. He lived in the land amongst the Chaldeans. So that has to be understood. We have to stop playing these games. Bereshit, Genesis 14:13 tells us that Abraham is a Hebrew. And when you look at the word Hebrew in Genesis chapter 14:13, anybody that know Hebrew, it gives the possession in the word Ivrit with a yod. So if I say in Ivrit, Hebrew, Shalom Aki, I'm saying peace, my brother, or completeness, my brother. If I say Shalom Akoti, I'm saying completeness, my sister. The hard E sound is defining possession. So if you say Israeli, you're saying you're a descendant of Israel, meaning Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. So when you say Ivri, you're saying you're a descendant of who? Eber, because it's my as in possession. So Abraham was a descendant of the man Eber that you see in the 10th chapter of Genesis, which the root word for Hebrew is Eber, man. This is not hard to understand, but y'all not dealing with real historians. Y'all dealing with social media information. Nobody has came on the ground to see themselves what I'm saying. Did you pull that up, DJ Genesis? Because I'm sticking to the original premise of the discussion. The discussion was questions and answers, because when I left, people was blabbing out their mouth, about, what Hebrew Israelites teach. And what I'm saying is y'all are looking at the Israelites on social media, and mainly One West Israelites, and y'all defining. Can you read this Genesis to the people, the definitions of nationality from the Webster's Collegiate 11th edition dictionary? You got that? It's time to go to school. No more, I believe. Can you read real quick, DJ Genesis, with nationality details? Are you there? I can't hear you, DJ Genesis.
All right, it says,
okay,
nationality refers to the country of citizenship. Nationality is sometimes used to mean ethnicity, although the two are technically different. People can share the same nationality but be of different ethnic groups, and people who share an ethnic identity can be of different nationalities.
Keep going.
All right, so
is that the Webster's? That's not the Webster's Collegiate 11th edition dictionary.
All right, so I'm trying
I need the Webster's, because they just giving you the explanation. Because the Webster's Collegiate Dictionary 11th edition is going to tell you nationality can be one from a country, or nationality can be one that is a descendant of a certain people. Notice how they said ethnic, but they totally different. Why? Because in ancient times, people determined their nationality based on their ethnic background. Today, nationality is defined by the state, meaning the country that you're born in. And that's what I was telling this guy. People in ancient times wasn't that's a modern understanding of nationality. Meaning, that's why I said, remember when I was like, so if a Chinese person born in Brooklyn, say you got Chinese parents and you Chinese and you born in New York, you're still ethnically, you still Chinese. Nationally, you still Chinese. You just in a country whose allegiance is determining nationality based on an artificial so-called country. That's really a corporation, artificial corporation. But when you start talking about ethnic background in ancient times, that's what determines your nationality. I was in ancient times, I'm an Israelite because I'm from the man named Yaakov or Jacob, whose name was changed to Yasha Allah. If you look at the table of nations, you see, for instance, the son of Ham, his firstborn was Cush. And Cush got Nimrod. And Nimrod was a mighty hunter, etc., etc. And he was the founder of Babylon and all that. So the original or the first founders within the post-antediluvian era that reconstructed what we know today as Iraq. These were Cushite people. The first Babylonians were Cushites. So what y'all talking about? The people that repopulated Iraq after not a global flood, but a regional flood was the people of Cush. So what are we talking about? Babylon was founded by a Cushite, right? Those Cushites, the only way to be a Cushite, if your nationality was a Cushite, you had to be a descendant from the man Cush. If you was an Ishmaelite, if your nationality was Ishmaelite or Ishmaelite, you had to be a descendant of Ishmael. So when we determined nationality in ancient times, it was through the seed of your father. It had nothing to do with where you was born in. God trying to bring in a modern understanding or social construct, just like in ancient times there was no such thing as an African. That's a social construct. Why? Because the term Africa is a modern term defining the continent. But we know that the word Africa goes back to the ancient Aramaic Hebrew word Aphor, which means soil. And then you got the children of Afar that go back to Midian. And the Midianites themselves was Hebrews because that was one of Abraham's sons through his third wife, Keturah. We talking, that's why I asked the man, well, where in the Torah did it say that? He could never tell you because it's not there. And he brought up the Hadith because he understood that even in the Hadith, they got a story of Abraham breaking all the idols and all that. And his father was the idol worshiper in Chaldean, et cetera, or Chaldean, et cetera, which they got that teaching from the Talmud. But you don't see it nowhere in the Torah. Or when we look at the Talmud, the Mishnah, the Hadith, all that came way after the Torah. That's all innovation. That's one interpretation of what they think happened, but they don't have no actual facts to prove that that actually happened. They're just making it up. So what I'm saying is, challenge the research that I've done on the ground. Challenge the people over here in Africa that's saying that they're Israelites. We're not saying all people in Africa are Israelites. We're saying that there are Israelites in Africa. If Israel is right next to Egypt, and all throughout the scripture, you constantly see us going to Egypt, Ethiopia. Even when you look at the 4 rivers in the Garden of Eden, it's giving you the demarcation of the garden, which is northeastern Africa. From East Africa, starting at Lake Victoria, right? And it drops into the Mediterranean, and Uganda to the Mediterranean. It's talking about the Blue and White Nile River, which is 4,200 miles long. And then the Euphrates, talking about the Tigris and the Euphrates. So
yeah,
from
the
East
Tigris
Africa,
and the Euphrates River, yeah, south, east. I've been there. I've been there,
hold on,
bro.
let me finish. No, let me finish though. Let me
And
finish.
combat
So,
boots
but I've
and an
been-
M16.
Right, let me just
Go
finish.
ahead.
Let me just finish. I haven't been on for over an hour. I'm trying to get back to, because the show got my name on the show. So I was invited as a historical guest. So I'm saying for us, we got to listen to the people that's on the ground doing the ground foot research. We're on the ground with these chiefs over here in Africa and hearing the oral traditions. And most of the West African chiefs told me in areas of West Africa where I went to, they say they're not originally from there. They're originally from the East. They say they were from Israel. This is what they say out there. You know what I mean? This ain't something I'm making up. These are the stories that they told me directly, and I video recorded it and put it on YouTube. So nobody can say, well, he's making that up. No, I went to these tribes. I said amongst these tribes.
Can you put the drop the link in the back where you did that?
Yeah, sure I can do that. Sure I can do that. I got a bunch of them. Hold on. But as I was saying to the people,
definitely KGE, because I do want to like know what he thinks about what Baba just said, because I'm like, okay, what about this? You know, because this is the first book of the Bible.
It's been proven that Genesis was not first, that Job was first, right?
Well, that's what he said, right? So, what he says, he says,
And he used the Bible against himself to prove what he stated to be correct, right?
Well, no, what he did was
so
he proved that when he proved that there
we're
was
talking about like
Bible.
Samuel the seer. Yeah. I mean, come on, we got to stop being naive as a people. We know that our people wrote many things that became destroyed. Even when you look in the Maccabean revolt in the book of Maccabees, chapter books 1 and 2, you see that Cilicius coming into our land, and first they desecrated the Holy of Holies in our temple, and they sacrificed a sow / swine on the altars. I'm talking about Epiphanes, the Cilician revolt, and they sacrificed pig on the swine and destroyed many of our records. The key is what we got. Every nation on the planet, we got to stop being naive. Every nation on the planet lost records. Every nation on the planet lost records. So the reason why the Bible is being scrutinized, it's not, and again, it's not even the Bible that's being scrutinized. It's the people's interpretation that's being scrutinized, and then it's being labeled on the Bible. Because if anybody that know Hebrew, if they can read Hebrew, they can literally go in the Hebrew text and see a lot of the stuff that's in the English. It's not even there in the Hebrew. So that has to be made clear. And then when you brought up about the book of Samuel the seer, they're talking about, remember, before we was known as Nabaim or prophets, we were known as seers. So when they talk about Samuel the seer, they only talk about the book of Samuel. When you talk about Nathan the seer, you got a section in the Psalms that was written by Nathan. That's all it's saying. But are there actual books that are missing? Yeah, like the book of Jasher, that was mentioned. You got the wars of Moses or Abraham, that was missing. There are books that are mentioned, you know what I mean, that are missing. But that still doesn't stop the fact of what we got in the foundation, which is the Torah, because we can always rewrite history. We've been on this, we've been in existence for 311 trillion, 40 billion years. So we can continuously write history. It's the foundation that we have to, you know what I'm saying, be focused in. And that's the Torah Constitution, which was the guide.
Okay, so I have a question. All right.
So Joel was written, but Joel was written before the better sheet. Joel was written first. That's a fact.
Right. So here's a question here. Check this out. There's another thing he asked. He asked a lot of questions about, okay, so why is this and why is that, right? So
okay, give me a question. Why I get that link with?
Right.
Oh, that guy again.
It talks about the 101 myth that's in the Bible. There's another book called Myth and Deception of the Bible by Lord Graham. He gives you all the lay down. Am I still moving too fast?
No, keep going.
The next thing I want to let you know is that you talk about etymology. Jesus the Christ.
Stop him for a minute, because he talked about
the gospel,
the grave.
Huh?
Stop that. These are very. I just put the link in the back so you can see. I put one of the links because it's like.
Let him just make his point. Rest in peace, Baba Yashai. You know,
Baba passed. Baba passed away.
Yeah, he passed away. He passed away.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he passed away like in like a right.
I did a show with him like 9 months ago.
Yep. He passed on.
Oh no. May the late Baba rest in completeness within the Azuletic world of existence and pure will. Hallelujah. But yeah, go ahead, let Baba speak. Let Baba speak. Go ahead, Baba.
So real quick.
Have you ever heard of called the
I've heard
Gospel
about the Gospel of Barnabas. Yes.
Had you heard about the confession of the gospel in the Gospel of Barnabas, where Jesus said that I am not the Messiah? Because the word Christ comes from the word Mashiach, or Messiah. If you look at the etymology of the word, it went from remember, becoming, for sake of conversation, we're going from the so-called Hebrew to the Greek. The God in the Old Testament, the gods in the Old Testament, ain't the same God that's in the New. Why? According to the language, the God in the New Testament name is Theo. Its name is Theo. And that John 3:16, with the proper Bible. Now, I mean proper, there's a Bible that I had in my congregation when I pastored 48 years that I taught from. It's called the King James Hebrew and Greek Keyword Study Bible by Spiro. It has a concordance. In the concordance and dictionary, it breaks down all the words that's in the particular keywords in the verse and breaks them down. You can understand the language of that day and what it meant and how it was translated. Remember, we dealing with translation and mistranslations of words, because there are some words cannot be translated out of some languages because there's nothing that is equal to it or compared to what the definition is in the original language. Therefore, they create a definition. And that's the problem we have. We say the word G-O-D. Most Jewish people, white, do not use the word G-O-D. They omit the O. They use the word Elohim or El Shaddai, Adonai, so forth and so on. The young man said that they say that the Hebrews said that God of the Bible is only God for the Israelites. That's not what it said in Deuteronomy 33:26. He said, I'm the God of Yashurun. You're going to tell me that Yashurun is a metaphysical name for Israel? That's bullshit. That's wrong. I don't use it. Because if I go to Habakkuk 3:3, let me slow my roll. I'm excited.
That's bullshit.
Some of y'all ain't getting this. So let's go to what I've asked you to look for that you have. That you
I want you to see when he pulls up.
I'm not going to get it. Crazy. You get 6 hours of the day. Maybe I can get 2 hours out of doing
it. He said that's Habakkuk.
Huh?
Did you say to go to? Let me bring it over here. Let me just move
and feel the earth. So what's with?
Right. So God came from. I want y'all to see this real quick, and then maybe I think this is really even in the Old New Testament, so it might not be your thing, but all you guys that are Christian out here, oh crap!
Watch what nail polish actually does to your toenail fungus. It's kind of surprising.
I know the verse in Habakkuk. I know the verse in Habakkuk.
Is it H-A-B?
No, it's pronounced Habakkuk.
H-A-B.
Habakkuk. Okay.
Habakkuk. H-A-B.
Okay, so let's see. Is this the one you're talking about?
Habakkuk 3:3. Yeah. God came from Tema, and the Holy One from Mount Paran. And his glory covered the heavens and the prey and filled the earth. So where did God come from?
God came from Taman, the Holy One from Mount Paran.
I know the answer to that.
No, my brother over there is out of South America. These are the whole.
So these places are in South America. That's where
no. Listen, no, that's wrong. That's not true. Let me break something down to y'all real quick if y'all don't understand. Listen. There was a dude by the name of Horace Butler. He wrote a book called When Rocks Cry Out. And back in the day, I remember Baba, may he rest in completeness, because me and him know each other and the same people from many, many years ago. And when he was an Israelite down south, he believed, this is what he taught, that South America was the promised land, because during the time he was Kohen Yahashaba. He was Kohen. before he was Baba.
you know him back then. Oh man, you know him.
I knew him as Cohen, and he taught this concept that he got from Horace Butler, that South America was the promised land. And that right there, Mount Sinai, is really Mount Seir amongst the Edomites, and Mount Paran, that's over in Mesopotamia. So, I mean, we gotta, I understand what the elder, and again, the elder got a lot of knowledge. Don't get it twisted. I just don't agree with that. That's historically inaccurate. Israel is not in America. Egypt is not in America. Now, symbolically, Egypt and America fit, yes, in the symbolic sense, like you see in Deuteronomy 28:68. Only Israel that's in America would be the children of Israel, who are known today as foundational Black Americans, Jamaicans, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Really? Are you serious?
But the reality is, when I was coming up in the Israelite culture, or if I'm around some elders or some historians that put in work, I ain't trying to challenge them elders. Y'all don't go into these white academia circles and challenge them people. So when you get people like us that's on the ground, and I put that in DJ Genesis, it's in the back where I'm actually interviewing tribal chiefs. I'm talking about coming to Africa and coming on the ground and seeing what these people say. I don't want to hear. This is the tribal minister. There, go right there.
The mighty Hebrew. I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers.
Okay.
Those striving for righteousness' sake, I say unto the family, Shalom Aleichem. We are live and direct in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa, at the New World Passover, and I have a special presentation today. Now, as I was telling one of the brothers here, respect the elder here in our community, that it's a lot of power in this circle. So I'm gonna turn this over, right? And I want y'all to see the power. So I'm gonna go in the circle and I want to introduce everybody within the circle. Shalom, shalom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mike. It's going down. It's going down.
Stop it. So this is the New World Passover, where thousands of people all over the world come to Dimona, Israel, to commemorate when we left from the confines of North America in 1967 and built our own community, which stands in Dimona. These people right here are different African heads of state. If y'all remember the documentary piece that we put up, a little portion where y'all said y'all didn't understand the person, well, that person is the first person you just seen when I turned the camera around, and you're going to see heads of state from Nigeria. They're in this circle. You're going to see the royal family amongst the Ashanti. They're in this circle, and you're going to see tribal chiefs all throughout the circle, and they're all going to give you testimony directly from out of their own mouth. You can look these people up online. These are actual royal families and heads of state throughout West Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. And out of their own mouth, they telling you how Israelites migrated from Northeastern Africa to their respective regions in Africa, and they themselves are saying that they're Israelites. So nobody can tell me that, oh, people converted, this, that, the third. Let's hear what they say out their mouth. That right there, that woman right there, that's the royal princess of the Ashanti Kingdom in Ghana right now. There she go, right? Come on. Y'all play games.
My
I
name
don't
is
play
Princess
games.
Nana Yasantua from the Ashanti region, Ghana.
So you're a princess in Ghana.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. So we got tribal chiefs here. We got princesses here. Sareems here. We got chiefs, everybody here. So here's the argument, Dr. Cosriel, right now. The argument is that the African presence that's displaying Hebrewisms are a product of conversion. This is the new argument within the Black Afrocentric community. And they're pushing this agenda that the people in Ghana, the people in Nigeria, the Cape Coast, they're converts to Judaism. Now we have here present actual people from Ghana, Benin, Israel, in these different areas. So I want to start with you. What do you say about this, and what information can you give to the people? And it's growing right now. So,
first of all, I'll point this to you all. But let me ask you a question.
okay.
You say that they fear that the Africans in the diaspora
are converts, as well as the ones in Africa. They're trying to say that European Jewish people, after the Roman occupation, came in and went into Africa and amalgamated with African tribes, either by the way of conversion or marriage. And
in terms of the Europeans.
Right, they're trying to say it's Europeans, but we're saying the totally opposite.
Well, the most important thing to understand is the historical dynamics to all of that. And we know that when you look at the biblical definition to the
stop, DJ Genesis, stop.
It extends from the Nile River.
So you had this man on your show. This is Dr. Khalid Ben Yehuda, Dean of the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern. Now, we talking about real historians, real PhD educators that's on the ground. Not only is he a historian, he's an archaeologist. These are archaeologists, anthropologists in our community, paleontologists in our community. So y'all gonna say after y'all see this that all these people that live in Israel and that live in these parts of Africa that saying the total opposite, they lying? So they lying too. Press play.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm glad
I'm not saying you.
I know,
I'm not saying
but
you.
can I say something?
I mean, let this play, brother. Like, people supposed to come up here asking questions. Everybody doing their own little show. No. Y'all don't go on
if I want to do my own show, I'd be on my own channel doing my own thing.
But that's what's going on. I come as a guest historian. I could be doing something else.
I know you come as a guest historian.
So you don't do that. You don't listen, when guests come on my show, because I run a show too, I don't let people bombard the guests and take over the show. No, the guest's supposed to be the one controlling the show. Any guest that come on, it's no sense to having a historian on if y'all not going to utilize the historian. That don't even make sense. Them white platforms don't do that. When they have the historians
now we're going into white. Now it's a white thing,
I'm talking about all ethnic groups. When Chinese people have historians, I'm showing you about. I'm talking about etiquette.
I'm too light skinned to even be a part of you people.
I'm not even talking. I'm not talking about you being light skinned because the next person
I'm too light skinned for all that. I'm glad that I made it in the United States of America.
DJ Genesis. New elder, man. I'm not gonna do that, man. The next person, because now you going somewhere where nobody's going. Because the next person that's going to be speaking, he's lighter than you, so it don't have nothing to do with that. It's about respect. I got 34 years of research. I went to college for this, for social anthropology. This is what I do. Why y'all don't utilize me? Why you arguing with me? I am telling you that I'm not saying you. I'm talking about the listening audience that's making comments. No, when I'm saying y'all, understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about those in the audience. Me and you already established the fact in the beginning that it's not you. So I'm not talking about you. I am talking about the listening audience. I've been going over an hour and a half. Y'all was on there all the time talking. I'm trying to get the show back to the original context of the show. Or that had nothing to do with the show. It was about me and another brother that's on the ground as well, bringing out information about what's going on with the Epstein files and different things like that. And then from there, it went somewhere else. So what I'm saying is, we have people on the ground. This person right here was on DJ Genesis Alchemizing Energy channel last year. This is Dr. Khalid Ben Yehuda. He is the dean of the School of the Prophets Institute in Israel. He's the dean. Press play. Let's hear what he has to say. Then the next brother Star Dr. Amadio Ben Yahuda is the founder of the African Edenic Heritage Museum. He's lighter than you, and he's one of the greatest scholars on the planet. So it ain't about light and dark.
The scriptures gives in terms of identifying what's called the Holy Land. That's all Africa. You can't separate that. So we do know that the indigenous people of northeastern Africa, or what's called today the Middle East, that those were indigenous African people. And that's just in the brain. You know? And we do understand that when you look at the original humanity, if we use the Quran and the scriptures, the earliest ideal of Genesis, Reshit, that was one civilization. It wasn't divided into. In fact, the entire planet lived under one idea. You could say that there had to be a time,
like a utopian, a Unitarian idea.
Exactly.
So to say, okay.
That's what the Genesis speaks to. So the greater question, yes, we can argue who is a original indigenous person, but the idea was always spiritual. You know, to be a Hebrew is a mindset, it's a character. Because you have Israelites who are not Hebrews. Because a Hebrew is someone who is in
a lofty state,
an ascending consciousness, meaning that you're moving closer and closer to the original purpose why y'all have. But
absolutely.
I put greater emphasis on the Hebrew idea of being a consciousness.
Hallelujah.
You see, so we're Hebrew Israelites. Israelite is my nationality. Sheikh is a Hebrew Ishmaelite. Ishmael is his nationality. But what joins us is our Hebraic affinity. You know, that we're conscious, you know, our hearts are filled with love, unity, wholeness, and this is what makes us the new voices of
Hallelujah. So speaking of Sheikh, since I'm here, since you mentioned him, could you give us the African Edenic Ishmaelite presence in the Holy Land? Because we see on TV this European understanding of Israel being like a Eurocentric place, when we know originally it was inhabited by African Edenic people. We know that prior to the excavation in the Suez Canal, which was a 10-year period from 1859 to 1869, we know all that was landlocked. Could you give us briefly the African Edenic presence of the Holy Land that resides even to this day, and before the European incursion of the way the Ottoman Turkish Empire and others? Yes.
First of all, I have to apologize because my English is not 100%, but it's okay. I think, you know, before just 100 years, but taking you to a museum here in Beersheba, they call it the Anzik Museum. They show you, you know, the present and who was here just before 100 years. Not so. There is a movie with the Australian and New Zealand. It came with the British Army. The British Army and become they take Beersheba and make it war. They come in with the horses. Now you see in the movie, if you see there 1,000 horses, you find there 10,000 with camels and Bedouin like me.
Right.
Like me, who was here and the black like me. Who was here. It's not far, just 100 years. So those people, they start, you know, to came, this European, they start to come to this land before just 100 years.
So
the first Fondrel Herzl, you know Herzl. You can see Herzl when he came the first time he came here. Our people received him. You can see my grandfather.
Wow.
He's riding like me, with him in the boat. In the boat. So now, if you went to the Israeli or the Jewish the Jewish Museum in Akfutsot, they call it, in Jerusalem, you will find
Stop it, stop. So I can tell y'all who this man is.
I'm not showing my grand.
Stop. So this man is talking about his grandfather. His grandfather was the one in their family was when the Rothschilds came in, they deceived his family back in like 1894, somewhere around there, and told them one thing. I don't know the whole story by heart. I can't remember it, but he's telling you a brief synopsis of it. So when they came in, it was telling them one thing, and they helped them scalp out the land, which would later in turn, they would take over the land. So when the Rothschilds came, they were already there. His family and all the black, quote unquote, African presidents in Israel, they were already there in them areas before there were any Europeans there. They was there even before the Palestinians. These people are saying, this man is saying he's a direct descendant of Ishmael. There were Israelites and Ishmaelites still living in them regions. They all didn't get exiled out the land, even though it wasn't a lot of them left, like 1 million of them left, but they were there though, because most of us ran further south, deep into the body of Africa. I'm showing you living, breathing flesh and blood Israelites and Israelites still in the land that never left. Look at him. He looked like your next door neighbor in Harlem or in Philly or Detroit or Chicago. But he an Ishmaelite whose families are Ishmaelite Bedouins that live in the southern Negev that been in the land for thousands upon thousands of years. Press play. Hit play. Hit that play button. Where you at, DJ Genesis? We waiting on DJ Genesis to hit that play button.
I've been still sitting right here the whole time. I'm sorry about that. Sorry.
Okay. So nobody, we know we are 1,000 of years from Abraham. Prophet Abraham, we was here. Before him, we was here.
Wow.
Before him, when he came to north of Iraq, he came to live with us here in near Beersheba. Maybe if you have a time, I take you visit and to see his house, and
wow.
Sarah house, Hagar house, and everything was over here. And I think in the
so it's the fact that Abraham did exist and he was our forefather. And how long, so it could be on record, have your family been in this land in Israel? How long have they been here?
My family wasn't here. We live in just, on this side of the border of Israel and Egypt. And we the people who established this state today, they call it.
Wow.
You can see in the first, how they call it, declaration of Ben Gurion, the first prime minister, he said this land is belong to the Bedouin and to the Jewish who's coming. Because we support them, as I told you before, with himself, and we the people who, the first prime minister, he came from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, and he lived among us in our tribe.
Wow.
We protect him.
Wow.
We protect them because we know this land. We know all the area because these people, they're coming from Europe, they're strange, they don't know the heritage.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So when they came from Europe, it was the original black, the original black African Ishmaelite Bedouin people that helped them to understand the land. I want y'all to hear this. Before Europeans came here, these are the brothers and sisters that was here before any of them was here. I need y'all to see this, understand this, recognize that. Go ahead, continue on.
Listen, we know we have many tribes. We have many tribes. The black tribe, there was a black tribe. Some of the Ishmaelite today, maybe there was an Israelite, but they convert to Islam. because Islam ruled this region. So we know there is a tribe and the fighter and the soldier who was here. All the story they tell there was a black. There was a black. Nobody. All of them originally Ishmaelites or Israelites. So now.
Say that one more time. They were Ishmaelites and what?
Oh, Israelites.
So they're black. They were black Israelites. They're black Israelites here too.
They're black. Money, even the
and the tribes are still here.
Yeah. This is everybody know. Even this government, even this Jewish today, they know this. The majority here was just the black. Maybe 80 more than 80%, and we know the history. Those stories. It's nothing new. We know Bin Hilal, we know Anthropological, all the story of this region and the warrior and the heroes, you can find in our culture, they black in this region.
Hallelujah.
This before the Turkish. Hallelujah. This is before the Turkish.
Now, I need y'all to hear this. Thus far, we went to the Dean of the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa, Dr. Kazriel, or Sar Dr. Kazriel Ben Yahuda, confirming, by the way, of Genesis chapter 15, verse 18, by the great river Egypt to the Euphrates. So we're talking from East Africa to Northeastern Africa, which is now called the Middle East. The Nile River to the Euphrates, that was the whole entire promised land. And he said that Hebrew was a state of consciousness, and that you had Ishmaelites that were Hebrews, Israelites that was Hebrews, etc., etc. We have a living, breathing, flesh and blood Ishmaelite right in our face, a sheik that's been living here for thousands of years, him and his family verifying the facts that the Ishmaelites and the Israelites are black. This is in Dimona, Israel. I'm gonna come back to you, Sheik, real quick. I'm gonna shift it over real quick, unless you got something else to say real quick.
No, it's okay. This is, because we know, even, the people who's, those people who came from Europe, they don't have our faith. We have the Abrahamic faith. We understand each other.
Okay.
We know our custom.
Okay.
We know our heritage. We know.
So to the black conscious community that's saying that Israel isn't in Africa, that there isn't no African presence in Israel, is that true or false?
Is it false?
Come to Rahat to give shalom.
Come visit
to
my
Rahat
village.
to give shalom.
Come to Rahat, to a city, a Bedouin city here, and you see your family there. It's a big neighborhood, the black people. Then you see, if you come from Africa, you say, this is look like who in Ghana. This is look like my friend in Nigeria. You see that the same black.
Even in the neighborhood now.
Hold on.
You just give me the name of the family, I will give you his roots.
Damn.
Because we know each other. We know who's Abraham, get Abrahamic faith, Abrahamic seed, and we know this is what is ancestor. Those people.
The Hebrew presence amongst these people.
My name is Princess Nanaya Asantwa from the Ashanti region. Okay. Our history tells us that Ghanaians are Israelites. In fact, the history tells us that our ancestors came from here. And when you come into the biblical sites, there is a place they call Ashan. That's where the Ashantis come from. Not only the Ashantis, the Gans, the Fantis.
They asked me, yeah, she's actually an actual princess, by the way.
And all the black, even with the Muslims in Ghana.
The numbers grow. Okay.
They are all part of Israel.
Okay.
They were here. They were here before the European came in, rather, to scatter them with war, and they ran to the western.
Wow. So basically what you're saying is that this is a Ghanaian princess amongst the Ashanti of Ghana, West Africa, giving us the oral traditions of them originally from Israel and migrating because of different invasions into West Africa. Now this is directly from out of the horse's mouth. This is people from Ghana. So, and not just people, the royal family. The people in this circle right here have connections to royal families. Myself, the princess here, the sheik here, the chief here. We're about to get into it. The elder here. Now I'm shifting over to the Zaquain. Zaquain, give us some historical facts as to the connection of African Americans, along with Israelites throughout Africa, and their connections to this land here in Dimona.
Okay. First, giving all praises and honor to your Yahuwah, your Allah, and Ben-Ami, his anointed personage that has come in our dispensation of time to set the record straight. I've been in the Holy Land now for 48 blessed years, and since then I've been living in Ghana for 7 blessed years. I have followed my ancestry through the United House of Ancestry and the indigenous Native Americans that have all of the records. And I have been led back to my original tribal ancestors, in which are the Ashanti Kingdom. Like my wife was saying, that initially we were here in these holy lands, and during the invasions, when the Europeans came invading, we fled with the Hebrews, that's Hebrew Israelites, Hebrew Ishmaelites. We fled for our lives. And we went into Southern Africa, we went into Nigeria, we went into Liberia, we went into Ghana, we went into Benin, and we settled in those regions. So since I've been reconnected with the United House of Ancestry, I have learned many things concerning our history. And believe me, it is nothing like knowing who you are. Okay. We know now. Okay. There are no more questions any longer concerning who we are. And this is why, blessed be his eternal name, Ben-Ami, when he taught us in the early days that these lands were the holy lands of the Hebrews, in which were Edenic peoples. I don't refer to our people as Africans. I refer to them as Edenicans from Eden, because all of Africa is Eden. But Adam was placed eastward in Eden. So, brothers and sisters, the truth is the truth that shall set you free. Free from what? Free from all the lies and all of the deception that has plagued our people for too long. Now is the time to return back to your land. Get on your turf so that your strength can be returned unto you, because unfortunately we were deceived, and the devil did deceive the whole world.
Hallelujah.
So now truth has entered back into the affairs of men. And all of these that are here, that are speaking to you from a truth-centered understanding. And please, go within yourself and learn. Thank you.
Chief, before you... Okay, we definitely need him. So we heard this from the prince and the princess of royal family from the Ashanti tribe, and they acknowledge that they Israelites. So we going in the circle. It's about to get to him. So we see too many people, not just people, but these are royal families saying that they're Israelites. Now, Mama Ghana, you are on deck, Mama Ghana. What do you got to say about people saying that there are no Israelites in Africa, and you from Ghana? Tell us about the Israelite presence in Ghana.
Okay, in Ghana, we celebrate Passover. We call it Homowo.
Come a little closer. Come a little closer. Come over here a little closer. Okay. Tell us now.
Okay, in Ghana, the God tribe.
The God, G-A.
God, G-A.
Okay. Okay.
God tribe celebrate Passover. Passover. In Ghana, we call it Homowo. Homowo is hunger strike. Now, Every year we go to my grandmother's house to celebrate this Passover. So when I was younger, it got to be 8, 9 years old, I asked my grandmother, why do we come to her house every year to do this? She said, this reminds them of when they was in Israel as slaves. They was in, Egypt. They was in Egypt as slaves. You know, the same thing happened when Moses and the children of Israel was in Egypt. And they told them to put the red on their door, the blood on the door. So my grandmother told me this reminds them of when they was in slavery in Egypt, but we officially from Israel.
Wow. Yes. Now you heard that now. Now we got Mama Ghana here. This is all these people you see are all part of royal families. Now we got the famous Shalom, Shalom, Shalom. We live and direct. We see the crew here. We real quick, before I get to the brother, quick question. You know, in the United States, there's a rise amongst the Black Afrocentric conscious community saying that Hebrews and Africa are converts. Right. And we know that's not the truth. Not at all. Give a brief synopsis of the Hebrew presence in Damona, along with West Africa, East Africa, and Central Africa.
Well, first of all, we finally, after an exile of 2,000 plus years, have returned back to our land. And we didn't have any aid of the UN, didn't have any aid of any government or anything, even the Israeli government. Right. They didn't help us get back here. We're actually, from my research and understanding, we're actually the first Hebrews that are born free outside of America. You know? Okay. So even the Hebrew consciousness that's in America, it's waking up because of what our grandparents did in America in the 60s and the 50s. You know? And what you doing.
Okay. The mighty Hebrew in Tanzania.
Hebrew, right. You know, I'm right there next to you in Kenya, right?
Yeah, I know exactly. At the I got to come to the restaurant.
Absolutely.
I know
at the restaurant. That's
the other brothers.
Yeah,
the sister.
I mean, we all together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we just on the coast right there.
Okay, I heard.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely. You know, whether we like it or not, it's happening and it can't be stopped. So all the Hebrews around the world is tuned in. Make sure you reach out. If you come to Damona and May and enjoy we celebrate our exodus out of slavery.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
He simplified that. So now we're going to Tel Aviv radio personality. We're about to get it in. Let the people know where you from and your experience and about the Hebrew presence in Africa. Because like I said, people are trying to dispel it and saying that if there are Hebrews in Africa, they converted by the way of white Jews. We know that's not true because the true Hebrews are in fact African Black people. Could you explain your position of the subject matter?
My name is Reverend Abeka, and I'm director of the City of David Radio in Tel Aviv.
Okay.
And I am here about 26 years.
Okay.
In Israel.
Where you originally from?
From Ghana.
Okay, she's from Ghana.
That's right. From Infanti.
So now we got Ashanti here, the God, and now Fanti, and the Elway. So do y'all teach that y'all Hebrews?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Talk about it.
So we are here. We have a ministry also in Tel Aviv, and we have also congregation that we are the people that we live in. In the Ghana
Stop for a second. They asked one question. Do you speak Twa, T-W-I? Tweet. Yes.
Stop it.
Yes, he
Stop
does. Yep. Continue.
Stop it. So, then we also have a family here in Dimona. Then today I am very happy to see my Mama Ghana here. And we also stay in Tel Aviv, and we have a very much community, Ghanaian community in Israel, in Tel Aviv. and the radio station that we are also giving the history about Israel and entertainment, and also the information that we have for our brothers in Tel Aviv and Israel.
Okay.
So today I am very happy to come here as a 50th anniversary that we are celebrating for our brother from Dimona. And we know and we believe that they are rare Jewish people, but they are also here in the land of Israel.
So y'all recognize that the true Hebrews are in fact many tribes in West Africa, East Africa, and the African Americans.
Yes.
Okay, hallelujah.
Yes.
So now, excuse me, my brother.
Yes.
Your turn. So now we're in Nigeria now. Now a lot of these people around us are part of royal families. So we're here amongst the Yoruba. Yoruba. Do y'all teach that y'all Israelites in Nigeria?
Of course.
Tell us, give us a brief synopsis of the Hebrew presence in Nigeria, because I know I did a DNA test. I went to African ancestry. My DNA takes me back to a Hebrew clan known as Igbo. So tell us about the Yoruba and how y'all Hebrews.
Yeah. Historically, we believe that Oduduwa is the father of the Yoruba. And we have two stories around the existence of Oduduwa. There is one that believes that he descended from heaven and landed to the land of Israel. And then he migrated from Israel down to the present place in southern Nigeria where we are. And then there's another one that says that Oduduwa was a prince of Hebrew, and that he came to where we have presently as a result of trying to escape some intertribal wars. And at a point, he settled down there because he came to rescue the people from being dominated from their neighbors. So, and these are the two stories surrounding the existence of the Yoruba attached to Oduduwa and then the land of Israel.
Man, listen, man. Y'all hearing this out of the horse's mouth. Y'all can't say the mighty Hebrew said this. You can't say Prince Charlene Dean said this. Hold on, they want me to ask you something. Oh, they said ask him about the Eri family, R-E-R-I family. The offspring of the sixth son of Gad. Oh, he's talking about those. I see what you're saying. You talking about amongst the Igbo, and if you go to the 46th chapter of Genesis, they teach that they come from Eri and then they migrated. Yeah. Not that. I'm talking about E-R-I. Not that one. I know what you're talking about. This one was a man that the Igbo say that they descended from, which was from the tribe of Gad. Yeah, I'm hip. We're only descendant of the Igbo here, maybe just me. I'm looking for anybody else. Sister, I got to come to you. Come. Move on up here. What do we have here? And then I'm going to get to you. Where's the chief at? No. He's coming back? Now, he's going to change? Okay. Come closer. Come closer. Okay. What is your name and where you come from?
Yeah, I'm Dorcas. I'm from Ghana.
Okay. What tribe?
Ghana.
Oh, bingo. So do y'all teach that y'all Hebrews? Do the God teach that? Do they have like a Hebrew presence? Or do they teach they from Israel?
Yeah, so I think we've also been taught of some of the histories of the Ghana people.
Okay.
About how they migrated from Nigeria, but then prior to getting to Nigeria, they came from Israel.
Wow.
Then got to Nigeria, and then from Nigeria they came to Ghana.
So Israel to Nigeria to Ghana. Now, I mean, like, come on, how many? Doesn't Deuteronomy chapter, what is that? Chapter 19, verse 15 say you need 2 to 3 witnesses to validate any situation. I don't know how many witnesses we got here, but we got a lot of witnesses directly from Africa, from the royal family. We just waiting for the chief of Ghana, and he's going to seal it. When he come, he's going to seal it. But sister, it's your turn, sister. It's your turn, sister. So, where you from, sister?
I'm a Ghanaian, and I've heard what almost everybody is saying. The Bible says that it all begins from here.
Israel. Okay.
So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody around the globe can be right for claiming Israel to be the source or to be a place of its origin. Because where did it begin? If you want to believe the gospel, if you want to believe the Bible,
Whoa, that was fire. It was so much fire coming from her. It blew it back.
If we
Go
want
ahead,
to
sister.
take from Genesis,
Yes.
if we want to look back at the father of a nation, from
Yes.
Abraham have other children,
Okay.
apart from Sarah's children.
Okay.
So, and if we go back to the Garden of Eden,
Okay.
and we believe that's where human race begin to spread.
Okay.
So you definitely agree with me that we were all living in one place.
Okay.
And then when we try to reach, to be more smart, to build to reach heaven.
Right.
That is where Almighty God in His own wisdom scattered us.
Okay.
He scattered us all over the world.
Okay.
So every globe,
Okay.
in those days, the method of worship was Judaism.
Okay.
So we were all Jewish.
So
if that is the beginning, the beginning, if that's the way of worship. So that was then.
Okay.
And then we begin to spread.
Okay.
So if we were all spread from one spot,
Right.
and our languages were distorted.
Okay.
So if I move with you and you could understand me, then I follow you.
Okay.
If you could understand this one, you follow me. That's how we spread all over the world.
Okay.
So it's hard to argue that somebody don't belong here.
Boom.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Man, I don't even know if we need the chief with all yes. Excuse me, brother. They asked you a question's coming to you. Somebody said some say the Yoruba people come from Mecca. Did you hear that? I've heard this before.
Middle East.
Okay. Explain that.
The reason why some said they came from Mecca was because they believe that by the time Oduduwa left Israel, he settled down in Mecca. And when he settled down in Mecca, he got married in Mecca and gave birth to 16 children.
Oh, start that all over. Hold on. So you saying that the story of Mecca is partially true, meaning like we originated from Israel, but then we came to Mecca. Say that all over again. Start that over again. Speak a little louder.
The fact that they attached Mecca to the Yoruba history is right. But this is the story behind it. They believe that Oduduwa left Israel to settle down in Mecca, where he gave birth to the first child, Oromiyan, who later gave birth to 16 children that gave birth to all the subgroups of the Yorubas today. But even at that, we believe that when Oromiyan left Mecca, he settled in Ife.
Okay.
And that is why Ile-Ife is very important to our history and to our origination. So in our history today, Israel is the hometown, the founder. Mecca
is like the birthplace, and Ile-Ife is like the settlement or the residential area for us.
Wow.
So we still trace this history back to Ife, back to Mecca, but the origin still comes back to Israel, and that's why Israel is very important in our existence.
Wow. So Mama got a little bit more to talk about, I can tell. Tell us more, Mama. What other tribes besides the tribes that you heard in this circle are? Because I'm not saying we're not. So let's make it clear. We're not saying all African tribes are Israelites. We're not saying that, but we are saying there are Israelites in Africa. So what other Israelite tribes or tribes in Ghana that you know, and even surrounding Ghana, that are Israelites that you know of?
You're talking about tribes or countries?
Tribes.
Tribes. Okay. Yes. Now,
the Ewe
tribes.
Yes, I heard it.
From the Volta. All their names is just like the Hebrew names. If you say Mawena, God is.
Say that one more time.
Mawena,
I want to say it with you. Say again.
Mawena. As God is. Esinam.
Right.
God is.
Okay.
So the naming of the Ewe is similar to the naming of Israel.
Okay.
All their names is with their meaning, just like my Hebrew name is Okaba. That's a shining star of God. So the naming, is similar to the names here.
Okay.
And then when you go to now in Ghana, you have the Yoruba there too. You have the Hausa. All these people.
No, keep going.
All these people, trace their roots here. Like you were saying something about Ile-Ife. See, I was told that when we left Egypt, trying to find our way back to Israel, we end up in Nigeria. So if you see the Nigerians from Ile-Ife and the Gans, we look the same.
Absolutely. Somebody asked me to ask you. Ask her, do the Ashanti tribe call God Onyame, meaning Yahweh?
Yahweh.
Yeah.
Yes, we say Yahweh too. We God say Yahweh. Is the meaning. The Fantis too say Yahweh.
Right.
It's the same. The Hebrew Israel say Yahweh too.
Wow.
You understand? So it's something that lived there with us. Never went nowhere.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay. Wow. Who else? Anybody else you want to talk about? Because you are sharp. You know that. You know the history.
That happened to me.
You know the history.
When I first came here, when I first came to Israel, I heard the first word I heard was Ima. I said Ima. That's how I call my grandmother.
Right.
Okay. I also heard Ba, boy. In Hebrew, boy is come. In Ga, my darling, is a Ba. You understand? So when I begin to hear these words, like one of the words I heard was Eyefel. I mean, in Ga, it's Eyefel. In Hebrew, Yafa, Yafe. So I begin to listen to people, and it's similar. You understand what I'm saying? The words are similar. So I said, I'm home. You understand?
He said, right now, listen. Right now we're in Dimona, Israel, at the New World Passover. So Israelites and people all over the world come here. What part of Ghana are you from?
I'm from Accra.
Are you from? She's from Accra.
I'm from Accra.
Okay.
And that's another Ghana.
Okay. We got another brother here. We got a matter of fact. Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat for a few minutes. You live. We need a few minutes from you. We got the Ashanti here. There's an argument in America amongst the Black conscious community trying to say that there are no Hebrews in Africa, and if there are Hebrews in Africa, they converted by white people, which is not true.
Could you give me us a brief synopsis real fast of the Hebrew presence amongst the Ashanti in Ghana and other Hebrew Israelites in Ghana?
Yeah, first of all, if you read the book of Joshua, chapter 15, verse 42, you will see that Joshua, when he was dividing the land in Israel among the 12 tribes of Israel, there was a man named called Asham, who is from the tribe of Judah.
Okay.
So he was given a land according to his tribe. His name is Asham.
Okay.
Hebrew.
So
you read the book of Joshua, chapter 15, verse 42. You see the tribe of Asham.
Okay.
Beside that, we have our traditions. We believe that God is the God of the Sabbath.
Okay.
We believe in circumcision. We believe in cross.
We need a few minutes from you, sir.
Cross, cousin, marriage.
We only need a little bit of time. It's a lot of people watching. Dr. Cosriel was already over there.
Yeah.
Just a few minutes. Sir, there's an argument in the United States right now. There's an argument in the United States right now that's brewing amongst scholars such as Professor Jabari, Dr. Reggie, Garfield. They're saying that the Hebrew presence in Africa, West Africa, it's all predicated on conversion. That white Jews were exiled from out of Israel in 70 AD. This is their ill logic.
You want me to say something about that?
Yeah. Let me finish. I know, sir. I know this is the stupidest argument ever, but I'm in the land of Damona amongst the scholarship body of the School of the Prophets, the most highest advanced scholarship body in the world. So I'm coming to Dr. Sarmadiel. They're saying that the Israelite presence in Africa is predicated on conversion. What do you say about that argument?
That's not even an argument. I don't even want to engage in that. They need to go back to school. Go back to fundamentals. Go back to 101.
Like they even laughing.
Go back to fifth grade. You know, the fact that geologically and geographically we're in Northeast Africa.
Okay.
Back to the fact that Hebrew is classified as an African language.
Okay.
You know, I mean, if your garment standing out here in this heat would turn black after a few years.
Okay.
I mean, really, that's a juvenile argument. You know, it is, and we can sit down and lay out some programs in the future and lay out piece by piece to show that all of the peoples in this arena, in this area, all of the original Arabs, the original Palestinian peoples, which they really technically weren't a Palestinian people.
True.
That they were all dark-skinned peoples. It's not even an argument we would engage in.
You don't even want to even engage in this foolishness.
That's not a serious argument.
Okay.
That may be born out of emotion. That's like saying the Bible's a white man's book. Anyone that says that, we know they ain't read the Bible. You couldn't possibly have read the Bible if you say it's a white man's book. What kind of white man's book mentions Egypt and Ethiopia 1,500 times?
Okay, and to add on to what Sar is saying, it's so funny that we're in the Negev desert right now, and this is called Damona. And when you go to the 15th chapter of Joshua, verse 22, it says, it mentions Damona, literally Damona in the Negev.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me that Europeans just made up all these geographical locations, right? When the sheik already broke down, when Europeans came, they needed his family and his tribe help to show them the outlining of this land. But if they wrote the book and they knew all this information, why would they need his family and people help to understand this land? Yeah.
The first time that Theodore Herzl, who they call the father of Zionism, the first time he came to the land of Israel on a boat from Europe, he's an Austrian. When he's on the boat with a brother, his complexion, wearing that type of dress.
Okay, so
well, when you go to the Museum of Jewish History, they have the same photograph.
I seen that.
That side of the photograph has been cropped.
I seen that. I seen it on
question,
Facebook.
obviously, for us, when we see a brother, we like, wow, who is he?
Okay.
Why is he on the boat?
Okay.
But anytime Europeans came to other lands around the world, they needed indigenous people to be their guides.
Okay.
And like you were saying, it was his families that knew this land.
His family.
It's his families that still know this land, and they get in the idea of the tracker because they know the land.
Okay.
They're people of the land. They love the land.
Okay.
So it's not even something we want to engage
So
in on a serious level.
as a matter of fact, while I'm like, I apologize for interrupting your day for such frivolous rhetoric but the thing is, I'm in the land and the people's like, listen, we need you to ask the people in the land what's going on. And there was so much energy here from different people from West Africa that's astute in this Hebrew Israel. I mean, Mama Ghana is phenomenal. The princess is phenomenal. The sheik, the Lord here, the chief, everybody confirmed emphatically that we migrated. And there was not just one migration, but there were patterns of migrations. 722 BCE, the Assyrian occupation. We see the Northern Kingdom going into the Assyrian captivity and then spreading throughout Africa. Then you see the Southern Kingdom, 586 BCE. We see the spreading of the Southern Kingdom and the remnants of Israel that did return back after 70 AD and 115 AD with the Sarentia wars and the wars going to Messiah. You see these spreadings of Israelite presence into West Africa, and you even made mention in the African Edenic heritage in your book, like it would be absurd if the Romans is coming towards us. Why would we run towards them? We would run away from them. No. Is that correct, sir?
Sure, and if they were white, they wouldn't run deeper into Africa. That wouldn't make logical sense. That wouldn't be strategic.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I mean, if Joseph was confused for an Egyptian by his own brethren, that lets you know that the Egyptians and the ancient Israelites were the same complexion. So obviously it couldn't have been white. But that's why National Geographic to this day, that's why CNN and BBC, and anthropologists and archaeologists, they still draw the line on the complexion of Northeast African peoples. They still draw the line between Egypt and now what is called Sudan.
Right.
The ancient Nubians.
Right.
They concede that the Nubians were black.
Okay.
But they haven't yet conceded that the ancient Egyptians were black.
Okay.
And the reason they can't do it is because if they concede that, they will also concede Israel.
Wow. And it's funny that these Afrocentric scholars that are arguing these things, their teachers, such as Dr. Yosef A. Ben Yochanan, on page 75, 76, in the African Origins of Major Western Religions, he clearly said in 115 ACE that the Hebrews were indigenous African, so-called Negroes that migrated into West Africa. We got Sheikh Anta Diop and pre-colonial Black Africa saying the same thing on page 233. We got Dr. John Henry Clark saying, and Africans in the Revolution at its crossroads, saying that there is evidence that Israelites did migrate from Israel to West Africa.
And domination forced them south.
And I got this information so everybody know from this man right here. This is the master teacher who led me to go into deeper research to find out that these pioneers of Afrocentric thought is saying what we're saying. It's the new wave that's saying different. So to close this out, I feel as though y'all shouldn't argue with us. Y'all should argue with y'all master teachers, not us. You say argue with us, you got to argue with them. But Toda Rabba saw
2022 ain't nothing for us to debate and argue about.
Absolutely, it's about the work.
When we go around the land and we've got brothers and sisters like Sheikh here.
Gang.
This is family.
Gang.
This is family.
Gang.
They just down the road.
Gang.
Half hour, if that long.
Gang.
You know, so this is the confirmation of what it's all about.
Gang.
So this is the alignment that
they are
coming together.
They right. Yes, this is sorry, Dr. I keep thinking Ami, I don't know why. Ahmadiel Ben Yahuda, he's the founder of the African Edenic Heritage Museum. He also wrote a book called The African Edenic Heritage, which is it's a compilation of his work dealing with the African Heritage Museum. I'm going to arrange it some way to get him on the Lions Den to do a African Heritage Museum. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Toda Rabbi. Anything else before I close this out? You didn't say nothing yet. Yeah, I can't just do that.
It's not really too much to say. You just have to visit, and once you visit, you can see it for yourself. Prime example, I live in a Bedouin neighborhood in Segef Shalom, and when I walk around, nobody can tell I'm not native from here until they hear me speak English. If I go anywhere in this country, everybody in Nablus, Shechem, prime example, you know what the main hairstyle is? Rastas. In my neighborhood,
and there's a lot of Rastas and Israelites in Tanzania. That's a lot.
But mainly amongst the Bedouin. You can't see them and think they're not American. See what I'm saying? And that's been my experience. You'll just have to come see it for yourself.
Wow. Hallelujah. So what we're going to do, I don't see the chief here, but that's okay. I could do something totally separate with him when he come. Okay. Listen, y'all. Do I got to say any more? To close this out before the chief, because I'm going to do a separate piece with the chief. I'm going back to the Sheik one more time. Do you have anything to say, Sheik, before we end this? Since you're the elder here, I'll close it out with you.
I think, even if you move around this land, you find, they change all the names. They put a new name. But if you go to our original book, to Genesis or Hosea or Exodus, you find the right name and the original name and the ancient name. That's why they want to cover everything.
We are live right now We are live right now on the Lions Den. This will be booted up on the Lions Den. Here go the chief now. Here's the chief now. Sister Karima. I talked to Jeremiah Judah. He has to go to work, but we're going to boot this up on the Lions Den. We got the chief. Can the chief sit right here? So I need for him to be close to me. So I need him to be close to me so they can hear him good. I want them to hear every word you say. Is there a way he could sit here or close? So the Black Afrocentric community has said that there's no, Sister Karima, what you're going to do is you're going to boot this up because Jeremiah Judah had to go to work. So since he had to go to work, I decided to be the host for the Lions Den. I done had listen, the royal family has spoken. Princesses from Ghana, the Sheik, the Sareen, everybody has spoken. And last but not least, we have a tribal chief in our midst from Ghana, West Africa, right here. Where did the brother go? The young brother with the dreads. Okay, because I'm on his hot spot. So I'm going to sit. Let me move this over a little bit. So I don't want to be directly at his face. So shalom. So could you tell the people your name and speak up so the people can hear you?
My name is Emmanuel. My school name is Safeno Pamela from Ghana, Central Region.
Okay. Hallelujah. So the argument is this, and I know you heard. The argument is that you have some Black American scholars that are trying to say that there's no Hebrew presence in Africa. We know this not to be true. They're trying to say that if there's any type of Israelite presence, it's by the way of conversion of white people. Now this is foolishness, and you being the chief, I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence. That's number one. Could you explain your connections to the Hebrew Israelite community and the Hebrew presence in West Africa where you're at?
Thank you very much. I read a lot of books telling me that we the Black soldiers were coming from Israel. Yeah, because our forefathers the natives here. And at the same time, we the blacks and we the Africans, we didn't read a lot. We didn't read a lot of books. We know what is going on. We didn't read a lot. That's our problem. And secondly, Jews.
They said, okay, hold on. They say, have you speak up. Don't worry about it. I'm going to make sure y'all can hold this for 1 second. I'm going to make sure you can hear him real good. Don't worry about it. I'm going to make sure you can hear him. Put these in your ear. There you go. Now, you can talk to the people. Now they can hear you. So, continue on. So, explain the Hebrew presence in Africa now. Go ahead.
Oh, one thing is because of education, there's a lot of Jews were there, and we the Ghanaians South Africa, we are now learning their language because if they are there for learning our language, we want to learn their languages.
So when you hear this argument that there's no Hebrews in West Africa, that's a lie, correct? Wow. So y'all hearing this? Look, I done had tribal chiefs over here. I done had sheiks over here from the Bedouins. I done had Sareens, Nasakim. Shalom. Listen, you missed it, Elder Quinaf. You missed it. This joint was dope. I had an inner circle of royal families. Not no just regular people. I'm talking about royal families that are saying that they are Israelites. We are live and direct in Dimona, Israel, northeastern Africa. It don't get no playing in that, so y'all can see me. Okay? And that's what I'm telling y'all. We here, we in Dimona, and I'm telling you, all right, another question I want to ask you, Chief. What tribe, what Pacific tribe, all right, let me turn it over. What Pacific tribe are you from?
Akana.
Okay, I read a book from a person from the Akan known as, you ever heard of a book called Revelation? Okay, you heard of that. And by Akimba. And he was saying that the people of the Akan are in fact Israelites. And the book was like over 500 pages. And it was breaking down y'all tribal customs, y'all tribal history, and it was breaking down how y'all came from Israel to Ghana. All these things are facts, correct? Okay. Anything else you want to say about this?
Yeah, that's why I said we the Africans, we didn't learn, we didn't read it. If we read a lot of books, we know what it's saying because our ancestors was from here.
From Israel.
Israel, yes. And a lot of books I have read means we the Ghanaians or we the Africans from here. But we didn't learn, that's why.
Okay. Give a shout out to the Lions Den. We are live and direct in Dimona, Israel, northeastern Africa. Look who we had. We had Dr. Kazriel Ben Yahuda, Dean of the School of the Prophets Institute, and Dimona, Israel give a presentation. We had Dr. Ahmadiel Ben Yahuda, founder of the African Endemic Heritage Museum on deck. We had the Sheik. Amongst the Bedouins. It's okay. Amongst the Bedouins. Look, this is what the original Bedouins look like. I thought y'all said that it was Europeans. What are you talking about? We got, look, come here. One more thing, princess. Come here, princess. Come here, princess. One more thing. Look, let me show you from the royal family of Ghana. Here, a couple of sisters got questions for you.
Okay.
So let me turn you over so the people can see you. It's like, there you go. Okay. So let the people know, because there's a bunch of people on here that wasn't on here, just a recap, who you are, tribe, and are there Hebrews, and is your tribe a Hebrew tribe?
Once again, I'm Princess Nanaya Santwa from Ashanti region, Bantama Royal. The tribe I come from, that's the Ashantis. They are Hebrews.
Say it one more time.
They are the original Hebrews. When you check your Bible, if you read your Bible, if you read Quran, if you know your history, you know that the Ashantis were from here. In fact, Ghana, all the tribes all the tribes in Ghana were from this land. We have working with Middle East African Diaspora Unity Council in Ghana. When we come here, we go on secret visitation. There are places you see the Ashan side, you see the writings. You see the writings where you know that this is where the guns are. This is where the Ashantis are. This is where the Northerners are. Even in northern region in Ghana, we have a tribe we call them Moshi. They are the Moses descendants from here, the tribe from here.
Okay, and let me tell you something. We got good news for you, Shay, and you. FOPE Israelites is a world-renowned internet radio station. They want to interview you and you. That's what they said. The brother with the white hair wrap, you, on round, like to interview him, and the sister speaking. So I'm going to make sure, Elder Kwanaf, I get all the information, and I will arrange it for an interview, if y'all accept. Do you accept the interview?
Yes, I accept the interview.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So that's it. That's it. So we're going to close out. Sar. Come here, Sar. Listen, it's just too many people keep walking past. It's hard for me to shut this interview off. I've been trying to shut this interview off. I told you. Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you? I said, when I get into the land, right? I tell you, I'm going to go get the elders. I done got tribal chiefs, princesses, Sareen, Nasakin, sheiks. What are you talking about? Look. Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. The man with the master plan about to come. The man with the master plan. I told you. What did I tell him? What did the mighty Hebrew tell him? I told you. What did I tell him, Sheik? What did I tell him, Sheik? Sar, if you don't get over here, Sar, we ain't going to play no games. Sar, you got to... Listen, you are live on the Lion's Den. It is hundreds of people. We need one thing from you. Dr. Sarkaz Real was already over here. Sar Magiel was over here. There's an argument. And it's an argument in the United States right now that they trying to say that Hebrews in Africa are converts to the Hebrew culture that Europeans supposed to have migrated into Africa and converted all these Africans. Now we got the master of masters here. Now I'm gonna let him tell you out of his own mouth how he feel about this absurd rhetoric. Here you go, sir. Yes, I'm gonna say it one more time.
I want you to say what they say we have done.
Right.
So I can get that straight. So can I hear that again?
They're trying to say that the Hebrew presence in West Africa is really a product. These cats like Garfield, Ankh West, Jabari, Dr. Reggie, all these guys are saying that we converted by the way of Judaism. So I'm going to let the one that does the African Edenic tour. Now, we done heard tribal chiefs. We done had the sheiks. We done had the Sarim. We done had the Nasakim. We done had all kinds of people confirmed without a shadow of doubt by the way the oral tradition, by the way the Bantu expansion, and we use your own master teachers. We use Sheikh Anta Diop. We use Dr. Yosef A. Ben Yokanai. We use Professor Dr. John Henry Clark. They all testify against today's Black conscious community. You're saying that Black people are converts to Judaism or the Hebrew culture. What you say about that, Sar? Here you go, Sar. Put that in your ear, and we're just going to listen to Sar. Eliakim, tell us if this is true or not.
First and foremost, I want to give all honor and praises to the Holy One of Israel, the creator of heaven and earth, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Prophet Muhammad, and all the great illustrious prophets of Israel, and all the brothers and sisters that are striving for righteousness and vindicating the holy name of Yah Yahweh. I greet you in the holy tongue. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Now, first of all, when we understand Judaism as the world understands it, and as Europeans have defined it, Judaism is a religious doctrine. Anybody can be a Jew. All you have to do is convert to Judaism. But when we look at the word Jew in Hebrew, it is Yehudi. Now, what is the root word of Yehudi? The root word of Yehudi is Hud, Hey, Vav, Dalet. All right, and that means glory or honor. So when you go to the 49th chapter of Genesis, it gives you the blessings that Jacob blessed each son with. He said unto Judah, a lawgiver will be between his feet. Judah was the fourth tribe. He was the fourth son. So if your father was Judah, you would be called in ancient time a Yehudi. But that does not mean a Jew. That means you were a Judean.
From the tribe of Judah.
From the tribe of Judah.
Okay.
We are in the Negev. We are living in Judea. Dimona is in Judea. So what we must understand that all the tribes receive various portions of land. Okay, Shimon got a portion of land. Yissaschar got a portion of land. The Danites got a portion of land. So that was African culture. When you go to Africa, you got the Ashanti, Igbo, you understand, the Ga, but they have land that is related to their lifestyle and their ethnicity. So most people would say, well, you're talking from a religious point of view. I am a moral individual. If we look at the 10 Commandments, that's not religious law.
Talk about it.
That's moral. Thou shalt not steal is not religious. Thou shalt not kill is not religious. That is moral. What we have to do is get back to moral codes of behavior. And if we get back to moral codes of behavior, we will begin to discover what was our purpose in the first place of being created. We were not, all religion has done is separated people. That's all religion does. Christians against the Muslims, Muslims against the Jews. But where is the new language and the new thought that would cause the Creator to be all of our Father? Because if Abraham, let's just think about Abraham, in Arabic, Ibrahim, in Hebrew, Abraham. But if Abraham was here today, depending on the religionists, Abraham would be schizophrenic. Now, why would I say that he would be schizophrenic? Because if he was Muslim, he's going to the mosque on Yom Shishi, and that's Yom Juma, he's going to say Allah. If he's a Jew, he's going to go into the synagogue and he's going to say Hashem. Is that not correct?
You're correct.
So that means Abraham would have to go to the mosque, then on the Shabbat go to the synagogue, and then on Sunday he had to go to church and face the cross and say Jesus. Now I want to know, would Abraham be going to a mosque, a synagogue, and a church?
Not at all.
He would not be doing that. Abraham was a Hebrew. And we have to begin to go back and ask, well, what was the Hebrew? Well, first of all, they called him a Hebrew because he crossed over the Jordan River to come into a land where the ancient Canaanites were. The ancient Canaanites were here already. Abraham's father was an idol worshiper.
Yes, he was.
Wasn't he not?
Yes, he was.
And one day he destroyed all of those idols.
He did.
And then he said, you making these idols and you selling them to people as gods. But if they're a god, how come they couldn't protect themselves from being destroyed by my hand? When the Creator saw that type of moral understanding, Creator said, I'm calling you out of the Ur of Chaldees. I'm calling you out of this place, and I'm going to take you to another place where I'm going to give it to you and your descendants. Because his name in the beginning was Abram. It wasn't Ibrahim. It was shorter. It wasn't Abraham. It was Abram, meaning that he would be a father of the multitude. But in the scriptures it say, I will bring all people into my house of prayer. Now, how are we going to get all people in the house of prayer if on Shishi, listen to me, on Shishi, you facing Mecca on the Shabbat. The other person is facing Jerusalem, and on Sunday, all the Christians is facing the cross. There's only one creator. And even in the Quran, it mentioned about Yah Allah, Yahoo.
And you mentioned and you making realize what I'm always saying.
You always saying it.
Abrahamic faith. We have the same faith.
We have the same faith.
It's not about Islam, Islam,
Absolutely not.
faith. You, my brother.
What you are witnessing now is I will bring all people unto my house of prayer, to my house of lifestyle. We got to be eating the same thing. If I'm created from the dust of the earth, I have to eat those things that what? Grow from the soil. You do not have to kill an animal to live. You take the life of something to sustain your life. Something is wrong with that. The Creator did not create animals for us to eat them. You got to go back to the Bereshit. And with that, I want to say to my listening audience,
It's over 100 people.
It said that all people and nations are going to come up to Jerusalem. What is Jerusalem? I'm not talking about that physical city that's north of here. Jerusalem is Yerushalayim. That means inheritance of perfection. We're not going to inherit the blessings of being a righteous man or woman unless our deeds reflect the will of the Creator. So when I meet you, I'm not going to judge you by your color. I'm not going to even judge you by what tribe you're from. I'm going to judge you not even by your words. I have to judge you by what you do. And if I see peace and harmony and righteousness in your environment, then you have created heaven on earth. So what I'm saying to my people out there, come out of her, my people, and come up to heaven on earth. Selah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
This is powerful.
Now, I wasn't reading no prompt.
You wasn't reading no prompt, by the way.
I wasn't reading no prompt.
Yeah, put that
But
in.
what you heard is spirit.
Okay. Last
We
but
got
not
the bad testimony that our Yah is Yah.
Hallelujah.
Okay, and you will be my brother forever as long as you do right.
Absolutely.
But once you start doing wrong, I'm going to shake the dust from my feet, and your own deed is going to hang.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Close us out, Sheik. Close us out. Close us out.
Yeah. Out.
Go. Close us out.
Okay. So I want to tell you, my brother, you see, what Sarah Lakim said all the time. We're saying, everything is, there is one religion. If we're talking about religion is submission. We all submission.
And give a shout out to FOPE. Give a shout out to FOPE.
Yeah.
Tell them, shout out to FOPE.
FOPE?
Yeah, FOPE.
FOPE.
And the Lions Den.
The Lions Den.
Right. They all watching. They love you, man.
Yeah. I love them too. There's a family Yahoo. We say Yahoo. We say we oneness. We believe in oneness. That's, we are in one faith, in one direction. We all, we have to fly together and to succeed.
And we,
Alhamdulillah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
And I leave y'all. Let me close it out. Oh man. Told y'all, did I not do it for y'all? Did I not do it for y'all? Did not the mighty Hebrew do it for y'all? I told y'all, Moors American. I told y'all, and look at this good food. And look, y'all, look at that. Say it again. I told you. Lions Den, FOPE, I told y'all. So hold on, y'all. Hold on. Take a quick walk with me real fast. I gotta walk y'all around real quick. No, let the sheik stay here. Let him stay right here. We be back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes.
Oh, she back.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yo, but can you hear me? You hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, but I'm glad you was able to play this because basically it was answering the questions that was being asked about the conversion and different things like that. And you clearly seen royal families from Ghana, tribal chiefs, had princes, tribal ministers, doctors, just different people that was coming on there confirming. Look, you had tribesmen and women from the Iwi, from the Akan, from the Ashanti, from the Igbo, from the Yoruba, all these different people saying they oral traditions teach that they Israelites. So you telling me that all these people lying? All of these people, they just gonna lie like that? And then you could go directly into their oral tradition online. You could type the oral traditions up on Google and that stuff will come up, man. So
but hold on,
that's how you go on the ground.
Tether? Okay, it's 6 a.m. and this is giving me a reverse tether.
I don't understand because I'm a Black American. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know you're a Black American, but you went with them and you started trying to emulate their dialect verbally. Like when you have those news reporters where they say a Hispanic name and they try to sound like they're speaking Spanish. Alanda, come on, man. Just be you.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about you, brother. I'm talking about you, brother. You were almost sounding African, and I'm like,
do you know what a tether? I said, do you know what a tether is?
Bruh, I'm talking about bruh.
You say you were reverse tethering.
First of all, you got to understand the Israelite.
You say you were reverse tethering.
Bruh, I said reversing. Look. Stop. Okay, she played a 90-minute video. Okay.
Hold on. Because
you always saying hold on. I'm like, I know, you the doggone guest of the show, but okay. It leads me to wonder. Are you? It leads me to wonder. I want to ask a sister a question. Sister,
that's my family, though. That's my family.
Bruh, I'm not talking to you. I'm trying to talk to her. Can I have a conversation with her?
No, because you insulted.
Oh no. Who the hell are you, nigga?
When in fact, who
the hell are you?
I don't give a fuck about you.
I know, and I don't give a fuck about your crispy black nigger ass. Nah, take that with you. Now, sister, let me ask you a question, sis. Let me ask you a question, sis.
You can't talk.
Let me ask you a question, sis.
Because you
now,
and you act like you was a friend,
you're doing the internet show, and I'm digging your flow. You know, we both with the house music and whatnot, right?
Try to tell us what to do. That's
okay, I ain't no us, bro. Get quality internet. Get quality internet.
Talk, man. We not letting you talk. You not.
We what? You ain't got no juice over here.
You don't know who you are. I know.
She know who I am, so that's all that matter, bro. Yeah, for $2,000 a month, you balling in Tanzania. I could ball out in Tanzania.
You don't even know what
I could ball out in Tanzania. So shut up. Anyway, sister.
I'm here. What you gonna do?
Yeah, sister.
You ain't gonna do nothing.
Sister. See, that's that. You listening to bitchness right now.
Like you tough when you're not tough, nigga. Ain't no tether.
I'm trying to ask you a simple question.
Both my parents is from the Carolinas. You can't say nothing because you came on here on some fucking bullshit thinking I'm some sucker nigga. I ain't no fucking chump. I'm a real nigga. You got me fucked up.
Yeah, well, I'm a fake nigga because I'm not a nigger. Okay, I'm too light skinned to be a nigga.
I'm showing you. Yeah, I'm from them streets for real, nigga. I just changed my life.
Yeah, go Google yourself and see what comes up. I'm this thing called living Black American history. Okay,
I don't give a fuck who you are.
I know you don't, because you can't compete with me.
African American, wherever.
Yeah, that's the reason you left your ass out the greatest country in the world. You can't compete with me financially or otherwise.
No, that's not what it was. No.
That's not what it was. Yeah, right. Whatever. Look, I'm trying to talk to the sister. I want to ask her a question. I'm not trying to deal with a whole bunch of babble. A whole bunch of babble. Sister,
we don't know who you are.
I had a question for you.
What you've done in the community.
Sister, I had a question for you.
Directly to your motherfucking ass. I'm saying what you do in our communities. You call somebody a tether and you misrepresent.
I said reverse. She heard.
You sat here.
She heard.
Now I don't give a fuck.
I said reverse. She heard.
She didn't say nothing. But stop bringing up.
Okay. So DJ Genesis, didn't you say reverse or no?
Off the show. No, nobody ain't say nothing. You came on here acting like you was a friend.
Your internet is about to cut out. I heard a pause.
That my father said.
I heard a pause. Your internet's about to cut out.
Because that's the type of game.
Keep on. Go on strong. Your internet's about to cut out.
Got knowledge. Who taught y'all? Who taught y'all? Man, you talk shit.
I said nothing about knowledge. I'm talking about something completely different.
No, I'm talking
Remember, I'm the one that don't believe in the Bible or any of that. Remember? I
don't care what you believe in, dog.
Okay, so why you arguing with me? I'm trying to ask the sister one simple question, but you all up in the way.
No. You came on the show as a snake, acting like a friend, a wolf in sheep clothing. Nobody never
acting
was
like a friend to who?
And
to you?
You came off on some
to you?
Shit.
Hold on.
Listen,
to you?
I don't know you.
You done lost your rabbit ass mind.
I don't know who you are, and I don't give a fuck about you. So
exactly. Thank you. And I don't give a fuck about you either. So we're even. Now, sister, I was trying to ask you a question. So you sound like a real bitch right now.
On my show. You're not going to be.
This is not your show because this is not your stream. This is her stream.
That's my cousin. You can't say nothing.
Now it's your cousin. Bro, I don't give a fuck about you.
Now what?
Yeah. Well, she got the better side of the family.
You ain't talking. That's why
she got the better side of the family. She sure did. She got the better side of the family. East Coast ass, yo boy, yo son, yo G, yo this.
You can't say nothing. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Get the fuck off.
Right. That's why your ass is. Well, you say you Tanzania, yeah.
That's why.
Well, you could doggone live a terrific life off $2,000 a month.
I'm everywhere. I was just in Chicago.
Yeah, all right, whatever.
Listen. You don't even know me, nigga. I got my own business. Not much land and property.
You know what, bro? You know what you need to do? You need to doggone keep track of me and let me know when you're in the state of Georgia so I can pull up on your ass. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, that's okay.
Because you ain't coming to Chicago.
Right now in Chicago. I got family.
You ain't coming to Chicago. You ain't coming to Chicago. You ain't bringing your bitch ass to Chicago. Oh, you always in Chicago. Get the fuck out of here.
You know who Prince Asiel is? That's my grandfather. That's my grandfather. Now what?
Who?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, shut up. Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, Prince Asiel.
Who?
Prince Asiel.
There ain't nobody
The
up
people
there.
that own the
Larry Hoover,
Soul
nigga. Larry
Vegetarian.
Hoover.
Listen,
Larry
what you
Hoover,
talking
nigga.
about? The Soul
Larry Hoover,
Vegetarian.
nigga.
Larry Hoover is friends with my late grandfather. What the fuck is you talking about?
Oh, Larry Hoover
You don't
was your
even
late
know me.
grandfather. What's his name? I guess he's Tennessee, huh?
Prince Asiel.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. You don't got a lot to make friends. Anyway, I was trying to ask the sister a question.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I thought so.
You ain't got a lot to make friends. That's what I said.
You just said a false statement. No, you just said a false
statement. I
statement.
said you don't have to lie to make friends.
Asiel don't know Larry Hoover. Ain't that what you said? All right,
no,
so
I said you ain't got a lot to make friends.
Right? You know about Jeff Ford. Oh, who was Jeff Ford? Who was Jeff Ford first teacher in Chicago before he became the El Rukits? You sitting up here, you don't know who you talking to. His teacher was Nasi Cole from out of Benny Queen out of Chicago.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. Say whatever the fuck you want to say.
The Israelite stones and all that too. Yeah,
the Israelite stones. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'll destroy you. You don't know. You don't know about them. You don't know about them. But
the Israelite stones. Okay. At the fort, huh? At the fort, right? Over in Woodlawn.
Right now, no. You saying that you know what you're talking about.
No. You sound like a real bitch right now.
Type in the Israelite stones in Chicago. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I don't know shit. Mm-hmm.
You don't even know how that even happened. The Israelite stones.
Right. Look, little crispy nigger.
Come on, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
Chill out. All right, I'm trying to talk to the sister here. I'm trying to talk to my light-skinned house music DJ sister.
There's a street in Chicago named after my grandfather, dog. But you say you never heard of Prince Asiel. When you got that Prince Asiel highway, dog. Prince Asiel
there is no Prince Asiel highway nowhere in Chicago, nor a street, nigga.
Yes, it is. It's called.
No, it's not.
Prince Asiel.
What's Emmett Till Boulevard?
They named the street.
What's Emmett Till Boulevard? You know that? Huh?
No. I'm from.
What about Obama Boulevard? Huh? You know where that's at? I do.
No. Hold on. No, stop. You said that there's no Prince Asiel. I'm from Philly, dog. But when I'm in Chicago,
you from Philly, so shut the fuck up about Chicago.
But when
do I need to pull out identification?
And I done been to Chicago.
Do I need to pull out identification?
Times, dog.
Do I need to pull out identification, nigga?
Telling you that there is a street.
You can't tell me nothing about Chicago.
Type it up. No. No, but
you
why you don't know about Prince Asiel?
Bro, stop.
Why don't you know about Prince Asiel Way? I'm asking you a question.
Prince Asiel Way? Get the hell out of here.
Just answer the question. If you're from Chicago,
there is no street named that. Stop.
Or type it
There's
up.
No street named that.
Look, I'm looking at it right now.
Right, okay.
Listen, I'm looking at it right now.
All right, what's the zip code on it then? What's the zip code on it?
I'm looking at it.
What's the zip code?
It's Prince. Listen, I am telling you where the soul vegetarian type of Prince Asiel Way.
Okay.
You're saying it ain't true.
Yeah, you got Frankie Knuckles Way. You got Farley Jackmaster Funk Way. You got the Hot Mix 5 Way. You got Joel Taylor Way. Incidentally, we went to school together. You got Emmett Till Way.
You got the Prince Asiel.
There you go. Cool it down.
Look.
Great song.
I pulled it up and they said Prince Asiel Way. It's a street in Chicago. They did the ceremony 3 years ago. There is a street in Chicago called the Prince Asiel Way. What are you talking about?
Right.
Why are you saying it ain't true when I'm looking directly at it? Oh my God.
Why should I believe you?
Yo, I'm gonna send the link right now and put it in the chat. You can go look it up right now. Right? Watch this. Since you saying I'm lying, right? DJ Genesis, type that shit in. Because this man is sitting up here saying things. If you know about the Soul Vegetarian restaurant in Chicago, then you know my grandfather because he owned that. So what is you talking about? You just making up stuff, bro. Yeah, the street is new because they named the street like it's only like 3 years old.
Okay.
Man, this dude is crazy, man.
Here we go.
On here saying things that ain't true.
Right. Hey, sis.
I'm saying that. I'm
let's
asking
let Google work.
Why are you saying things?
Prince RCL Way in Chicago.
Yeah,
There's no record of a street named Prince RCL Way in Chicago. The search results point to locations in Maryland, specifically Prince George's County, rather than in Illinois.
Oh.
No, I'm looking. Listen.
Oh yeah, 203 East 75th Street. Are you serious?
No Prince RCL Way.
Are you serious? Are you serious? You know that's what limbs. That's what limbs ribs. Limbs ribs is
in between the New Soul Vegetarian Restaurant. It's listen.
Yeah. Like I said, 203 75th Street. That's right by the 50-yard line. A couple other spots I used to DJ at back in the day. Lamb's Ribs, Valentino's. Nigga, you don't know nothing about this guy.
Hold on.
And it's no brown, sign over there. Ooh, you don't know how bad. You don't know how bad I wish I was in Chicago right now, because I would drive right over there.
People in
I would drive right over there with and flip the camera and show you.
Bro, how you don't know about Prince RCL?
I don't know about any Prince RCL. How you don't know Emmett Till Boulevard?
What you mean?
You can Google and find out where it's at.
I never said I didn't know about that. I'm telling you that there's.
Where is it at then? What's the zip code on that? Emmett Till Boulevard? Come on.
I just told you I'm from. Listen, that's like me asking you a question.
Emmett Till.
Where's the Roosevelt Boulevard at? What's the zip code? What's the zip code for Roosevelt Boulevard in Philly? Come on, you asking me a question. I'm talking about the Prince RCL Way, the street.
Emmett Till. What'd you say? Roosevelt.
I'm not talking about nothing.
That's too far north. That's 12th Street. Next. Named after President Roosevelt. Next. What you got now, yo boy? What you got, yo boy?
But what? So what is all this proving, Leonard?
All this proving is that you got people from Philly that wish they was from Jersey, and people from Jersey wish they was from New York.
And
a bunch of yo boys. That's why I don't fuck with the East Coast.
You're just talking trash. Listen, there's always been a mutual respect with Philly and Chicago. You don't even know that. There it is.
Really?
Right.
Okay. Really? Right? You know what? If it wasn't almost 6 in the morning in Chicago, I'd start making some phone calls.
Hold on. The street is called. Listen. It's go make it. It's called the Prince RCL bin Israel Way. That's what it's called.
Okay.
I'm giving the pictures and everything. What are you talking about?
I asked you about Emmett Till. You sure can't tell me about that, can you?
No, hold on. DJ Genesis, go inside your inbox. I'm sending it to you right now. No, back.
Oh, man.
I just sent it to him.
Yeah, sounds like Google didn't. Google sounds like Google didn't recognize what I was saying.
I took this picture right there. Listen, it's right here. It's literally right here. What you talking?
Oh man, look at them Power Rangers.
So y'all can see it. Yeah, that's now.
Man, that's mad love right there.
That's Dr. Khalid.
Go, Power Rangers.
That's Dr. Khalid. No.
That's Dr.
What
Khalid.
What are you talking about, dude?
What you doing, bro?
That's Dr. Khalid.
Yeah, that's one that you didn't see as a nationwide speaker for the Nation of Islam. You didn't see him. All you saw was Farrakhan, Malcolm X, and the Muhammad brothers. Well, the Muhammad says it.
What are you talking about? Ben Ami and Prince
What I'm talking
Asiel,
about?
it's at the
will
million.
not allow you to
Listen,
talk bad
Prince
about Dr.
Asiel
Khalid
and Ben
Muhammad
Ami.
in that
I wish
direction.
you be quiet, man. Mute
You
him.
can't talk about
Mute
Dr.
him.
Khalid
Mute
Muhammad.
him.
That's
Mute him.
listen, that
Because
is
he's saying things
that
that's
is
false.
my boy. That
Hold
is
on,
my
hold on,
like.
DJ
If he was
Genesis.
alive, he'd be
Let
my
us admit.
boyfriend. I love Dr. Khalid
Yo,
Muhammad.
yo, DJ Genesis. I know you hear me. What I'm saying to you, DJ Genesis, is that can you hear me? Can you hear me, DJ Genesis?
Yes.
All right. This
like,
picture right here.
Never talked about.
Is
No,
the
there's
late
no
Dr.
one allowed to talk about Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I love Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
Okay, it's your show. You love him. All right.
Yeah. Well, show the picture. Show. No. She don't hear me. Let me go to this.
This is Prince Asiel Boulevard.
Yeah,
right
we definitely love Dr. Khalid.
on East 75th Street.
There it is right there, man. That nigga don't know what the fuck he talking about. I'm telling you, he don't know what he talking about. That's in Chicago.
Now that sign got put up when? It got put up when?
Oh my God. I just told you they did it 3 years ago, man.
No, you didn't. You didn't tell me when.
I did too.
Okay. Yeah, it got put up when?
So you just arguing for the sake of just arguing?
I did too.
No, it ain't that boo boo. You know, I left Chicago in 1986 because Chicago is a shithole city. I only go back there every now and again.
Yo, listen. Go back to the picture with Dr. Khalid Muhammad, the late Dr. Khalid Muhammad. That's why I'm saying he don't know.
Brother passed away.
Listen, yo, DJ Genesis, real quick.
I didn't even know he passed away. Now I feel bad.
DJ Genesis, mute him. Just mute him.
Now,
listen, mute that man. Do what I tell you, DJ Genesis. Mute him.
Oh, do what I tell you? But you a boss over here? Shut your ass up.
Man.
I didn't know the brother passed away. Now I'm sorry.
Yeah, they all them people in that picture passed away. Listen. You gotta listen, boss. From the right to the left.
Fuck you.
Yo.
See, that East Coast shit, that yo shit.
If you
boy ass
disrespecting Genesis, take him off. Why you keep letting this man mute him or kick him off? Period. That's that. He's a fucking nut. He acting like he a fucking cop. Chill out. Now, from the left, the right to the left, right? You see the late Prince Asiel, right? You see the late Ben Ami. The sister in the middle, she's still alive. And then you see the late Dr. Khalid Muhammad. Go to the next picture. Now, this man, he said that he live in Georgia now. He don't know that they named the street after Prince Asiel. It's called the Prince Asiel bin Israel Way. This dude don't know what he's talking about, man. Go to the next picture. They had the whole thing on YouTube where they named the street after that man and everything. There it is right there. There go the snapshot picture right there so you can see it. This guy's stupid, man. That's what I'm saying. We talking to him. I told you, DJ Genesis, these people don't be scholars. And another thing, he said, how he don't know about Farrakhan, right? I mean, all you know about is Farrakhan, Malcolm. You never heard of Ben Ami and all them. Well, he must not be familiar. Let me give you the link where you clearly see Prince Asiel speaking and Ben Ami speaking at the Million Family March before Farrakhan. That's what I'm saying. He don't even know that.
Go ahead. That what? Go ahead.
He don't even know that Prince Asiel and Farrakhan best friends. And when Prince Asiel died, Farrakhan spoke at his funeral. This dude don't know. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking. Let me go.
I love Dr. Khalid Muhammad. You don't get to come over here.
Yeah, that dude don't listen. The whole point.
Honey, I'll play a whole 3-hour Khalid Muhammad marathon up for this picture. I love Khalid Muhammad with his bald head. I wish I was alive when he was around because he would have never died. Trust me. He'd have been still alive because I would have kept his ass.
DJ Genesis, when these guys come on the show, you can clearly see that these guys, they in the way, man. He don't even know his own history in Chicago. He didn't even know that there was a street named after Prince Asiel. How you don't know about the Soul Vegetarian Restaurant? Everybody in Chicago know about that. Everybody. They've been around since the 70s.
Atlanta. He in Atlanta. He ain't thinking about Chicago.
You don't know shit.
He's in
don't know shit.
So he don't even understand what we talking. Like, bro, you can't come up. Dr. Khalid Muhammad, bro? Come on, Khalid Muhammad. Come on now. For real, Khalid Muhammad?
Mr. Muhammad is the man who made so many of the front pages of America's newspapers.
No, mute that. Mute that real quick. Mute that real quick. We're going to put him back.
I love Khalid.
No, we're going to keep it on focus. Look at that link right there. You see that link? I'm about to show you something. He said, we don't know nothing about these people, et cetera, right? Well, hit that link right there. It's only 10 minutes. That's Prince Asiel, Ben Israel, and Ben Ami speaking at the Million Family March before Farrakhan speak.
I'd like to introduce.
Hit that. This guy don't know nothing, man. I'm talking to people that don't know what they're talking about, man. Press play, DJ
Again
Genesis.
to you, Brother Prince Asiel, who will introduce Rabby Ben Ami.
In 1997, in 1977, as President Sadat of Egypt was meeting in Jerusalem, Minister Louis Farrakhan and I met in the city of Chicago. And we said that after 2,000 years.
We're going to melt this down. So that's my late grandfather, Prince Asiel, right there. Breaking down how him and Farrakhan met up with each other in 1977, man. Come on, man. He the one that took that's why his pictures of Dr. Khalid Muhammad over in Dimona. Prince Asiel is the one that took Dr. Khalid Muhammad over there in Dimona. And that's Bill. Since you want to talk about, history of the Nation of Islam, did you know that the first bodyguards of Farrakhan, when he was established in the second resurrection of the Nation of Islam, were the Hebrew Israelites that came out of Ben Ami's community in Chicago? That's a fact. You don't know nothing, man. You coming up here talking about, just because I'm not from Chicago, I'm a historian. That's like you saying, if you ain't from the Bronx, New York, you can't talk about hip hop. If you don't get that dumbass argument out of here, press play. Press play.
Of Abraham that was brought to America had come back together. The Hebrew and the Muslim had come together for peace. And over the last 25 years after being outside of America, Rabby Ben Ami has brought back to America's African American community and the world that we have produced a community that in the last 33 years, not one murder, not one stabbing, not one drive-by shooting, not one case of wife abuse, of human abuse, of child abuse.
You're talking about Jamon.
And Minister Louis Farrakhan has provided this venue today to say to the world, even though there is trouble in Jerusalem between Arab and Israeli, but here on the capital of the United States of America, from Dimona, Israel, Ben Ami has come down to say to the people that we have a new direction, that the sons of Abraham in America will show the way. I present to you His Excellency Ben Ami, Ben Israel, anointed spiritual leader, the kingdom of God at Jerusalem.
So Dr. Louis Farrakhan actually had the Hebrew Israelites at his march.
And that's be Pacific. And that's be Pacific. We're not talking about
Hebrew.
Right.
Working together in a unified front to work together.
Right.
What
right.
Ben Ami is the one. Ben Ami is the one that speak before Farrakhan. How you don't know about these people? These people are famous and respected in Chicago. This dude, I can't believe he from Chicago, man. How don't you don't know about these men? I don't care who you go to. You can go to Larry Hoover. You can go to Jeff Ford. You can go to the Black Peace Stones, the conservative vice lords, the gangster disciples. They all of them know about Prince Asiel. Since you so affiliated with Larry Hoover, like you said, then you got to know about the Universal Brotherhood movement, because it was Prince Asiel that helped to organize the gangs in Chicago to have a fucking peace treaty. You don't know what you talking about, man. I'm telling you, this guy don't know. I'm telling you, these are the YouTube police motherfuckers that be on there causing disruption on platforms, man, because I've never heard nobody from Chicago that said they ain't know about Prince Asiel and was being disrespectful like that. I've never heard that. Everybody in Chicago know there's a Prince Asiel bin Israel way, man. Come on, man. Oh, I'm gonna go by what Google said. I just typed up here in Google and it tell you about the ceremony and all that took place. Like, this guy's a liar, man. Press play. Press play. This is the Million Family March. Watch this.
First, I would like to give all honor, praises, and thanks to the God of our fathers, Yah Yisrael. I would like to also express my thanks and appreciation to the Honorable Louis Farrakhan for the invitation to be here to share these precious moments with you today.
Stop.
I'm thankful that I have received the opportunity.
I need you to stop that. So you mean to tell me you don't know about this man? This man is respected all over the world. He was a world. Don't you know in the newspaper, not the newspaper, the magazine, that Africa Now, that Ben Ami, no, not Africa Now, BBC News said that Ben Ami is the greatest African or Black personality within the last 1,000 years. The things that this man did in Africa and all throughout the world. He's a foundational Black American, a so-called African American from Chicago. And how in the 60s, he took men and women and children and left and created the community that you see in Dimona. How you don't know about this and you from Chicago? In the age that you are embarrassment to our elders coming on here spitting that bullshit. That's how you chop their asses up, Genesis. They think every Hebrew is like the One West. No. You don't. These Hebrew movements that you see that I'm representing, Ben Ami, they came before the One West communities, man. You don't know what you're talking about. There's always been an alliance with the nation of Israel. Don't you ain't know that a lot of the clothes that Farrakhan wear and his wife wear, his clothes are being made over in Dimona. You don't know what you're talking about, man. You don't know nothing. When Farrakhan was the first resurrection, when the first resurrection of the Nation of Islam was destroyed, and Minister Lord through Wallace Dean Muhammad, when he sold everything to the Wahhabis over there in Saudi Arabia, all Elijah Muhammad shit. And when the Minister Louis Farrakhan resurrected the second resurrection of the Nation of Islam, he called the Hebrews to help him reestablish it. That's a fact. You don't know about that history because you're not on the ground. That's the problem. I sat amongst Farrakhan. I did a PowerPoint presentation in front of Farrakhan in Chicago. You don't know nothing, man. Coming on here talking to us like we stupid. Then when we put up when we put the picture up,
When we put the picture up there, DJ Genesis is crazy. When we put the picture up there, Dr. Khalid Muhammad with Ben Ami and Prince Asia, all of them, may they all rest in completeness, you're going to see Power Rangers. That's something that you say to the one West camps that be on the street corner. I did not tell you, DJ Genesis, these people already got a preconceived notion about Hebrews. And if you notice, when he came on, you got to really peep the psychology of people. When he first came on, he acted like he was a friend, but he was being a hostile friend. But I let it slide. And then notice he started to gear everything towards him. This man is very self-centered and he's a narcissist. This man, like, oh, you lie. Where's the light-skinned guy on there? I'm more lighter than all of them. Instead of him being patient and waiting, then you seen Sar Dr. Khazria and Sar Dr. Amadia Ben Yahuda came on and he was lighter than him. He tried to make it a light-skinned ish. He tried to make things seem like people was coming at him. Ain't nobody say nothing to him. If he already came and established the fact that he didn't come up to debate, even though he don't believe in the Bible anyway. And when I was answering them questions cut and dry, straight with no chaser, he couldn't say shit. And then because he couldn't say nothing, then he tried to make it an argumentative thing. No, this show is not yours. You don't go to the Europeans, you don't go to the Chinese and Africans or whoever and go on their platforms and interrupt their historians. But when it comes to black platforms, y'all disrespect y'all historians and elders and scholars and all that. Just like somebody from or said FBA lied and said FBAs don't have no elders. That's a lie. Then he underhandedly called me a tether because I'm interviewing Israelites all over Africa and the United States. So now I'm a tether. What are you talking about? Israelites scattered all over the world. Why wouldn't I interview Israelites in Africa? That's dumb. Just like I would interview Israelites in America. Or if there's, which there are, there's Israelites in Japan. There's Israelites in China. So if I'm in China, I'm going to interview them. A tether, if you...
You getting with them, child. You're tearing them up, child. You're tearing them, you're beating them up.
Listen, DJ Genesis, he using the word tether wrong. A tether is one, like, and if you don't know, all immigrants are not tethers. The tethers are immigrants that come on and try to get on the coattail of Black American culture as if it's their own and don't give us credit. That's a tether, man. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just saying things out of your mouth and don't know what you're talking about. That's why myself, Tariq Nasheed, and many others be coming at them tethers, because they'll come to the United States and benefit off the blood, sweat, and tears of what our forefathers and foremothers fought for during the time of the Black laws. Even before that, when we talking about slavery and then slavery being abolished in 1865, and they created Black Code laws, the Jim Crow laws, the Civil Rights Movement, the Black Power movement. We fought for all the nations of the earth to come to the United States and eat off of us by the way of the Immigration Act in 1965. This dude don't know who the fuck he talking to. You coming on this joint thinking you just talking to one of them holler in Israel. Read. That's who you think you talking to, man. Press play. How is it that you didn't know Ben Ami and Prince Asiel was in the Million Family March? They're the ones that opened up for Farrakhan. But you ain't know.
Come and to behold the countenances of those sons and daughters of Abraham, those sons and daughters who are in the diaspora, those sons and daughters who are destined to lift up a light that all of the human family might find their way back unto the Creator. I have
Stop for a second, Genesis.
my dissertation many times listening to this.
Stop. See, you can tell that these people don't know us and these are new people. Me and you've been working together for years. These people don't even know us.
You know what I mean? I hate when you get new people that come on and try to tell us what to do. No, we're needed to be respected is to respect the guest. Like, you know, like what I'm saying is there has to be some type of order. And when chaos come in, then thunder and lightning got to be struck down to stop the chaos. Okay? Listen, I'm going to give measure for measurement. You know what I'm saying? With measurement, excuse me. I'm going to give measure with measurement. You know, you can't come on here and act like a friend and then turn around and be an undercover foe. And then think that the rage of Yahweh won't thunder down on you. Or thunder catch you, you know what I mean? That's going to take place. So when somebody says, "Oh, you got," and yeah, and you're right, them guys supposed to have respect to on the show because that wasn't the original intent of this show. If you look at the name of the show, these people are contradicting the name of the show by changing, you know, the rhythm of the show. The original thing was her showing an old interview, a last year interview, because things that were being said in that interview by Rabby Sheikh, we seeing it being made manifest now. So she was trying to show that. And she wanted me to do the commentary on it because I'm the host of that specific show. And I'm the one that brought that gentleman onto that show, on this show. So she wanted me to do the commentary. So as I'm doing the commentary, you get individuals inside the chat making it, you know, making statements like, "Oh, the hell with that Hebrew stuff," versus looking at what is being conveyed and said. Stop looking at a person's label and look at what is being conveyed and said. And everything that man was saying was accurate. So y'all the ones in the audience through y'all share first blood like Rambo, right? Y'all share first blood. So then it's like, all right, then. So now, you know, I'm like, all right, since you challenging, I'm built for the challenge, right? I'm built because I'm a social anthropologist and a historian. So I'm built for the challenge. So when y'all wasn't getting on, that guy, some way he comes on, acting like a friend, and as you can see, he turned around and became a foe. That he was getting in conversation that had nothing to do with him. He was making it, he was singling himself out as if somebody was talking to him. No, I was talking to the listening audience that was making comments, false comments, like saying that the Hebrews in Africa are converts. And then when I go on the ground and show that's a lie, nobody don't have nothing to say about that. That's the whole point. This man. You know what I'm saying? This man said there wasn't no Prince RCL being Israel way. Come to find out that's a lie. There is a Prince. There is a Prince RCL being Israel way, right? You know, you said nobody knew nothing about Prince RCL and Ben Ami. We see Ben Ami right here. And then you talk about, well, you know, even though they did that, you know what I'm saying? Look at the condition of what's going on in Chicago today. And I understand that, but we got to understand what also transpired. We can't blame these elders and these leaders because Ben Ami and all them, they still was doing what they was doing and still building the nation, you know what I mean? And people were still repatriating, going back. It had nothing to do with these men and women. It was those that dropped the ball in the United States. You know, they let hip hop become infiltrated by the Illuminati. Y'all let a lot of things happen. We let a lot of things, not y'all, we let a lot of things happen in the United States, man. So to sit back and say, well, this didn't happen, that didn't happen, that means you're not on the ground. Because after the Million Family March, a lot of things did happen for the good. It's just not being put on display. What's being put on display is a negative, you know, connotation first about the black man in America. That's why all the heinous crimes, they're using the black man's face, even within the celebrity world. White people been doing that. You had Guns N' Roses, you had Metallica, the Beastie Boys. They been was throwing them parties. You had Hugh Hefner that put Brooke Shields
on the cover of Playboy at the age of 13. You had accusations about that man having underage girls in the Playboy mansion for years. You've been heard about all these different celebrities dealing with that, but they never put a face on the celebrity. You had Elvis Presley that married his own cousin. What was her name? DJ Genesis, Priscilla, or whatever her name was. Right. Married, was having sex with her since she was 12 years old, and then married her when she was 14. And they call him the king of rock, when in fact we know that Chubby Checker and Little Richard and all them created rock and roll. So what are we talking about here, man? They're using this as a platform, once again, to smear the black face in general. That's why they're using your P. Diddy's and your Jay-Z's and all them as a poster child image, as if all black men are like that, man. And y'all falling for the okie doke. The white men been doing that crap.
I just want to say how much I love.
It's 7 here. Anyone have school-age children are supposed to be having the school right now.
I just want to say how much I would have licked his whole bald head.
Oh, you need to stop that. You crazy. And then look, you got some dudes saying, and you got to look at your chat. You got this dude talking about Metallica was the shit. That's what I'm telling you. Most of the people that's inside your chat are really trolls, man.
Yeah, they are.
They really.
What happened is that this guy came along named the Man in the High Castle. He kind of like, I think there's like a message board somewhere that he began like get all these like people that's like kind of like come over here and being like rude and stuff. And yeah.
Yeah, you can clearly tell this is troll mentality. And it looked like you got tethers on in there too. Because you gotta peep, when the other dude came on, he said he had a question. The other dude had to chop up. He didn't really have a question. He was trying to make it seem as though Judaism and the Talmud was accurate. And then he tried to bring up the Hadith and all that. And then remember, in the end, he called black people Canaanites. And you got to understand where he's getting the rhetoric from.
I'm sorry. I just
you see what? Man, you on that? Come on, man. Maybe I got to start.
Listen, I just love. I love Khalid Muhammad.
See, I think I better put some oil on my ball.
I'll be like, oh my God, Khalid Muhammad. I love him so much. He was so.
And Dr. Khalid Muhammad said it. He said that. He even saw you. He's original.
A little bit of Khalid Muhammad, because he said he didn't even know who Khalid Muhammad was.
Right, and matter of fact, played him.
Khalid Muhammad was not
there in Nassau County, and pulled all the black officers out and the black inmates so they could jump on Brother Colin Ferguson.
No, keep that Donahue on. No, go back to Donahue. Yeah, go back to Donahue.
Yeah. This is Khalid Muhammad, former national representative of Minister Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam. Mr. Muhammad is the man who made so many of the front pages of America's newspapers with a speech at Kane College, which so many people called anti-Semitic and a lot of things. At the very least, racist. You remember the comment? He picked up the Pope's dress, and let's see what's under that dress. Here's what you said about Colin Ferguson, the man who shot a Jamaican black male who shot 6 people on the Long Island train. Mr. Muhammad speaks.
Where they set black inmates up in these jails and penitentiaries, and in particular there in Nassau County, and pulled all the black officers out and the black inmates so they could jump on Brother Colin Ferguson, because they were mad with him for catching the Long Island train and killing all them white folks. I love Colin Ferguson.
Whatever, the message board is accurate.
I have no official position, so I can say I love him.
You love a man who randomly killed 6 people on a commuter train?
I love Colin Ferguson just as much as the masses of white Americans love General Schwarzkopf, General Westmoreland, General Patton, General MacArthur, and Eisenhower. America awards her killers, and they get ribbons and stripes and bars. I'm sensitive to the pain and suffering of the loss of life on that train, but I'm one of the rebellious slaves. And so when black people stand up out of pain and suffering and frustration, I understand after 500 years.
You also, you talk about the response of some African Americans to, for example, the book which attempts to prove that the Jews are involved in the slave trade. I'd be happy to let them see that. You talk about when white folks can't defeat you, you said in your speech at Kane, they'll always find some Negro, some boot-licking, butt-licking, buck-dancing, bamboozle, half-baked, half-fried, sissified, punkified, pasteurized, homogenized nigger that they can trot out in front of you.
See, I just threw nigger in there.
I would ask you, Mr. Muhammad, is Jesse Jackson a boot-licking, homogenized nigger?
To the best of his ability, I believe he tries every day to do that.
Here you are mocking Jesse Jackson at a speech. I believe this is Howard University. Roll the tape.
Oh, boot-licking, buck-dancing, scratching, shuffling, messy Jesse Jackson. Who keep. I am a somebody. I am a somebody who keep hope alive. I am a somebody. I don't rightly know who the hell I am, but I am somebody.
Yeah.
See, I ain't look up, man.
Are you
right? Pause that. Mute that real quick. Pause it. Pause it.
Yeah, exactly.
Pause it.
I'm so glad you asked.
He was not playing. He's like, yeah.
Right. And in this same piece right here, that's why I want you to keep playing it. Because in this same piece, you're going to hear Dr. Khalid Muhammad saying he's Shemitic and that he's a Hebrew and that the original Hebrews, you know what I mean, are black people and that he a Hebrew. He said on here. See, this is what I'm saying, man. You got Dr. Khalid Muhammad saying it. You got Farrakhan saying it. You got Elijah Muhammad saying it. You got Malcolm X saying it. You got Dr. York saying it. You got all these different people. You got Infodizi that broke down how the Hebrews, you know, they were being persecuted by the Egyptians and they went deep into West Africa and became known as Igbo and all. That's what Infodizi said. I can give you the link and show you where he said it at. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, notice how
we also interviewed like Baba Laos that actually.
Yeah, even Baba Laos take the Levitical, they take their teachings of Ephah and they connect it with the Levitical priests. So what are you talking about, man?
But the chief of Oyatunji, right after the king died over there, Oyatunji in North Carolina.
I remember that.
Yeah. See, people. My thing is that listen, people need to watch my channel. I don't know who they think I am and what I represent, but I do not represent no foolishness. I love Khalid Muhammad.
I love you.
I love Khalid Muhammad.
I love you.
Yes, I do love Khalid Muhammad. May he rest in peace. Okay. I wish that whatever happened to him, however it happened, people say a lot of things, that he was still alive today, because we need like strong men like this. That I wish that there were more people like this. Pamelottoism. What do you want to say? What's your point? What's your comment? Pamelottoism. You came up. What's up? Pamelottoism. You're up. What you want to say? Are you just here to support? Anyway, so I just wanted to say, like, listen, you cannot disrespect the elders like this. I practice a religion that's 100% about the ancestors and understanding that when people pass away, you have to respect them, and when we have like people that have done the work, especially people like ICL, Ben Amin, Brother Khalid Muhammad, all the people that have done the work in the community when it was really the worst time to do it. You can sit up here and talk about this and be loud or whatever online, but all that loud rambling and talking that stuff, if you're not doing anything close to what they're doing, it's kind of crazy to talk against them. You're sitting on your computer, you're not doing anything. You DJ, that's it. Okay, great. But these people were out in the field. They risked their lives. They died for the cause. Can't say shit about them. There's nothing you can say.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? You can't just say, what you saying about these people. You know what I'm saying? You can't say negative things about these people. And
I know that there is some kind of a message board where all these weirdos be at, because all of a sudden you have people coming over here, Metallica's all that. Then all black rappers are shot and killed by blacks, and then next thing you know, now you have other people coming in. Yeah, half the chat is half of the chat at Mega Band, and I think it's a chat room somewhere where they all come in and they start to support each other. What do you have to say, Pamelottoism? Brown is the least favorite color of children. Stupid ass shit. So I think there's a chat room somewhere where all these weirdos come together, and right at the right time they just say, "Oh, go over there and say this," and they all come over here. What do you have to say, Pamelotto? What are you gonna say? What's up?
And I apologize. I got a phone call, but I will say this, especially after taking a DNA test, I have Sephardic Jewish ancestry by way of Spain and Portugal. So there's definitely some credence to descendants of U.S. chattel slaves having Semitic ancestry. That is irrefutable. That is undeniable. But that is not the entirety of our story. So when I see within our community, you see that there are so-called Black Americans that identify as Moorish. You have so-called Black Americans that identify as U.S. indigenous or Aboriginal American. You have some so-called Black Americans that identify as Kemetic. I'm not against this because when we take DNA tests, it shows that we have ancestry from all of those different parts of the world and more. So it's more about acknowledging the totality of our ancestry instead of just focusing on one. As far as what Khalid Muhammad is saying, rest in peace to Khalid Muhammad, number one. First of all, I have to say that. What I see in Khalid Muhammad, and not just Khalid Muhammad, what I see in a lot of so-called Black Americans, we are fixated by the word Black, and we identify as such because this is what the white man called us. But in reality, especially if you look at my name genetically, we are really a mixed race people. Ethnically, we are descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, but biologically, genetically, racially, we are really a mixed race people. And I think that once we acknowledge this genetic reality and stand in our truth, we will be impenetrable. Really, we will be less susceptible to confusing ideologies. And I relinquish the floor.
So where is the confusion in ideology? I don't understand. Like,
Yes, I'll give you one example. With all due respect, I heard you attempt to debate the Hebrew brother about Ephah versus the Hebrew Israelite paradigm. You are confused when you think it's one or the other. It's both aimed.
well, okay. When you have a debate, there's a subject chosen. What I was trying to do is draw the similarities. If you actually really watch that debate, I tried to say that, listen, just like there is in Hebrew, it's the same thing in Ephah. There is no thing where one should be demonized. And so that is actually, if you actually would have really paid attention to what I was doing, I was drawing similarities. I was not trying to crush the Hebrew. If I was trying to crush the Hebrew, I wouldn't have had a whole entire series of Hebrew Israelites come to my channel, including brother Mighty Hebrew, where he brought all of the Hebrew Israelites of Dimona onto my channel, including people that were at the top levels of the Hebrew Israelite movement, to do a show. He was able to bring explain all the people that you were able to bring to my show. I was trying to create a solidarity. That debate was the opening up of trying to come together.
Yes, the debate itself was unnecessary.
But you're so to make that into a thing where I was just like trying to only just debate. No, I was trying to show that, listen, in E5, I believe in my whole heart of hearts that the actual E5 priests were the Levitical priests. When they talk about Levitical priests, though, that E5, the Urim, and Thummim, and all that stuff, like doing divination, all E5 is the priest that knew how to do divination. And I was trying to explain that,
So the debate was unnecessary. It caused more confusion.
No, it did not. No, it did not cause.
Actually, it did, because it came from the position of.
But let me tell you something.
Well, I'm not trying to be contentious. Are you offended by anything I just said?
No, I'm not offended by what you just said. It's just not true. Just because you said it and does not mean it's true. So it did not cause contention. What it did was it opened up a dialogue, and it brought Ephah to the fore. Because yes, go ahead.
Are you offended by what I just said? Because I'm not being.
Genesis.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can hear you,
brother. You might got to drop down and come back.
I can hear you on.
Yes,
on
but Sister DJ Genesis, the debate itself was unnecessary. You could have got right to the unity, respectfully.
Well, House of Consciousness is a debate platform. And so they put together a debate, and the whole debate was
That's really the entirety of my point. But with all due respect,
sir, you just interrupted.
It's not either or; it's both aim.
No,
That's how we must look at things.
No, sir.
We don't just come from one ancestral.
What I'm trying to explain to you is, if you actually watch the debate, because you're saying, and that's why I know that. Okay, now I understand where all these people are coming from. Everybody's coming from that debate, and they feel like
I can't hear you if you're speaking.
You can't hear me at all.
I'm gonna leave and come back.
You can't hear me at all. You cannot hear me. Let me see something. Hello, check one. Can anyone hear me? Can y'all hear me? Yes or no? Can y'all hear me? Can you guys hear me? Yes or no? Thank you. Because people try to like play in my face and pretend that they can't hear me and all this with a stupid ass shit, so I can like mess my show up. But I'm telling you this, is that to tell me that my debate with the Hebrew Israelites about this, because the guy lost the debate, or was that what was making you upset because he lost?
No, I didn't pick a side. I'm on both sides. I think you're missing my point.
Okay, so the whole thing was that the subject matter was chosen and we had to debate on the subject. It was not my intention
I'm clear
to
on that.
crush that person, but if you actually look at my side of the debate, I drew comparisons. I said, listen, just like they have it over here, they have the same thing over here. People were very unaware of Ifa. Everyone thinks of Ifa as witchcraft. When people look at the African spirituality and African traditional religions, they think of it as witchcraft. Okay, but
The debate was unnecessary.
based on because you said so.
You could have got right to the unity. Is the
It
point?
does not break any unity because
I said you could have got directly to the unity is what I said.
Well, what does that mean? Like we could have got
instead of debating, you should have
people
just drawn
debate all
the
time.
commonalities.
You're debating with me. Why don't you get to unity?
I'm
get on my
unifying with you
channel
right now by
constantly.
saying
You constantly
go
get on
ahead.
my channel and talk about and debate me, and you're not talking about to bring unity. Oh, so I should have chosen unity when it was a scheduled debate. But you come up here on a regular basis and debate me because you saw me doing a debate, and now every time I do a show, you feel like you have to come up here and challenge me, and because you saw that I had won that debate in that situation, so every time I do a show, you want to argue with me about whatever the subject is to prove that you can out debate me, and you're telling me that my debate was wrong. But every time I do any show, no matter what it is, you get up here talking about like whatever you want to talk about, even though it's not even the subject, and you're telling me I should have chose and there was a better way to do it. No, honey, you need to take your own advice, sir.
Well, number one, you're speculating, but the
I'm
point
not
is
speculating. Listen,
right,
see, everything is not a fucking debate. I'm not speculating. I'm telling you exactly what you do. You come up here.
Right.
I could be having a topic about anything, and you somehow always bring it back to immigration. I don't be talking about rainbows and fucking.
I said nothing about immigration.
Not today, but every other time.
Exactly. So are you able to focus on today?
Listen,
and I have ADHD.
Every time I have a conversation, I could be talking about whatever it is, and here you come talking about immigration.
Well, I said nothing about immigration today.
Today you didn't do it, but
exactly
so many other times.
So let's focus on today.
And on the cool. See, here's the thing: you're trying to have a debate with me right now.
I'm not debating at all.
Yes, you very much are.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
No, you're not trying to have a conversation. You're trying to have a debate with me.
I'm not, and you'll see if you let me speak. I'm not debating.
Every other fucking word, and you guys are in a fucking chat in the background. You have to be.
I wasn't even in the chat.
You and y'all are all.
I wasn't even in the chat.
In some kind of chat in the background because now here comes the man in the high castle, and now all y'all gonna try to gang up on me.
All right, well, I'll drop down then. Peace.
Yeah,
family.
yeah. Every time he comes up, you always drop down. It's all contrived. The whole thing is contrived. Every time. Okay, well, you go up there, and then I'm gonna come up there next. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm gonna say, come on now, there's something to this whole thing. Every time I do a show, you come up there, you get me fucking pissed off. Then here come Man in the High Castle, and then the what you call in the chat, whatever his name is. You know what I'm saying? Y'all all are in a back chat together. You can't tell me y'all not. And y'all all like just tag team on me, and I'm like, why? Now I see why, because I won the debate with the Hebrew Israelite that one time where you saw me debating, and so now I have to like have a constant debate with you guys about stupid shit. And y'all get off on like pissing me off. That's just weird, bro.
Everybody hit the like button, share, and subscribe.
The debate was necessary. Who the fuck are you to tell me what's necessary or not? I don't think it was necessary. Well, I don't give a fuck what you think. Who the fuck are you? People have debates. Senator is a debate channel. I mean, how many other debates do you not think is necessary on Senator's channel? They don't even fucking need to have debates on. There's debates all day long. The Senator channel is a debate channel. What the fuck do you mean it's not a necessary debate? It's a debate channel, stupid ass. I don't think it. I think that we should. Yeah, I should yield because I'm a woman. Is that what it is? I need to shut my mouth and let people win. No, I'm not gonna let you win. Funny dude, man, a suspect. Exactly. Told you, sis. Detroit shouts out. Exactly. Laughing out loud. Exactly. People are crazy, bro. But I got your number. I know now. I know where the hell. I know exactly what you're doing now. I see you. Boom. I see you now. I see you now. I knew it was something. I was like, okay, why does nigga every time I do a show keep coming up here trying to have a back and forth with me? I was like, either he is getting off on this or what is this? You know, why every time I get up here, he get up here trying to have a little small little tussle with me. And then when he leave, here come man in high. Well, okay, man. Well, what do you want to say? Piss me off.
Rise and shine.
You called me. You started snorting.
Rise and shine.
No, you started snorting.
Rise and shine, proud Americans.
No, you started snorting. Last time you were on this channel, you started snorting like a pig. What was up with that? What's up with that shit?
What does that mean? I'm trying to figure that out.
Snort like a pig. Why did you do that?
Me?
Yesterday,
I said this?
No, yesterday, when I tried to tell you, like, chill out or whatever, you made a snorting noise like a pig, like I was a fat pig. So whatever you were doing, you did like a thing like this. Why did you do that?
First and foremost, that is not me.
Yeah,
and I want to say good morning to you, or rise and shine to you, DJ Genesis.
But no, you did do that, and I'm very offended by that.
That's not me.
Or is that
However,
someone?
I like to give you a compliment right now. I like to give you a compliment right now. Would you receive it?
You need to apologize first because.
Would you receive a positive compliment from me right now?
Apologize first for snorting.
Would you receive a positive compliment from me right now?
I will receive that, but you need to apologize first because you did do that, and it's fucked up. That you did.
I'm not apologizing for anything that I didn't do, but I want to give you a positive compliment. So which one is it?
Go ahead, and you ain't gonna apologize. I get it.
Thank you, DJ Genesis, for allowing me to come up on your platform today, yesterday, and possibly tomorrow. You have a beautiful channel and you have a beautiful soul. However, you have that heifer spirit that's sick and evil.
A heifer spirit that's sick and... You see how he just gave... See this? Yeah, I hope that you fucking choke. You tried to make this noise, and now you're choking.
You're trying to divide us all.
Let me explain.
You're trying to divide proud Americans.
Let me explain to you why you choked. Because listen, my ancestors don't go for that bullshit. What you just did, right? You thought that you were being smart and cool, but honey, my ancestors choked you at your fucking throat when you try to make that fucking noise, nigga.
Rehab, sis. Rehab.
Fuck up off my channel, bitch ass nigga. Hold on, I'm not gonna just kick you and ban your ass, bro. Do you understand how I got like people like coming up here purposely trying to attack me? Thank you. I'll probably be able to... No, you'll never come back up here again, sir. You're banned. You're done. You and all your little back chat cronies, because I know that you have some kind of back chat somewhere where y'all all decide to come over here and fuck with me. And I've been figured that shit out, but I was gonna see. I had to like see, like I had to clock it. Okay, first one person comes up, then another one comes up, and then right after that, this guy comes up. I said, okay, and I keep like okay, every time this one comes up, and I'll just like watch it over time. I mean, I'm a Gemini. I don't have to like call it out real quick. I just like watch it happen over time, just let it happen. So I can really clock it and figure it out. Okay, all right, there's a back chat somewhere where they say, okay, go over there. Some of the people in the chat that's like rude and stuff, it's a few like other guys that they have had come over here. And I was wondering, okay, what's going on with this? You know, why it's like a targeted thing. And I know that these like four dudes that keep coming over here and they keep fucking with me, bro. And I know what they're doing, bro. You think you're slick? I know what you do. I let you do it because I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And now I know you, the one dude, and the other guy. Y'all have a whole. Y'all are coming from somewhere, and y'all tip each other off to come over here and fuck with me. I know it for a fact now. Thank you for letting me know.
What I missed, DJ Genesis?
No, it's three dudes, okay? Men in the High Castle, Pam Mulattoism, and the dude you just cussed out. All three of them are part of like some kind of a message board, probably like a pro-Trump, whatever. I don't know, like niggas that love bullshit. And I think they send people over to my page. I've been trying to figure this out for like, and I've just been so I purposely let them come up there and disrupt because I'm trying to figure out where are these people coming from. And what I noticed when they come over here, all my whole chat gets to like fucking being rude and stuff like that, talking shit about me and all type of stuff, you know? And I'm like, okay. So I began to see a pattern that, okay, whenever he comes over, whenever this person comes over, my chat changes. So it's almost like a thing where they like say, all right, go over there now. Everybody get to like talking shit, you know what I'm saying, in my chat room. So I'm like, okay, this has to be like, this is not a coincidence. So I began to allow them to come over, you know, because I was like trying to figure out what was going on, right? They're all they're all like on some back chat somewhere and they come over here and they fuck with me. And you know what? I just got confirmation just now. Fucking Pam Mulattoism just told me, well, I don't think it was right that you had that debate on Sonnetter. These niggas been following me. Well, that debate wasn't even worth it that you did because it was creating like a division between. And I'm like, bro, when I did the debate on Sonnetter, I was actually trying to draw a parallel and trying to show that yes, I believe that IFA is a better thing because it does show you what's going to happen. And divination should be a natural part of society. It shouldn't be demonized. That's the main part of IFA, you know what I'm saying, that I believe that we need to have. Other cultures are using it. Why the fuck why is not Black Americans using Mexicans all these other people are using divination. We're the only ones that's not doing it because we feel, oh, it's evil, it's witchcraft. Ooh. But other people are doing this stuff, and we are over here like, oh my God, no, just Jesus Christ. I'll just like I'll just white knuckle it through life. Well, honey, you don't have to do that. You can pretty much know what's fixing to happen. You don't have to like sit there and be like, oh my God, what's gonna happen next? And I said, listen, I was drawing parallels. I was not being divisive. I was actually trying to unify. And he was like, no, I was being divisive. No, soon as he got off, fucking Man in High Castle comes up. I told him, see, yesterday I was doing the show. He was making snorting noises like a pig.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like, yeah. And I said, well, before you say anything, apologize to me. He said, you know, I'm not going to apologize to you. I just want to say thank you, whatever. And then he tells me that some bullshit, and then he begins to make snorting noises again. So it's like, yeah, he gets a.
So I see what's going on.
But this time the nigga choked. But this time the nigga tried to make the noise and his ass choked. His fucking water went back into his throat and his ass was coughing instead of making the noise. Yeah, nigga. Listen, you on the wrong channel for that bullshit. You don't even know who you fucking with, bro.
I think I understand what's going on now. This is why, because if you really peep, right, no real educated people is going to disrespect elders, historians, scholars in the community unless they were sent to do that. Like you know what I'm saying? Like when that man came on, he came on as a friend, and then he switched the whole situation. And then you got to look at the comments that are being said. You know, like for instance, like you said, Metallica it was the shit, stuff like that. And
Man,
then I mean, that's
yesterday. I was doing a show yesterday, and we were having a very good conversation. Some dude got up and was like, changed the whole conversation into, well, I don't understand why black people feel like they should be felt sorry for. It was a whole black guy. I forget what his name is. I think he was in the channel earlier today. It starts with a B, whatever his name is. But he was like, well, we shouldn't feel sorry for ourselves and this, that, the other. And I'm like, why in the fuck is he talking about this? That's not what the conversation was. So I feel like there's people that are like coming to my channel and purposely diverting, no matter how like organized I might have my show, they will try and come up and divert my conversation, make it into
all you gotta do, listen, all you gotta do is real easy to do because I do it on my show. All you gotta do is deal with your presentation. You don't let nobody come on until after the presentation is done. Then after the presentation is done, questions and answers. If anybody starts coming on just talking without a question, then you immediately cut them off. You don't even give them time. You don't even give them time to run rampant. You stop it by just immediately cutting them off. And then from there, you block them. If they're ranting and not asking a question, you immediately cut them off. That's how them other ethnic groups do it. When you go on them other ethnic group shows, you can't be going back and forth with them. They cut you right out the mix. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you got to do that.
Kicked out the thing, talking wild in the chat room and all of the crazy stuff. Yeah, and then you know, here's the thing. This is how another way is I know that they're all from the same place, because when the show was going on, this one dude was like, "Oh, this show is it's weird and this, that, the other." Same thing, because the man in the high castle used to text me whenever I would do a show that he didn't think was according to what he thought it was. He would personally text me on my phone. You need to like do this. I'm trying to control my show, like trying to control what I'm doing. He actually had got my phone number in the background and was like, text me.
The reality, and you should block him. The reality is nobody on social media should have easy access to you, because the reality is you don't even know these people.
Exactly.
You don't even know, you know what I'm saying? You don't even know these people to even associate with these people on levels like that. You keep it professional. You know what I mean? Like I said, if you go to them other shows that's ran by other ethnic groups, they don't go and disrupt them shows. They always try to come on shows with black people, foundational black American people, and try to disrupt these shows, man. And it's a crazy thing, right?
That's what's crazy. Be our own black people. And on me as a woman, because they think I'm weak. Right. They like come over here and try to dominate. And then what happened is that I was being kind to this person and letting him speak, but then I was like, bro, but he was being very he would come on my show and like first he would be cool, but then he would like switch the narrative up and then disrespect me, and then pretty much over time he changed the whole audience over to like this Trump audience that was cursing me and saying all this crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? I was like, dude, what the hell is going on? I said, oh no, he is trying to dominate my channel and turn it into a Trump channel. And I'm like, bro, I'm not a Trump activist.
You gotta,
hell no.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. I'm telling you. I sat here like, see, the thing is, the reason why I came off like that, because I wanted to give them measurement for measurement. Like, if you want to be a nigga, I'm gonna show you what it is to be a nigga. You know what I mean? You know how I get down, DJ Genesis. Right, you know what I'm saying? A lot of these cats, you know, if you really seen them face to face, these dudes be looking cold, where they have no real education. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you got education. You've been in college, military, all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? We from an educated background, even though I'm street bound, but at the same time, I got an education under my belt. I got degrees under my belt. I done wrote, you know, a lot of, you know, historical work and did a lot of ground footwork research. And for these guys to just come on here, real scholarly men and women don't act like this. This is how you know they're just trolling the channel. You know what I mean? Because my whole thing is, what footwork have they done in our communities? Like they'll make statements like, yeah, you know, and anybody can live in Africa. Nobody, no, that's not true. You know, you got people, they may come over and do a vacation. I've been here, you know, for 5 years, even though I go back and forth to where I'm from in Philly. I go back and forth, but you have to have a certain type of network to be living out here, man. You can't just be living out here. You know what I mean? It's a lot that comes in the midst of that.
I think a Boogie tonight, this guy right here, he's a part of that group too. Because
why would he say?
See this? See, read what he says. It's
I
Black.
can't see it.
It says it's Black History Month for America. Get the weirdo Israelites off your channel. So he began to like troll. Genesis, this is a weird show.
Where? Hold on. If he's saying this is Black History Month, which is really called Negro History Week by the late Carter G. Wilson, right? Then you would know that some of the pioneers of the Israelite movement come from out of the United States. When you talk about William S. Crawley, you talk in 1847, he was an ex-slave from out of Maryland, and he was a sergeant in the Civil War. When you talk, and he's the one that created the 7 keys and all the tabernacles throughout the United States. What about Frank F.S. Cherry? He was also an ex-slave. He came in 1886. What about the community of runaway slaves that created Israel Hill? You can go get the book Israel on the Aftermath. See, that's what I'm saying. When they talk about get the Israelite word.
The thing is, your show is weird. This and that. This is the same text I was getting in the back chat with this other man in the High Castle and Reverend Green, same guy that was chatting on my phone. And so now
So what you doing?
And one person.
So what you doing is you block.
Wants to come up. Hell no, you're not coming up, bro. You're not coming up.
So what you do is you disrespect. What you do to them, right? What you do to these type of people is block them. It's called you should call your right finger the block finger. It's real easy to get rid of them because you see many podcasters doing this. Like you can't have an intellectual discussion. Somebody say, well, get the Israelite out of if they thinking that the Israelite culture is a monolith, you automatically know they don't know what they're talking about. If they think all Israelites view the culture as you see the guys on the street corners that they label as Power Rangers, you automatically know they don't know what they're talking about. If they think all Israelites believe in the 12 tribe chart, you know what I mean? You know they don't know what they're talking about. If they believe that all Israelites believe that Lashawan Kwadash, or with the one West called ancient Hebrew, is like the first original Hebrew, then you know they don't know what they're talking about. So what you do is you eliminate these kind of people by exiting them out, by blocking them. And you just keep blocking them. And what happened, they'll get tired of coming over to your show. They'll be tired of making fake accounts and all that, and they'll just leave you be. You can easily sever these people. All power belongs to DJ Genesis. All the power is in your hand. Just block them because they don't even know you. They don't even know the type of people that you done interviewed. They don't even know what your background is, who your child's father is, how you are famous within the hip hop community. They don't know nothing about you. So by them not knowing, just cut them off. It's that simple. You know what I mean? And you eliminate that. Only ones that should be on your show is people that's going to uplift, alchemize, and energy. Nobody should be on your show whereas though they're trying to dictate your show and how you run your show. You can have whoever. You are a show that's bringing out truth. So you can interview an Israelite, a Buddhist, a Hindu, a Mormon, a 5%er, which in the nation gods and earth, those in the Kemetic science, those that are Nuwabic, Moors, whoever. You got a right to interview whoever you want. And anybody that's trying to deny you access to interviewing people, cut them the fuck off. You don't know them people. Them people ain't paying your bills. They don't care about you and your
I haven't
daughters.
donated nothing. And when I said that, I said, "Listen, you're telling me what I should do, but you haven't given me no money about nothing." And then he had another to get mad about it. Like, well, you shouldn't ask me, sir. I'm like, well, get the fuck up off my phone, sir. He was on my phone, texting me all from the morning to the night, sending me, trying to like feed me YouTube videos to put on. He wanted my channel to become a pro-Trump channel. And I'm like, sir, I'm not going to do a pro-Trump. I'm not pro-Trump. I'm not pro none of this bullshit. I don't think you know who you're talking to. And sending me all this stuff is not going to make me change my mind into becoming what you think I should be. And he just kept doing it. And finally, I said, you know what? He got up on here and I said, you know, like, no, I'm not fixing to acquiesce to whatever the hell it is you think that you want me to do. Go
Yeah,
no, sir. You go to you're up on stay on topic, sis.
You gotta block these people. The original topic was off. You want to know why? Because infiltrators came in and they took the topic away. The original topic was the Epstein file.
Doing that the whole time. I could be very clear on what I want to talk about. I could be doing the show, and I swear to God, they will come up. If I say open panel, that's why I stopped doing the open panel. I said, you know what? Let me just do my show and then open the panel, because I do, and people like the fact that I have an open panel. I got, like, yesterday, I had a guy say, man, I'm enjoying the fact that I could like come here and freely talk. You know, people want to just be able to talk about stuff. And I want to be able to do that without all the bullshit and fake accounts and all this weird stuff, you know? It shouldn't be a situation where this guy comes up, proud Americans. I'm proud to be an American. He has a fake, first of all, this Reverend Green guy is a fake character. This guy, whoever this person is, made up based on the Men in the High Castle and the Reverend Green and an AI med spa. He has these characters that he makes up, and then he behaves like the character in a movie. And then that's why he's always bringing up movies and shit. Every time he talks, he's like, just like in the movie Star Trek, you know, just like the Sith Lord came against the, you know, every time he talks, he's like, brings some movie up and knows the whole plot of the goddamn movie. I think he might be on a spectrum, to be quite honest. Like, he might be on the autistic spectrum.
That's crazy. Yo, you got some weirdos.
I do, and they all have a chat room.
Weirdos.
They don't have a chat room in the background.
Where these guys come from, man? They thinking they characters from movies and animated movies and making all these weird.
One day, I said, somebody like looked it up and says, you know what? That the Man in the High Castle is a character based on a movie on Netflix that talks about what would happen if Nazi Germany would have won the war and taken over America. So that whole the Man in the High Castle is really about some like fucking fascist weird ass bullshit. And the whole time I was doing the show, he was always telling me, you gotta be careful because, you know, first of all, he started to promote that there was going to be a government shutdown, which didn't even happen. I think they decided not to do that. You know, whatever. I don't know, whatever, whether it's going to happen or not, whatever. Then he was talking about, I mean, just all this, like, I don't know. Well, you need to be careful because the NMP 13, whatever the fucking law is, that's the reason why Don Lemon got arrested. It's like, no, sir, he got arrested for these two laws, and they're trying to like silence journalists. NMP 13 has nothing to do, whatever the hell that NMP 7 or whatever has nothing to do with why Don. That's not the reason. Sorry, sir. But then he got mad because I told him that's not the reason, and then cursed me. The bottom line is that I got like a bunch of weirdos. But I think I didn't realize they know something. They know something. They know
Yeah, you see how I do disrespect Prince ICL, Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I'm like, oh, these guys are straight trolls. These guys, you know what I mean? Once they start disrespecting people like that, you already know that these dudes ain't on it. They ain't working with a full deck. They
Yeah.
weirdo.
Well, that guy,
When he
he's like an
when,
ex like house music DJ that, you know, his careers are over. He's old as fuck. He's not cute, so he can't like continue to do house music. You know what I'm saying? Like there's other guys like that are in techno that still are doing techno because they're pretty cute and they can like they probably look young and they can like, you know, still DJ overseas. He might get a gig or once
right.
in a while, but nobody wants to book his ass. He's weird. You know what I'm saying? So all he does is like
A
talk
lot
about
of people,
in the past. He probably didn't have no like, bro. Show me your records, bro. He probably would have had a way more longer career if he would have put out some records versus just DJing and talking about what everybody else did. You know, put out some music,
right.
bro. Like any person that's like really worth their weight in gold in the house music community knows that if you want to like make it, you have to put out records, bro. Not just be a DJ. And he probably just was
Right.
DJing and never like put out no records. Maybe one or two. Problem is he stopped. If he could continue to put out records, just like if I would have, I stopped. I took a hiatus off of the whole thing because I was not trying to like be a mother and DJing and putting out records and performing and buck dancing in front of everybody, like, you know, all night long while they like got drunk and high. You know, I was like, you know what? I want to be a mother. I don't want to be like dancing in front of people, DJing, getting everybody high, like everybody crunk while I'm like neglecting my motherly duties. You know what I'm saying? Like I'd rather be a mother, you know. So I took that time off and became a mother. I don't know what his
And you did absolutely the right thing. But like I said, block them people. And you ain't even gotta worry about it no more. If they ain't on your team and singing the song that you singing, then kick them off the choir. You know what I mean? What they do to people that ain't singing on tune with the choir, they kick them
right,
off.
they don't let them keep talking. If you don't like Khalid Muhammad,
that question, I believe that the liberation and salvation of the black nation must be brought about by black people gaining a thorough knowledge of self after our 500 to 6,000 year Holocaust, where we have lost over 600 million. And so I believe that education process must be a process of two steps.
how in the hell do you not know who Khalid Muhammad is?
Them dudes know who Khalid Muhammad is. They trolls.
That's what he sound like. I'm like, bro, what? What kind of
They know who he is. They just playing games, man. Everybody know who Dr. Khalid Muhammad is. Dr. Khalid Muhammad known all over the world, man. There's no way. Look, I got Dr. Look, let me show you. Did you read the book on Dr. Khalid Muhammad? Let me show you. Let me show you.
You know what's so crazy? All that dude's gonna do is play. All I do is think about you, because all them DJs be playing the same old ass disco song. You in my they like
DJ Genesis. You read this book right here. Look, you read this. DJ Genesis, you read this book?
No, I need
called the book. You need this book written by Malik Zulu Shabazz, called the Book of Khalid. This joint go into the life of Dr. Khalid Muhammad. This joint is fire.
Honey, I used to just watch his videos on VCR tape back when they had VCR. Well, no, on DVD. They were VCR film, but they were on DVD. We would put it in the DVD player and just watch them all day. That's how much.
Right.
Before there was the internet.
You gotta read this book.
So you cannot like talk ish about like Dr. Khalid Muhammad. There's no way. Hell no. I don't know who is it. You sound like a fool. Exactly. Rest in paradise, my brother. You know, it's a new day.
Yeah,
It's a new day. It's been 9 hours. I can't believe it. And you know, I'm
yeah.
sure
Over here in Tanzania, it's 4:07 p.m.
Wow.
I've been on with y'all since but I had to go back because I left from one house and came to another house. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you know how Africa is, the electricity, but I got generators and all that. I went from the guest house and I went to the farmhouse. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
and you have a guest house and you have a farmhouse, bro.
you know about all that.
You're probably living with some bitch. I shouldn't say that.
You know I run this whole compound.
Whatever. Waiting on, you know what I'm saying? Waiting on him to come home from work and playing PlayStation and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't do that over here. We don't do that over here. You can come.
I'm an FBA. You know what I'm saying? But like, bro, you are a fake black ass.
Yeah, dude said Dar es Salaam. I'm like 10 hours away. He said Dar. Somebody said Dar es Salaam. I'm like 10 hours away from Dar. I'm in Moshi. I'm right where Mount Kilimanjaro. If you look at my backyard, you can see Mount Kilimanjaro. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm like an hour and a half away from the Kenyan border. You know what I'm saying? So I've been over here in Africa now going on 5 years. You know, I'll be back I come back and forth to the States, but I'll be back shortly for my 50th birthday. So in Hunting Park, where I'm from, in North Philly, they throwing me a big birthday party, try to get you to come down there. DJ Genesis, July 17th is my birthday. I'll be 50.
I'm waiting on my money to come. If I can get my money together, I might be able to come out there for your birthday.
No, we're gonna make some arrangements to get you down there with me. You know what I mean? We not just you, it's gonna be a couple other people because I know Takaya, all them coming. So you can get on board with them and come through with them. So it's gonna be a lot of people there. You know what I mean? A lot of people. It's gonna be a 2-day event, block party. We're gonna be eating, drinking, dancing, you know, whatever, however, you know what I mean? We're gonna just have a good time. You know what I mean? Then you can,
kids need to have their passport, or just adults?
You say what?
Do the kids need to have their passports too?
Passports? No. What you mean? It's gonna be in Philly.
No. Oh, Philly. Okay, I thought you were all over there.
Yeah, I'm not doing my 50th.
I'm working out. I'm trying to get out there into Africa because I'm waiting on my check to come. I've been waiting on the damn check. When I get that check, I
can't wait until you get over there. You can stay right in my guest house. Right in my guest.
I want to travel. I might do. I could take this. I said.
I know you want to go to Demona. I know you want to go to Demona.
Big time, you know. So, and here's the thing: is that people, with this FBA movement, I'm gonna just say this. For the longest time, well, I don't need to go nowhere. That's what they were saying. I heard so many people I'm cool. I don't need to go to no Africa. Why not? Just fuck. Have you ever been outside the country? What the fuck are you talking about? And that's the thing. Tariq Nasheed took his ass to Senegal. But here's the thing.
Yeah, I seen that.
Took his ass to Senegal, but you got all these FBA niggas talking about I don't want to go to Africa.
Right.
So
look, I'm FBA.
Stagnant acting.
Right.
But then he's moving around. That's the thing. That's how you know it's disingenuous because the moment that I Show Speed got to moving around in Africa, here he you know what, I want to go to. He took a trip over Africa.
But even before I Show Speed, he did a whole tour over in Kenya and Uganda in them areas to promote his what was that? Them documentaries he was coming out with.
Hidden Colors, right?
Hidden Colors. He was doing all that over in Africa.
Listen. This is the problem I had with Tariq Nasheed. Is because he did a whole thing on Haiti, He did a whole thing on Africa, but now he wants to talk about people eating mud pies and this, that, the other, make fun of them. I'm like, bro, give the Haitians their money back. Every Haitian that bought your fucking documentary, give them their money back. All the Africans that bought your documentary, give them their money back. Because how could you sit there and create a documentary and talk so highly of everybody, and then when they like when it's opportunity for you, I don't know who paid you off, like start this fucking movement. Now, if it was FBA and you could all see, he would say FBA, but then Pan-Africanism is dead, right? And that's the problem I have. Right. You don't have to like dead one thing to like make another thing live.
Right.
Like say that Pan-Africanism is dead. FBA is supposed to be a lineage, right? So what the fuck they gotta do?
Right, that's what I'm saying. You could be FBA and Pan-African at the same time.
Thank you. If it's a lineage, like they say it is. So I'm trying to understand, like, how does a lineage dictate a movement?
That's a fact.
No, delineation. You could be, movement. No, we need to delineate, right?
You could be FBA.
And meanwhile, they're delineating. While they're delineating, all this crazy stuff is happening with the Epstein files and all this stuff. They couldn't find out AI is trying to supplant us and everything in America and all these like oligarchs are trying to like take over. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, why would we stick into a country where all this shit is going down? Why are we being told to stick here? I'm not saying that it's going to be better over there, but I'm saying at least like have like, come on now, be international, be global. Come on now, that's what it's moving toward. Don't be stuck in your neighborhood listening to FBA rhetoric. That's crazy. Delineation. Listen, this guy's cussing everybody out, making everybody pissed off. You go to another country and they're like thinking that everybody thinks this way. That's weird. I don't understand what the point of that.
People here in Tanzania know that all FBA don't think like that.
I'm glad.
You see what I'm saying? Because I'm FBA and I live in Africa. You see what I'm saying? So if anybody, I understand the concept of it being a lineage, and I only use the terms to relate to people. Because you know more of the elder people such as myself, yourself, and those before us, they used the term African American. Now African American then took on another spin. So now the reality is saying that you are Black American.
Why did it take on another spin? Because of Jesse Jackson started it, or because Tariq Nasheed?
Well, you see the term. People say Jesse Jackson started it, but you do see the term African American being used even before him. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll see people using African American and Afro American even before it became coined through Jesse Jackson. I use the terms, like if I'm talking to older people, I'm gonna say African American because they understand that. If I'm talking to a younger generation crowd that use the term FBA, I'm gonna use FBA. But to sit back and try to say that the slave trade didn't happen and that we don't have no connection with Africa and we was just always indigenous to America, that's a lie. It's just too much information out there that show otherwise. Now, I do acknowledge we're indigenous to both continents. You did have Aboriginal people that was, in the land. But that don't mean just because they're Aboriginal, that means that they're actually us. Just because you got some dark-skinned people with woolly hair in the Americas, that don't necessarily mean that's us. And I'm not saying that it's not us. But what I do know for a fact, that when you take them DNA markers with Black Americans and you go to African ancestry and other DNA testing sites, and I'm not saying all of it is accurate, but there is some type of connection with Black Americans with certain E1B1A DNA haplotypes in groups in Africa. There's no way of getting around that. Yes, we did develop our own ethnogenesis. I have no problem with that. The problem that I have is, like you said, trying to sever our people away from the continent. And it's crazy because all these other ethnic groups, they're enjoying they're enjoying the
Beauty of
spoils
Africa.
of Africa. But when it come to us, like when I came over here, right? When I came over here and I seen how all these old white men over here with these young women over here in Africa and they been doing this. They've been doing this, marrying, people on the land so they can get land and resources. Man, these white people been dealing with this as a Ponzi scheme forever. And on top, I'm not gonna lie, both sides are in error. When you hear FBA or so-called African Americans, you know what I mean, coming at, continental Africans, I'm telling you, it's a fact. Continental Africans are doing the same thing. There is something that is going on in Africa, how Black Americans are being viewed. I've seen it with my own eyes. So both sides do have an argumental truth, so to say. But at the same time, you can't say, don't go, there's nothing in Africa, don't visit Africa, and then, or even move to Africa, but we actually see Tariq Nasheed in synagogue.
And let me just say this.
Right,
right, exactly. And here's the other thing. You know what? Just like you would say that, they talk about Detroiters in Chicago. So should I not go to Chicago? The fuck? Detroit don't like Chicago. LA don't like New York. So does that mean that a New Yorker should not go to LA? You understand what I'm saying? So here's the thing: is that we create this bullshit in our minds that this whole thing is going on, and oh well, they do be having certain things about. But don't you think that when you go with your New York accent over, or your Philadelphia East Coast accent over to the West Coast, that they don't pick that accent and be like, oh, you a West Coast nigga. Oh, you a down south, oh, you from up north. You know what I'm saying? We have the same bullshit in our own country. Stop lying. Whoever, like, it's tribal even in America. You can't go from up north to down south without niggas like, oh, you from up north. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you from the west. You from East Coast. Oh, you from the West Coast. Or you from the Midwest. Whatever just based on how you talk. But for some reason, we have this thing in our minds that Africa is different. No, now you from America. I've been in different countries overseas. I've been to Belgium. I've been to Manchester. I've been like fucking France. I've been to Holland. Been to South Africa. And let me tell you something. I have never been like treated so beautifully in a country until I went to South Africa. I was like, wow. I got like treated like a queen. Beautiful. Got to see the whole entire, like, I mean, it was they have very interesting senses of humor. You know what I'm saying? They be like weird with their sense of humor. You know what I'm saying? Because I went to South Africa and, they were doing some kind of ceremony and the guys all had like machine guns. Like they were dancing down the street with machine guns. And I guess there was a guy, I could see he was doing like some kind of rites of passage on his way to the mountain. And the guy was like, they're coming to get you. And I was like, what? And they all began to laugh. I was like, what the fuck? That type of shit, you know what I'm saying? And then the biggest thing is like, I don't speak English, but they say they have very great English. They speak English. Little stuff like that they do like as like little like, like snide little jokes they do. But at the end of the day, like I got to DJ at the township. I got like to meet new people. They were very sweet people. If you meet the right people in Africa, you'll be well taken care of. Now they're just like anywhere. If you go to the hood, you could run into the crackhead that might take you to the thing and take advantage of you. Or you could meet a person that's like a robber. Anywhere you go could be fucked up. But it's weird how we want to like stigmatize Africa. I've been all over the world. The only place I have not been in is Asia, and Russia. but I've been all over Europe. I've been in Africa. I've been in South. I haven't been to South America yet, and I'm working on that. Been to Canada. Been,
Facts.
At the end of the day, you know what you're seen as an American. They don't see you as a Black American. They see you as an American. Period. Pan-mulattoism. I'm gonna let you up. Say some stupid shit. You're gonna get put down. Period. And banned. And will never be able to come back up here again. You can speak your mind, but don't say nothing about me or my guest. You can speak your mind about the subject. That's it. Okay? I'm not trying to argue with you or have a debate with you. Nothing like that. So if that's what you're coming to do, might as well leave now. All right. What's up?
Peace, and thanks for having me back up. And I understand why you're apprehensive, but I really came to actually agree with you as far as when Black Americans travel to different countries, particularly in Africa. For the most part, we are welcome with open arms. Now, I do admit that a lot of Africans try to put their scams on us. That's a fact because they see us as a money sign. But when I went to Cameroon and Cape Verde and Ghana, etc., for the most part, I got love, especially in Cape Verde. Additionally, I will say that when I moved outside of the U.S. permanently, I picked the Caribbean for a number of reasons. Number one, because of its close proximity to the U.S. I could get a flight to Maryland in 3 hours approximately. And, when we down here, most of the people look like us. So I do support Black Americans buying real estate in the countries that immigrants come to the U.S. from.
Let me tell you a story. Back when President Bush was up for election, I was a DJ and I was touring Belgium. And when they voted for Bush, I guess I don't know, people voted for Bush and he won the election. You know what they said? People didn't even want to give me a drink at the bar, bro. And I'm the DJ of the night. They said, "You vote Bush." I'm over here. I didn't vote for nothing. You vote Bush. I voted Bush? No. American, you vote Bush. They don't know a difference between a Black American or a white. Listen, I was in Belgium, Europe. Okay. I was in Ghent at the time, DJing. I was American. It was no Black American, nothing. It was you were American, and I can say, well, no, niggas don't give a fuck about no damn voting, no damn Bush. It wasn't us that voted Bush, honey. It was you vote Bush. So I had to be, and honey, they were pissed over there in Europe. They were livid that you vote Bush. Okay, that's the type of shit that happens when you go overseas, especially during like a political campaign or something weird going on, and there's like all this politics going on. Honey, it was a nightmare DJing that night because people were pissed at that club in Europe, cross seas, about Bush getting voted in again for a second term. And I was not a Black American. I was not Black. I was nothing but American, period. And all they knew was that Americans voted for Bush. He was back in office, and I was a representative of America.
I actually agree with you on that. And I apologize. I got a phone call and it kicked me off the panel. But even when I'm at my house in Dominican Republic or Panama or Colombia, even Puerto Rico, which is a U.S. territory, I'm in Puerto Rico now. When they say the word gringo, they're not just talking about white Americans. We used to think that. I used to think that before I got down here, that when they say the word gringo, they just talking about white Americans. No, they're talking about white Americans and black Americans when they use that word. So you're right. When we go to foreign countries, once again, when I was in Ghana, when I was in Cape Verde, they see us as American. It's not just, we're black Americans. A lot of that, we have that in our mind because that's how we see ourselves. But when we go to these foreign nations, they see us as Americans. Even when I was in the Philippines, I was American. And I had Filipino ancestry, but they still saw me as American.
So if you know that, then you know how to proceed. So people say, "Well, I got defrauded in Africa." Well, you know what someone said? I was watching a thing that said, "Well, listen, if you go to Africa and they give you a price, haggle the price. You don't just go with the first price. They're immediately going to give you the highest price. So go back and forth with them. That's part of the culture. You don't just like take the first price. If you're buying an apple and they tell you it's $5, you say no, give me 75 cents. You don't just like take the first price. These cultures are based on when you go to the market, you have to like negotiate.
I think the shock
and just you don't even know what the culture is.
I think the shock comes from black Americans. We are trained to believe that Africans are our brothers and sisters because when they come to the US, that's how we treat them. We treat them like they are one of our own. But when we go to their continent and they make a distinction between us and them, we are surprised by it. Because in our mind, hold on, we the same. How can you distinguish yourself from me? But one thing I will say, and I'm not trying to go on a whole other tangent, I think that the ADOS.
They can see you coming to work based on how you dress, how you walk, your mannerisms. Can't you tell an African based on how the same thing?
For sure, but what I'm saying is we don't treat them.
Especially like an African that come from the UK, like I could tell the difference in how they stand. Like certain Africans that are from the UK, they'll cross their legs
exactly
at the top of their leg. You know what I'm saying? Not the bottom, but like at the top, like a woman. There's like certain mannerism, how they hold their body. Certain Africans, they'll hold hands. Two dudes will hold hands with
exactly
shit like that. So
no, but my point is that when they come to the US, even though we are able to see the cultural differences between themselves and us, we never treat them, or overall, generally, we don't treat them different. We don't discriminate against them. But when we go to their country, there's a clear difference in how they treat us versus how they treat themselves. Or in other words, also, I'll give you an example. It was a time I was at a restaurant in Ghana. I'm not even going to shout them out. But a white couple came in behind me and my queens, and the host greeted the whites before they greeted us. And in my mind, I didn't get offended by it. I was just like, all right, we're not about to spend money here. But it stood out to me that, all right, these Africans, and I love a lot of the Africans, I'm not hating, but they are able to distinguish themselves from us, and they will treat us differently than they treat their own. They will treat us differently than they treat the whites, for better or for worse.
Hey, Mighty Hebrew, what would you say in that? Would you leave that place, or would you say give them a better tip so that they know not to do that again? What would you do in that case?
You saying if they got like scammed in the country they was in or something?
No, say you walk into a place with you and your two wives.
Okay,
and maybe
my
it's
three wives.
Three wives.
Yeah.
And a white couple comes in behind you and they greet them before they greet you. Would you leave that place, or would you do?
Oh, say that one more time. I want to make sure I'm getting this correct. Say that one more time.
You walk into a restaurant in Tanzania, right?
Okay.
And before they acknowledge you and your three wives, they
Mhm.
acknowledge followed your white couple behind you, what would you do?
I would still stay because I understand they've been colonized. Because over here in Tanzania, they do treat white Americans, or what they call them Mzungu, they do treat them as gods. And when you deal with Black Americans, there is a difference. You know, in some circumstances, they look at us all as Americans, but the overall view, because of colonization, you do see how they deal with the Going or the Mzungu. There is a difference, especially when you're on the ground and you've been living amongst them for many, many years. And I did an interview with many Tanzanians, and they break down why that is the case. And I've seen this happen before. I've seen it literally, that me and one of my wives and some of my children, we was at a restaurant and there were Mzungus or going there, and we were there before them, but they waited on them first. And it was so bad. And I'm telling you fact, it was so bad, I'm not gonna lie. My wife was like, look, we leaving from this motherfucker, and we left. Because at first I was like, oh, we'll just wait. But you know, my wife wasn't going for it, and she dipped. We all dipped.
Exactly.
But
it's the same thing I did in Ghana. We left.
Yeah. So it does happen. Anybody like this brother right here, he been back and forth to the continent of Africa. There is a lot of things going on in Africa that shouldn't be going on, as you know, dealing with our brothers and sisters. The problem I'm having is this: when many other brothers and sisters from Africa go to the United States, they are benefiting from the Black American struggle. You know, when you're talking about the Immigration Act of 1965, that was pushed in because of the Civil Rights Movement, and where our foundational Black American ancestors, or so-called African American ancestors, did. They lived and breathed and died for, you know, the rights that they have. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, when we come to Africa, if you ain't got that bag, you can't get shit. This brother right here, he been in Africa. And not to say that they don't treat you good. In many cases, they do treat us good. But let that money run out. I'm going to give you an analogy real quick, and then I'm going to pass it. Okay? Let's say, for instance, DJ Genesis, at the age of 4 years old, she gets kidnapped, you know, from, let's say, Ghana, West Africa. And then she gets kidnapped, let's say, from a Black American couple, and they take her back to Harlem, New York, and they raise her until she like 30 years old. She find out that she originally from Accra. She from Ghana. She find out who her real father and mother is, everything. So now she want to go back to Ghana. So DJ Genesis goes back to Ghana. She knocks on the door. Her biological mother answers the door. She like, oh my God, my daughter. And they hug, they embrace each other, and they crying on each other's arms, etc., etc. So DJ Genesis proceeds to walk into the house. She like, hold up. I understand, daughter, but you gotta give me $250 or $500 to come in. You so happy, DJ Genesis, you ain't even thinking about the money. You just happy that you reunited with your family, with your mother, your father, you know, your family. So you give up the money. So then they let you in the house. And then, you know, y'all sitting down, y'all talking about, you know, everything that you went through in America. Now you hungry, and you decide to go to the refrigerator and get something to eat. So as you walk into the refrigerator, your mama stop you like, ho. You got to give $200, you know, to get fed. So you so happy, you like, you're kind of perplexed, but you still like, okay, you give the money. And then from there, now it's time to sit at the table and eat. And, you know, you needed people to cook that food, and you got to pay for that. Now it's time, you know, you've been there for a while. Now you're trying to get some rest. So you decide to go lay down somewhere. Ho. I understand you, my daughter, but, you know, you got to pay, you know, to sleep. You know what I'm saying, etc. The point that I'm saying is
the other nations, including, you know, the people in Africa, they reap the benefits of the Black American experience. But when we come to the continent, we have to be the ones with the bag. And anybody and nobody can say that I'm lying, because I'm here in Tanzania right now. And I've been in Africa, and I've been in 17 African countries within the last 5 years. And I'm telling you, you got to have that bag. And if you run out of that bag, then people's friendship will run out with you. And that's just facts. You know what I mean? So there's a different understanding of many things. The way that we love Africa is like you love your woman with this spiritual, emotional love. The way they love over here is strictly economics. See, when we come over here and we be looking for a certain type of love, because we have this romanticizing about Africa based on everything we read about. You know, we might have read about ancient Israel, ancient Kemet, or in Mali, Songhai, you know, and these wonderful Ghana, these Timbuktu, these wonderful empires, right? And we might have read, you know, about, you know, the different, you know, leaders and generals and war chiefs and all that over here in Africa, right? So we give this romanticizing about Africa, but when we come over here and we're on the ground, you see a total difference. There is a difference. The way that we romanticize about Africa, the people in Africa themselves don't even romanticize Africa like that. They don't. They don't. You don't.
That way. That's
Listen,
great.
I'm telling you. I am telling you. I'm gonna tell you.
I want to show you something that's really interesting. Did you see this? Why I Show Speed left Nigeria? Did you see this?
Yeah, I seen everything. I Show Speed there and how he was over there in Nigeria, and many of them Nigerians made Nigeria look bad. You know, was on there asking that man for $10,000 and just madness. Just pure madness. And that's
Go into it a little. Let me speed it up. But I think that's another people are they struggling that bad? They see, is there any shame? Like, okay, is it that you want money so bad that you're just like, oh, give me some money?
They don't have, I gotta say this one more thing before you press play. The way that we see honor amongst Black Americans and shame and all that is different over here. Like, I'm not being biased. I'm being truthful as a social anthropologist. Honor, integrity, respect, it's very high, you know what I'm saying, in the Black American community. It is. When you their understanding of honor and all that is different from us. Our understanding of honor is more like what you might see in Asian culture. In many degrees within the Black American experience, we have this universal honor amongst us, no matter if you from Detroit and I'm from Philly. There's a Unitarian understanding of what to do and not to do. Over here, a lie to them is just a story. They don't look at to them to lie. It doesn't matter who they hurt. It's deep when you listen. I'm gonna tell you how deep it get over here for real. And a lot of this stuff I'm saying is really taboo to say. A lot of these women over here in Africa, they already be married to, you know, their significant other from the country that they come from, and even cases have children. They'll meet foreign men, and they do this a lot to many Black American men. They'll meet Black American men and act like they don't have no children and that they're not married. And they'll purposely marry that Black American, even though it's a fraudulent marriage, right?
What?
And as this Black man, I'm telling you.
I'm sorry, Saturday, that your uncle got killed in Brooklyn by Blacks. Sorry about that. You know that happened to you. That's a very terrible story. I don't know what the background is of it, but you know that's terrible that it happened. You know, but what do you mean?
Yeah.
But we don't cry about it. Like, why don't you cry about it? You should cry.
Yeah. Because I'm gonna tell you, people in Africa, they have this concept, and that's through colonization, that they can't use no emotion, because when the Mzungu or the white colonizers was colonizing them, they was doing so much heinous stuff and making them, you know, into the thought, or having them think the way they think right now, that they just tolerate. Because you got to understand African spiritual traditions. Most of them are circular people. When you deal with Black Americans, we are circular people that has a lineal line under the circle. Eurocentric people, they're straight lineal. People in Africa, they are circular people. So in their mind, anything bad happened to them, that's just their destiny. And there's no way to change their condition. This is very psychological in Africa. This is why when the Israelites were over there in Kenya, IUIC, and they pulled out that black image of Jesus, and how them Kenyans went crazy over that, because in their mind, that the Mzungu is God. The Mzungu, and I don't mean a God, I'm talking about the most high power. So as we were being enslaved in the United States, and we was in the face of the beast, they were being colonized, and after colonization, they passed the torch of colonization to the black face. So now you got black faces with colonized minds that's oppressing their own people in Africa. So when you hear people from Africa making statements like, you know, oh, this happened to me, and we're not taking it like this, and we're not taking it like that, because they've been colonized not to be soft, what's the word? Aggressive. They're very passively aggressive when it comes to their spirit. This is why they will.
You know what? But we still have that in us too, because we'll say that a person could kill one of us, and we'll say, well, you know what? Based on our belief in Jesus, we have to forgive you. But honey, in any other culture, Jewish or white, honey, you see that this Renee lady got killed, and honey, they still talking about Renee right now. I can probably pull up on YouTube, type in Renee, and there'll be a video right now about Renee. Okay, they don't forgive, they don't forget. That they are anonymous, and they don't forgive and they don't forget. You know what I'm saying? But we'll be like, well, you know, I forgive you, and all this bullshit.
Right.
Whole
Right.
thing on the news, and
Right.
I forgive.
Right.
Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we need to cut that bullshit, all that forgiveness. But you said that they will, a person will be married to.
Yeah, I was.
So is he?
I was trying to.
Is he getting some money?
Yeah, he get all that. Listen, this is how I go down. I'm telling you some of the secrets. I ain't gonna get.
Is he pimping
real open. This is how I go. That's it. If you got. That's listen. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Now when you say okay, I can hear you. Talk.
Okay. All right. This how I go down. Say if you got a Tanzanian woman and a Tanzanian man, they marry. So the Tanzanian man and the Tanzanian woman together, they apply the idea to go after Mzungu to bite the bait. The Mzungu bite the bait, and they'll pay the dowry to the family, all this. Even the family is involved. And they'll pay the dowry. And yeah, I'm telling you facts, yo. And they'll pay the dowry and everything, right? And the parents will be involved in this. And then they'll have a wedding and all that. So as this foreigner is taking care of this Tanzanian woman, this woman got a whole nother life with a Tanzanian man, and that money that foreigner is giving that Tanzanian woman, she's taking that money back
you know what I'm saying, to the Tanzanian man. Listen, they got things over here.
She wouldn't go out and get it, come back with her.
Listen, they got things over here that they can drink and take, whereas though she would never get pregnant by that foreign man. What? She would never get pregnant by.
I heard
I'm telling you, I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground here. I'm telling you what's real and what's not. I'm telling you, there's a target on foreigners, and it'd be a lot on Black Americans. They don't just attack Black American men. They also attack Black American women. They're sending young, especially the older women, they're sending them young men to the older Black American women, marry them Black American women, juice them for all their money, and then turn around in some cases and kill them.
What? Kill them?
Yeah, you don't know what was going on. You don't know you don't know what happened in Ghana and what happened in Gambia and Zambia with them Black American women that was going over there and getting killed. How that one young dude married that woman and threw her body in the well and all that. And man, you don't know what's going on. That's why right now is a big thing for Black American women not to travel on their own to the continent, man. There's a lot that's going on that they not, just like they laugh at Black Americans and saying that, you know, the women that over in America, they having children out of wedlock. Yo, the wedlock is higher in Africa than amongst Black Americans. Oh, you know how many single mothers are in Africa? And I'm talking about young. I'm talking about 18, 19, in the early 20s, all that. And the young men find out that they got them women pregnant and they dip on them. What? I'm telling you facts, man. Come to Tanzania.
Saturday, get out your feelings. Get out your damn
I'm telling you things.
First of all, listen, he's telling you what's going on.
What I'm telling you is just like they point out about the Black American experience, I am telling you, it's a lot of crazy stuff on the ground in Africa, man. A lot of crazy stuff. And that they keeping concealed, man. This concept of Africa being the motherland and all that, which I have no problem with that. The whole planet is the motherland. I have no problem with that. What I'm saying is, most of that come from the romantic side and from Black Americans. If you notice, Black Americans have always been on the forefront fighting for Africa, but Africa was never on the forefront fighting for Black Americans. Even when Mussolini went and tried to conquer Ethiopia, even though Ethiopia is the only country in Africa that was never conquered, guess what Haile Selassie did? He sent invitations to Black Americans during the Cotton Club or the Harlem Renaissance, asking Black Americans to enroll in the Ethiopian army. And it was Black Americans that helped to destroy fascism from out of Ethiopia. Black Americans have always been in the forefront fighting for people. But you've never seen people in Africa rising up to fight for Black Americans. Black Americans, even during the time of Idi Amin and all, we've always been involved in the midst of African affairs. Listen, they are not in Africa. Most people that say they Pan-Africans, they're really Pan-tribalists, man. Anybody that been on, the brother said, I'm over here watching folks' lifestyle. No, I'm a social anthropologist. And what I do is I study cultures of people and I document it. And I connect certain Bantu expansions with the Israelite expansion. And when you say that, I mean, would you say that to any other anthropologist? I'm here doing anthropological research. And I'm telling you, by studying the psychology of the people in Africa, they all have the same MO. I am telling you that they have scams. You have to be careful
that they'll send a beautiful sister to you and you'll marry that sister and she already be married to a man. It ain't about leave. It's about them correcting themselves. See, that's just like the so-called white man telling black people in America, if all this is going on, leave. No, you need to leave because you ain't originally from America, or you need to correct your behavior. It ain't about leave, it's about correcting the behavior. If the behavior is wicked, it's being called out. This ain't got nothing to do with being a continental African. Hold on. It ain't got nothing to do with being a continental African or an African in the diaspora. It's about righteousness versus wickedness. And that's just the bottom line. I don't give a damn. Just like we asking Europeans for reparations, I'm saying that them African tribes that had anything to do with the transatlantic slave trade and the East African slave trade should be giving us reparations too. What it look like if they was a part of the if they was a part of the transatlantic slave trade, they had ties, them tribal chiefs and all them, they had ties in that. I'm saying black Americans should be issued free land, free housing, and a certain amount of money to put them on their feet. You can't kidnap a people, be a part of that, and then you don't want to give nothing back to the people, descendants that came after them, anything. But when you come to America, you reap all the benefits. Man, black people in America, we suffer from lynching, lynching, hangings, mutilations, all kind castration, molestation. They was taking horses, ripping them. Canada racist as hell too. He said, I'm in Canada. I love it. Well, most people from Africa go to Canada. And let me tell you why. Because a lot of them people in Canada,
they're more racist than America is.
But let me tell you the on-ground reasons. Because many of them Canadians are in Africa with NGOs. See, I'm on the ground, so I can see all that shit. So there's a lot of NGO organizations that's connected to a lot of them Canadians. And when you got wealthy people in Africa, a lot of them Canadian white women, they come over into Africa and marry them men on the ground in the continent, man. That's why most men in Africa that got money, they don't stay in Africa, man. They enslave their own people. Look, they have NGO businesses. Like, for instance, they might have safari companies. See, these are the things they don't want me to say. They might have safari companies and they'll have like tourists come over and be a part of the safari. And the money that these Africans over here that got these safari companies, then they'll put their money in a Swiss bank or somewhere over there in Canada, marry a Canadian woman or a French woman, and then they'll hire the locals and fucking give them pennies, man. I'm telling you facts, man. They might get like 100,000 T shillings to 150,000 T shillings a month, which is only equivalent to less than or no more than $50 a month.
$50
USD. You think I'm lying?
Yep.
You think I'm lying?
Listen, I know that what you're telling the truth, because I was crying the other day. It was a show I was doing, and I was crying because when I went to South Africa, it was so many street kids out there on the street sniffing glue and this, that, the other. And guess why? Because what they told me is that the mothers either died of AIDS or that their mothers were working so hard, like being working for the white people so hard that they just let their kids just ramble the streets. Because they're at work the whole time, for hours, just taking care of the white people's kids over there, and then not taking care of their own kids. That's happening. So yes, that does happen, because I got to see it with my own two eyes. On Long Street, you would see a bunch of little kids, street kids.
That's a fact. That's a fact, because over in Tanzania, they sniff glue too. You'll see them over here sniffing glue. You know what I'm saying? So,
Hold on. I gotta go. You're not free to here. American agents. Let me tell you something, Soderbergh. Listen, well, I don't know where you come from or what part of Africa you come from, but stop being naive and stupid.
Man, that dude's weird. That dude's weird. He talking about 20 years in America, NYPD.
You lying.
Listen. Dudes that have been in the police department, that like when they police officers and all, they can't even be on social media like that. Like when you be like they trying to creep in. That's why a lot of them female and male young officers, they be getting fired when they find out they got Facebook pages and TikTok pages and all that, and they be doing all this crazy stuff. Them guys be getting fired, man. Now, it's not to say that you won't have some police officers on there if people record and things of that nature. But I wouldn't even
like catch somebody, but not like just having like no account.
Yeah, they just on internet running wild and all that. They can't do that. They can't. I'm not saying they can't have at one time they couldn't be on social media like that, but now they given leverage. So I mean, they can be on there. A matter of fact, I want to let everybody know, DJ Genesis. I'm gonna make sure you get all that, Genesis, in a few more days. You know what I'm talking about. I ain't gonna say it, but DJ Genesis will be producing the AI animated video, Sarah Smile for Me, Sarah. It's a part of what my promoters they want to do for the new album. My fourth new album, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. You know what I'm saying? So be on the lookout for that. Tanzania, you know what I'm saying? You know, everybody know Sarah Jacobs. She's a model and an actress, you know what I'm saying, over in Tanzania, East Africa. And, you know, everybody knows she's also my Isha, my wife. So the song, Smile for Me, Sarah, will be out soon. That's how my promoters, they wanted it to be. They like the song and they pushing that. Shout out to DJ Genesis doing all the animated work for the video, the posters, you know, all that. She definitely on point what she doing. And she wanna, you know, put up the posters on here. She can to advertise that, you know, because there's people right now in Tanzania that's actually watching. But yeah, like I said, there's no can you put that up, DJ Genesis?
Yeah, let me show it. Somebody just like just bomb me. I gotta like delete that.
Already, I think it's like 3 posters you made. But like I said,
no, I just
baby
said
girl,
someone just porn bombed me just now. I brought them up. They like they want to come up and then they porn bomb me like somebody jacking off. Just stupid.
You serious?
Yeah, they just did it just now. Mm-hmm.
So when you put it on, they were nude.
Oh yeah, jacking off a dude. Yep. So I gotta like go ahead and remove that out the damn thing.
Just now they did that.
Yeah. Yep. Right when you were talking about your thing. Yep.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said stop letting you see. You see how Yahweh the Most High is showing you that these people are weirdos.
Yeah.
Like these are weirdos, man. Now, why would you do such a heinous act as pulling out your rod to a woman? Not like that's sexual.
They show the actual like porno and then put it on there and then like came up and then showed it like a full jack off.
That's wild. That's wild.
Like, yeah, I'm like,
that's wild.
It's like, are you really? You really want to like stop my stream that bad? Like that's you really like that, like hating? You really hate that much?
Right. Yeah, they hate it. Show them posters, DJ Genesis. We need the people to see. But yeah, you know, that's a sad thing, you know, that you got to experience that. I'm sorry that you experienced that. Blow it up if you can. But yeah, this right here is the poster for Smile for Me, Sarah. So soon, pretty soon, the video will be out. You know what I mean? Everybody, you know, get ready for it. Blow it up. I think it went back. There you go.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna save it and then upload it. But yeah, that's crazy. Really, someone really did that. That's stupid. It might be the Sada Berry. A Sada Berry, you really did you do that? Did you really that mad because someone like, you know, this stupid shit, you know? It might have been the other. Now they're gonna like try to like ban my video. I don't know. Whatever. You know, just stupid. You know.
They can't ban it because you didn't let him go on live with it. So they can't ban it.
I brought him up and then it was live. It was live. So
I didn't see it though. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I took it down the moment I saw what was going on, but it did go live. It was like on the main stage. Just
well, I don't think they're banned it. No.
What I'll do is I'll find it and I cut it out. But that's stupid.
Yeah,
you know?
just cut it out. Just cut because I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Maybe it was so fast I didn't see it.
Yeah, moment I saw it was going down like that, I was like, oh. But yeah,
right.
So check this out. This is called "Smile for Me, Sarah." This is the new video, and I'm like be doing the animation for the video. So check that out. And people need to stop hating, bro. Y'all are hating too hard. Like, what's going on? Why y'all hating so hard? Because you got kicked off the show, and now you gotta like do that. That's crazy. That is wow. That's rich, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, go. Oh, you made it bigger. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow. Wow, wow, people really are trying to like they want to take me down bad, bro. They want to take me down, but it's okay, you know. I want to take you down. I really want to take you down. It don't matter though. All right, so it's 8:04. I gotta like take my daughter to school in like 15 minutes. Man, I've been up here.
Go ahead and do your thing. It was an honor to come on the show. You know, next time we'll do it a different way. This had to be put on record so we can see it. Like you know, I'm a champion at this. I'm not gonna just let you know disturb the peace without some thunderclapping back. You can't just come on and say things
that they expected me to go against you. It's like, no, it's not gonna happen. I'm like, oh, you're gonna leave before he does.
Right. And I want you to one more thing.
You're going to be kicked out before he gets kicked out. So sorry, sir.
Yeah, can you one more time for the viewers put up one more picture? Can you put up that street again, the Prince Asiel Ben Israel way, and blow that up so people can see like nobody. I don't know where these people come from. And I just want to give a shout out to the late Prince Asiel, the late Ben Ami, the late Dr. Khalid Muhammad, because their names were smeared tonight. You know what I'm saying? And we don't represent that. I know DJ Genesis don't represent that. I don't represent that. Any of our people that try to fight for freedom, justice, and equality, even the founding fathers of UPK, if you're talking about the late Rabbi Bivens, if you're talking about Chief High Priest Ariel, whoever, all of them, we may not agree with everything they did, but they tried their best to fight the assault. You know what I mean? And for us to just come up here and just disrespect them is crazy. I think Sarah want to come on real fast. There you go, right there. Yeah, that's the Prince Asiel Ben Israel way right there. I'm sending her the link real quick because I think
She want to come up? Okay, yeah, for sure. I can't believe why would y'all porn bomb me? Like, who did that? Who's stupid enough to be an asshole? Like, y'all can't be that big of a hater that y'all want to do that. That's crazy. And shouts out to YouTube for having a trip or clip video section where I can clip that part out. Y'all are dumb. Don't be dumb all your life, you know? Is she coming up? I'm gonna play the money mantra real quick because even though nobody like donated today to the show, I'm gonna just go ahead and play it anyway.
Yeah, still play.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed
To make money, money making money.
No,
Man, you know
no.
what? I haven't even like been able to play my music. Like, hold on, y'all haven't heard?
Yeah,
Like,
I was asking you, like, damn, do you still play music? Because you know I got new tracks out and everything.
Yeah, I do.
For my new album.
I'm gonna start playing my music. Y'all haven't. Let me play this while I'm waiting.
We ain't taking no shorts. We ain't take the wrong end of the stick anymore. We ain't taking no shorts. Man, you know what it is. Taking care of the kids. And we ain't taking no shorts. Man, you know what it is. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with. Stop playing. Stop playing with me. Oh, stop playing. We ain't taking it no more. No more. We ain't taking no shots. We're taking no shots. We ain't taking it no more. No more. We ain't taking no shots. We ain't taking no shots. We ain't taking no grooming and lying in it anymore. Taking care of the kids. And we ain't taking no shots. And you know what it is. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with. Stop playing. Stop playing with me. Oh, stop playing. We ain't taking it no more. No more. We ain't taking no shots. We
So I made that song. That's another one of my songs I made. Check this one out.
Play the long game, trying to come back, it's not the same. Friendships bend over lesser things. You tell a lie and play the blame game. Scheming from the beginning, what did you think? We can't go round and round like a roller rink. Friendships bend over lesser things. Keep it moving with the drama you bring. Not having it, stop fighting with. I'm not a little bit a fool. Acting like you changed, but I know you're on the same thing. It's okay, it's okay. Not having it, stop fighting with. I'm not a little bit a fool. Acting like you changed, but I know you're on the same thing. It's okay, it's okay. You played the back, it was a sneak attack. You were lame, told me a lie, then tried to rearrange. Friendships end over lesser things. Scheming from the beginning, what did you think? We can't go round and round like a roller rink. Friendships end over lesser things. Ooh.
So I had like a whole album I was doing. I was gonna like put another album out with some music, but let's check out this "Smile for Me, Sarah" by Mighty Hebrew. Shouts out to him. You know, people want to try to ruin artistry. You know, it's really sad that people want to corn bomb my channel and all this stuff. That's weird. You're a weirdo. But let's check this song.
Won't you smile for me, Sarah Malaya, my love you be, and the Elohim, we come as one. Sun and the moon produce the stars.
Won't you smile for me, Sarah Malaya, my love you be, and Elohim, we come as one. Sun and the moon produce the stars. Won't you smile for me, Sarah Malaya, my love you be, and Elohim, we come as one. Sun and the moon produce the stars. When I first seen your smile, I looked into your eyes. Praise Yahweh Most High. Under Yisrael skies, white clouds bow brightness. Tanzania's Mahogany, a Lion King with Zion's Queen, Prince Charlandine, Ben Ami, see Sarah as Carwall beyond Eve, spark love forces, 9 ether, produce 720, my mind wonders as I travel, your circumference to manifest, oneness you born, sons and daughters, we becoming as the future, Judah and Massa, rise power, Sarah birth sires, we build empires, shine in divine fire, from our love making, we trust self, destroying Satan, eternal love, from the cradle, beyond the grave, our passion vibrates as we rise in love, crushing hate, fuck the fate, we awake, as I reincarnate from Sarah's navel, she born God in the flesh, male child sucked from the breast, the taste is the best, as my reflection becomes higher substance. Won't you smile for me, Sarah Malaya, my love you be, and Yah Elohim, we come as one. Sun and the moon produce the stars. Won't you smile for me, Sarah Malaya, my love you be, and Yah Elohim, we come as one. Sun and the moon produce the stars. Now when we met, it was better than sex. I was rocking with finesse as I slid to the side in your ear. Microphone check. I'm that bull from the city of Philly. You said, I'm from Arusha, Baba. Been watching the handsome view. My eyes became stuck looking at you. Chocolate, you been nice to meet you.
All right, so that's the "Smile for Me, Sarah" track coming out soon from Mighty Hebrew. Shouts out to him. He'll be coming out with that whole track.
Absolutely. And there's one more track I want you to play, and that's it. But don't let them hear everything, but you
put it in the back.
I could tell you was a DJ.
Because you give them a taste. You give them that taste.
I don't give
You
them.
know? Right. There it is. You see it?
All right. So check it
This
out.
song is popping, Killer Priest. Everybody playing this joint right now. Play that.
No, it's not. Oh,
Discover in a little place like this?
I'm sorry.
I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby.
Commercial. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll play this new thing.
Taxes was feeling
Honey,
sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all the squeezing.
they know you turn the volume down. They know you do it. They want you to hear their damn commercial.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, they had the commercial going. I have to like wait.
No, not that one. There you go.
We made us slaves, changed our names. Original Hebrew, black philosophy Jew.
Wisdom all wise dooms, envision time zones, transported stargates via kumas. The future unfolds, words non-spoken, graphic images and icons move from vibrations in dark rooms. Once entombed in the cryptic room, flesh was cold, then became war, fighting the little horn. My brain storms, atoms swarm, uniform, no commercial codes, multiverse spawn, break the curses that's lurking, free the firstborn of the 1/3 trap. Mind zapped, the wet and earth, love boat, body broke, stuck on the curb. The dark age returns, silence, begging customs fossilized in gold. One eye sight pops, control minds in terror, skinning down Zion's men. Lion's head matted, Queen Lioness wept as we lost Yah's respect. Staff turned into attack.
They made us slaves, changed our names. 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 Original Hebrew, black philosophy.
I wear armor of honor, knowledge is power. I crush scholars, they shower lots in Zion.
Yeah.
And who produced
That's
that? That production.
That was DJ Los.
Yeah, I can tell. I was like, that must be a Detroit. I can tell like that.
Yeah,
they always gonna like put their little. They got their little signature on. I said that's a Detroit. That's a Detroit beat.
Yeah, that's DJ Los. The first beat was put together by Wise Mad from Tanzania, East Africa. That beat right there was produced by DJ Los. Right there. All you know what I mean?
Let me remix the Smile from Sarah.
Say what?
You should let me remix the Smile from Sarah and see how it goes.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna try to do that when I get like some time.
All right, I want to hear how you do this. I can use that as a remix. I want to see you. I can't wait because she like, yo, I want to see how DJ Genesis gonna have me look. Is it gonna really, really look like me? I'm like, yeah. It's gonna look just like you. So she mad excited. You know what I'm saying? So, and plus, right now she filming the movie right now. You know what I mean? So she filming now. Like, man, sometimes she might film 15, 16 hours straight.
Right.
You know, yeah, it's a lot of work being in that type of world. You know what I'm saying? So, and you got to really have patience. You know what I mean? I'm older, I'm mature, so it really don't bother me like that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I want her to, you know, live her dream. You know what I mean? That's what she wanted to do since she was a little girl. She looked up to a lot of Black American actors and actresses. So, you know, that's what she doing. Can't wait to get on Alchemizing Energy. She's still kind of shy because of, you know, her accent. And she like, oh man, my English and et cetera, et cetera. So, you know,
No,
I'm trying to like,
get her up on here. We don't like have her do some stuff. I might have her do like we're gonna figure out something. Just give me a second. I got like something for her.
yeah, maybe you can I'll send you a number on WhatsApp and you can talk to her and like, you know, get her from out her shell, because you know the movies that she makes, she speaks Swahili in them. So it's easy for her. You know what I'm saying? Whereas, you know, when you start speaking English, she got this, oh, they're gonna laugh at me, but they're not gonna laugh at you. You sweet, you cool. I mean, she can speak English, but it's, you know, it's all good.
Right.
You know what I mean? But,
So I can like take my daughter to school. It's 8:22 in the morning.
go ahead and do your thing.
Much love, guys. Thank you for like supporting the channel.
Absolutely. Shalom, DJ Genesis.
I gotta fix that bull crap that just happened just now. That's crazy, whoever did that. But much love, guys. Peace out. Shouts out. Peace.
DJ Genesis, do you want me to send you the actual song? I can send the actual song in your WhatsApp, not your WhatsApp.
Send me the acapella.
I don't have the acapella. I got the song itself.
Can't remix it without the acapella.
I get the acapella for you. I get the acapella for you.
All right. Much love, guys. Peace out.
Okay. Shalom, shalom.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you,